the Contis who are assisting. And with that, the first application is the Town of Greenwich, so the first selectman, for a final site plan to erect a statue of past President George H.W. Bush with related site work on a 2.7 acre property located at 290 Greenwich Avenue. That's the Havemeyer Building in the CGB and Central Greenwich Impact Overlay Zones. Mr. First Selectman, welcome. I see you have the sun shining on you. Welcome, and please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone, or good afternoon. Thank you so much for taking this up today. As you know, we went to the Historic District Commission and worked with them for a few months, ultimately getting a unanimous vote to have this statue in honor of their 41st president over in Veterans Plaza Park. And John Conti is going to be on here to answer any details. We also have the tree warden, Dr. Greg Kramer, here because I know there was some people that brought up some questions about the trees. And so I wanted to make sure that anything and everything that was out there was answered to your satisfaction. So I don't know if you have any questions of me before I turn it over to John, but I just want to say that people are looking really excited about this, and including the family apparently. So we're just looking forward to moving this forward and hearing any questions that you may have or comments going forward. So thank you.
Commissioner, your questions more for John Conti or for the First Selectman? Where do you want to start? Anybody have a question for Fred?
It's a little difficult because we don't know what Mr. Conti is going to say.
Mr. Conti is in charge of the site plan and the landscaping. So I think most of your questions yesterday pertain to the scale, how did you do that where you made it go closer?
I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea.
Do that.
I'm not touching anything.
So I think it's mostly the landscaping. You were asking about the trees. You were asking about the proportions. I think most of the questions are for Mr. Conti, right?
I would think so, but
okay. All right, let's give it a shot. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, members of the board, Madam Chair. Thank you. For the record, I'm John Conti from Conti and Conti. And I know you're all familiar with the plans, but I'll just give you an overview here so that we can get more familiar. I'm just going to share my screen. Let's see. Here we go. Just a moment. All righty. Can everybody see my screen okay?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. So as you all know, this is the application for a statue of President George H.W. Bush at the Havemeyer Building. Just to orient you, this is Greenwich Avenue here. The Havemeyer Building is up here on the top of the page. And in this blue color here is where the statue is proposed to be. For reference, this is the Vietnam Veterans Memorial that exists here. And this is the memorial to Colonel Bowling. The monument is proposed to be about, the start of the circle is about 13.5 feet back from the back of the sidewalk, somewhat in line here with the Vietnam Vets Memorial. I'm going to change to this view here with some dimensions so you can see. The center of the statue, I'll go back here for a sec, is approximately 60 feet away from the Vietnam Veterans, center to center, and it's approximately 100 from Colonel Bowling. The overall width of this circle, and this is a little seat wall, as you can see here in this rendering, is about 20 feet. And then there's a sidewalk inside, and the statue is proposed to be in the center here. The sidewalk goes all the way around. And this is sort of like doubles as like a little definition for the area and a bench to sit and to see the statue. The statue itself is proposed to be about 6 foot 8 feet tall, 6 foot 8 inches tall, pardon me. And the statue's up on a plinth about 3 feet above the sidewalk grade. And overall, including the slab behind the statue, it's supposed to be about 10 foot 8 inches tall. The materials here, the plinth and the slab behind, as well as this coping here, is a material we selected, Valder's limestone it's called, and it was selected for its to play off the limestone on the Havemeyer building, as well as Colonel Bowling, but also it's a very hard limestone, not like an Indian limestone that's kind of soft. It's a hard limestone, so we're hoping that will hold up long term. Same thing here. This capstone here is proposed to be that same Valder's limestone, and the base of the wall, the veneer on the wall, is something very similar, a Hampton blend ledge cut proposed as the veneer for the seat wall. For some reference, because I know there were questions, Colonel Bowling, I'll show you. We measured this this monument here. So overall, he also has about a 3 foot, I think, from grade here to the bottom of the plinth that the statue is on is about 3.5 feet. And overall, it's 10 foot 4. And his the slab behind this statue is about 13.1. So this monument is significantly taller than the proposal for the Bush statue, just for reference. And then I think I can also show you, for reference, the Vietnam Veterans Memorial is about 16 foot, almost 17 feet tall. And at the base here, 9 foot 6. Oh, I should mention, Colonel Bowling is he's also limestone, and this is a honed limestone. And Bush is the stone around this statue is also proposed to be honed, so it's more of like a matte look, not a shiny look. The Vietnam vets, the Vietnam Veterans Memorial, I believe, is a granite, and part of it is honed, and part of it is polished. You can see this back slab here that's polished, and this is more of the honed, so it's a little bit of a mix. And it's a more gray color. It's a granite, I believe. Regarding lighting, we are proposing to have two lights on the front that would uplight to the statue, and then on the back, there's proposed to be a plaque with some to be determined text about the president and his accomplishments, his feats, his relationship to Greenwich. And there's proposed to be one uplight on that, lighting that up. I believe the Vietnam Veterans Memorial does have uplighting. I have some photos here showing that it's lit. Colonel Bowling currently does not. I'm not sure if he ever was, but currently there's no lighting on the Colonel Bowling memorial. I also wanted to show or speak about the trees, because as you all know, this pre-existing tree has been taken down. Unfortunately, it was damaged, and I think it was a safety issue in a high traffic, a lot of pedestrians areas, that was taken down. And then unfortunately, this tree recently was determined to be also a hazard, and I think it's to be taken down. Let's see. So to that end, I wanted to show some renderings of what this might look like without trees. Mr. LaRoe, you have your hand up. Should I pause
Yeah,
to ask?
go ahead. Patrick, did you want to add something now?
Yeah, just Mr. Condi, these images, if they're not in the record, if you could please make sure you get us all this so we have it for the
Certainly. Yes. So everything I've showed so far, besides the existing statues you have, but I will send you the what I'm showing here, of course.
Thank you.
It's all right that I keep going with some stuff that you don't currently have.
Mm-hmm. Just make sure we have it. That's all.
You'll definitely get a copy.
Okay.
Okay. So as I was saying, we sort of, because I know those trees certainly were a consideration when this was cited. But with their loss, it's a detriment to just the streetscape in general, the facade of the Havemeyer building, etc. But still, I think I want to show how this statue and the placement would look maybe without when those trees are gone. I think the one on the right side is slated to be removed soon. and then possibly some replacements, which maybe Mr. Kramer here could speak to. But anyway, this is how that might look without those trees there. These dogwoods are a part of the proposal, and they are shown. They're shown in the rendering here at about 20 feet tall, just for reference. And you can see for scale, we put some people sitting on the bench enjoying. But these are shown at 20 feet tall. When they first go in, they'll probably be somewhat shorter than that. So, this is an idea of what it might look after a few years. And I should say, renderings are a double-edged sword because they're an awesome tool to show what it might be, but of course they're not like the law and it's just a projection. So here we've sort of given an idea of what that might be like. And then I know that there was, I think I read a replacement being considered of a willow oak. And so again, we've sort of put a tree that might be the sort of similar shape and size in a few years. These are shown at 12 feet tall. So if they go back in, if trees are replanted in this area, which I'm a proponent of planting trees and definitely over time will mature and look beautiful here, these again might be able to reframe this in not too long from now type of time frame. I think that mostly covers what I had intended to present, and I'm happy to address any questions that the board may have.
Questions from the commission? Mary?
Yes, Mr. Conti, your presentation was very helpful, and I think the proposed statue is very handsome and well designed. My
Thank you.
concern, that's the good news. My concern, and I think unfortunately your presentation also supports my concern, is that I believe that this particular intersection in a historic district needs to be protected in a way that preserves the historic quality of it. And my concern is this. We have the obelisk in front of the old post office. We have the Veterans of Foreign Wars Memorial. We have the bowling statue. And now we're going to have this proposal as well. And it seems to me that with the loss of the trees and the addition of another statue, I have said before and I'll say again, it begins to resemble Arlington Cemetery, because we have monument, 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 and a monument across the street, all at an intersection that is of great historic quality and beauty. And I'm particularly concerned, for example, by not only its location, but also by the fact that you're proposing lighting. It is my understanding that the lighting on the VFW memorial is because there is a flagpole in front of it. And while it's permitted under our lighting regulations because monuments are exempt from our regulations, it seems to me that it increases the prominence of this in ways that neither the obelisk nor the bowling statue exhibit. So again, I think it's a very handsome design. My concern is the effect on that particular intersection in a historic district. And it seems to me that your design has the benefit of being adaptable to almost any location, not necessarily one on an intersection like this where there are 3 existing monuments. So my comment is, I have no problem with the design. It is the location that concerns me. And again, I'd like to see the historic district remain as close to its appearance historically as possible. And perhaps that's not a question for you as much as for our first selectman.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer you, Mary, and respond. I certainly appreciate your comments, and though I respectfully disagree with you, I mean, this is Veterans Plaza Park, and if there's anybody that deserves to be there, this site screams out for George H.W. Bush to be there. It's hiding him in another part of town or we've looked at so many. It's not that we just picked this out of the air. We've looked at lots of areas. This is called Veterans Plaza Park. It was put in place in 1927. It's almost 100 years ago. We're not looking to, I mean, you certainly could put a moratorium on statues there after this, but we want the president to be seen by people. It's in Veterans Plaza Park, not Bruce Park, not Byron Park, not Todd's Point. He belongs there, and I think it doesn't take away from anything. Lighting him up, if the fact that Colonel Bowling is not lit up where the Vietnam Memorial is, we certainly could put a spotlight on that statue to do that. We always talked about lighting the obelisk up, just on the statue itself, which I think would be beautiful. So I don't want to have the perfect be the enemy of good, but again, this is a war hero. This is one of our own. It's in a place called Veterans Plaza Park. We've looked at all these other places. It doesn't make sense to stick the statue of George H.W. Bush anywhere but in Veterans Plaza Park on Greenwich Avenue, where people can see, enjoy, and pay tribute to a man who served his country and flew 58 combat missions and was shot down at 18 years old and went on to become a president of the United States. So I understand your concern, but I certainly have a different opinion on that.
If I might respond to that, Madam Chair, is that all right?
Of course, Mary.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that we have more lighting and more monuments. My point is that, well, first of all, I have to express surprise because one of my concerns with this all along was what other locations were considered. And if there were other locations that were considered, why was this chosen as the one that was preferred at this point? I don't believe we were ever told of the other locations that were considered. But again, my point being not light everything. My point being preserving the architectural and green area of that intersection. And with all due respect, I had understood that the reason for considering this was not President Bush's war service, but the fact that he became president. So
no, that again, I'll answer that. No, that's not totally correct. Okay, if the fact he was a president, I think, deserves a statue, being that he spent the first 18 years of his life here and was the youngest enlistee in the war, and was shot down. But no, we wouldn't be even looking at this area if he wasn't a veteran, because again, that was his record. That's part of who he is.
And it's admirable. I don't want to take away from that at all.
Yeah. But your question's a good one. I mean, people throughout so many different places, and we have statues all over, in certain parts of parks. HDC liked this one. They also gave us two other ones that I remember. One was in front of Town Hall. I just don't think that would really fit here. The other one was right across the street from this, which wasn't a bad spot either. But again, this one, just because those other statues there and it's Veterans Plaza Park there, everybody thought that would be a better place for it. I mean, I'm with you. I wouldn't want to see 5 more statues. And I don't think there's 5 more candidates, to be honest with you. But again, when the trees are planted and goes in there, and maybe Dr. Kramer can shed some light on that. I think it will blend in really, really nice. There's a lot of greenery there, and we want to keep that. And that's where we're trying to put more greenery and colors on the avenue and these intersections. So, I mean, don't disagree with you on that part of it. I mean, we want to make sure the greenery stays there. But I think it will look nice once these trees go in there, and it'll, looks like it would blend in there.
Mr. McRae.
Mr. Conti, let's kind of move a little backwards. It's my understanding that the actual statue itself is still being decided.
Yes, Mr. Camillo, can you confirm if there's an artist that's been commissioned?
Yes, nothing's been signed yet, but that's pretty far down the road right now. So it's about to happen from what I understand from my conversation this afternoon.
Mr. Conti, the 3 uplights, they're actually in the lower circle of the statue, not on the actual plinth the statue stands on. Is that correct?
You know what? I have to double check on that.
Well, I'm looking at your plan. I just want to make sure I'm seeing.
Then yes, if you.
Okay. Would the actual plinth it stands on obstruct the light?
I'm not sure if we've like really well, obviously the idea is no, that this we're lighting the statue. So there might have to be some tweaks when we get to like a construction level drawing here, but the idea is that the statue is lit and we're not blocking it with the plinth.
Okay. The fact that actually the large tree has been removed. The plan in front of me says it's actually to be preserved. It's under my understanding through the tree warden's comments, the second tree adjacent to it will be actually taken down as well. It seems to me, and this is following some things that Mary had talked about, is that that particular natural framing or grounding of the statue now has been compromised. I think there's no amount of tree you could put in except for these two very large old growth trees that would actually ground the statue again. In so many words, it seems to me that I'm actually just placing now that the trees are gone, this monument in a kind of a willy-nilly location. It's just here. There's nothing to ground it to the streetscape. There's nothing to actually frame the entrance off the sidewalk. And again, as Mary had said, it's actually something more in the front yard of the Havermeyer building, detracting from the Havermeyer building. We had talked about actually a lot of different monuments in this location. The facade of the old town hall, the facade of the Board of Education building are parts of those monuments and frame this intersection. I would love to have seen those other locations that you had put together. If that list could be provided, that'd be great. And if we're talking about actually other locations, I was thinking front lawn of town hall as well, seeing it's used every day by hundreds of people. Its statue could be easily seen. And right next door in the park, there's a large, I think it's a beech tree, and a walking path that goes around the park. Or that location would have been suitable because again, highly visible and actually a little bit more grounded in the natural landscape that's there, the large tree, the walking path, the rectangle of the green itself. That idea, the Arlington Cemetery idea, actually, I'm really buying into it. I think she's kind of nailed it on the head there. That this just another monument that's being put in, but it's not really grounded to its environment and the spaces around it. Thank you.
Mr. Wells, or do you want to say anything else, Mr. Conti?
Well, certainly, again, those trees declined and sort of through the process of this, which has taken months back and forth with the HDC. Unfortunately, those trees declined sort of during the process here, but certainly, I wouldn't say it's placed willy-nilly. I think that's a little bit of strong of an adjective. Again, the whole facade of, the Havermeyer building and the streetscape there is, there's a detriment that these trees were lost. And I think there's an opportunity here to put something back, maybe that frames this monument and statue even better because we could put them exactly in the right spot. And again, it will of course take many, many years for these trees to mature and grow into something that was similar to what was there before. But I don't think that means we shouldn't, plant the trees so that one day others can enjoy them and it be there. And again, so it's like sort of a plus and a minus that these other monuments and statues are there. Like that's sort of the reason that it's there, because this is where the monuments are. I suppose that there are other places that could be considered for sure. The only, I think you guys, the board had said they weren't aware of other locations. It was at the intersection right across the way there at the point of the Restoration Hardware building was where we had showed HDC originally, and they didn't care for that location. And that's when we moved it over to this location here.
Were there other locations considered other than these two?
I don't believe so. Pardon me not knowing. I inherited this project partway through. My dad had started it. I don't believe so, but I'm not certain. I don't know if Mr. Camillo could answer that. I don't believe there was another besides these two.
These were the two that were seriously looked at, but we had venues thrown out for months and months all over the place. Again, Greenwich put in front of town halls, it's out of context. I mean, why would you stick a president in front of town hall when he has no connection to that town hall. This is Veterans Plaza Park. This is where the natural spot for him to be, or not around a walking path where somebody may stumble across it. I think we want to see this out front, so we're proud of him. You know, we don't want to hide him around the back. And I don't think it takes away from the Board of Education building, which hopefully will be something else, you know, in the coming years. I think it would complement it. I think John's right. I think it just screams out for that area. HDC, my thought was to put it in front of the old post office, and HDC had different thoughts, and you know, after they proposed it, we thought about it. You know, I thought they were right, and that we probably should have looked there first rather than in front of the right next to the obelisk.
Mr. Wells.
Thank you, Madam Chair. John, or Mr. Conde, if you could pull up your original slide, I guess monument while walking north. I just had some comments on that.
Let's see if I can share.
And then Pat, if you could get ready for the Texas Station or College Station.
College Station.
Later. I think it's the different one. Yeah, that one on the right. Sorry.
This one here?
Yeah, that's great. Yeah. So agree with everyone. This is a terrific statue. The more I look at it, the more I like it. People have commented about it obscuring Havemeyer building. And I think the main reason for that comment is less the statue and more, I don't know whether it's the plinth or the part of the monument behind it. So that's one point. The other point is this statue was designed as a 360-degree statue. So anyone coming out of Havemeyer or coming from the parking lot diagonally is not going to see this statue until they get parallel to it. So I'm concerned that, you know, 30 or 40% of the statue is invisible, whereas it was designed to be an all-around statue. Pat, can you pull up College Station, say the third photo? Okay, so this, yeah, that's the one. So this is what we have down at the Bush Presidential Library. And you can see it's a 360 statue, fairly modest in terms of the monument, and similar to in front of Havemeyer, there are walkways in front and in back. And it's larger, it's 8 feet versus 6.8. And I just wonder if this wouldn't be more effective. Again, people could see it from 360. It's larger. Maybe it has a smaller pedestal. But I'm really concerned about that part of the monument that's behind the former president. Appreciate any comments you might have.
Yeah, so the that statue obviously is in a different location with different maybe purpose, but certainly there's a theme here that we're trying to somewhat respect. Now let me see if I can get back to so certainly like the Vietnam veterans has this text on it, unfortunately, but again, there's a slab and then there's a figure in front. Now this one, of course, isn't a 360 statue, but Colonel Bowling, let me see if I have him up still. Apologize, just a moment here. Similarly, Colonel Bowling is a 360-degree statue. He's a full figure, but he has a slab behind him, and that sort of, you know, separates him from the background. He's going to be easier to see from the front, the figure in the statue. And again, there's a theme here that we're trying to keep within somewhat. Not that they're all exactly the same, but sort of, well, I'll use the word theme again. And that's why he was designed that way. He's up on a plinth. He has a slab behind him. There's a plaque with some words about his connection to Greenwich, etc. So that was the thought in that design.
Yeah, my only counter would be if you want to emphasize the individual of the statue, you make it larger instead of making the monument larger. So that's my quick takeaway and suggestion.
I'm sorry, say that one more time. Say that one more time.
If you want to emphasize the statue more, you make it larger as opposed to making the monument larger would be my view. And also being able to have the view behind it. If you're behind, all the views we've been given are looking front, but there's a lot of things going on behind. There are paths going by, there are multiple paths, and no one's going to see President Bush from the rear, unless they walk by and turn around.
Certainly.
So
Understood.
there's a cost to what's being proposed. That's all I'm saying.
Understood.
Thank you.
Ms. Jones.
Thank you. So I too like the look. One of the things I really like about this is sort of the circular bench that's around it, but it also plays into what Mr. Wells was just discussing, is that from that back sort of 1/3 of that angle, you are really seeing the back of the plinth. And I do wonder if this plinth is also what is sort of creating this almost feel that that it's in front of the Board of Ed and feeling like it could potentially be like, I know we're still working on this design. But one of the other questions I have is that you talked about the trees, that the dogwoods, and then I guess the willow oaks, and how long, I know you, in the new renderings that you had today, you showed them sort of at 20 feet, and I don't know what the size of the willow oaks were that were in that last
12.
rendering we see, but how long does it typically take for them to grow to that height where they would frame? I do have some concerns about the fact that looking at this initially, we had those beautiful trees that were framing this and sort of providing the background for that, and whether, and kind of, how long is it before we can get to the point where we're doing that again?
That's a very good question. I wish my dad were here for a lot of reasons, but he'd be able to answer that more confidently. I'm not sure I could say. On the order of several years. I think I was researching, and I don't know if Dr. Kramer's on here, but I think they were saying willow oaks grow on the order of maybe 12 to 18 inches a year, something around there. And if these, I showed these at 12, but certainly this image is grown in somewhat. But again, that's the beauty of trees. Like they mature and grow and change over the years. And, as a resident of town, you get to see this take shape and take form. But I would say, the dogwoods, maybe like that would be after 4 or 5 years. What we're.
And that's about the maximum height the 20, I'm thinking of the dogwoods that are in my neighborhood, and the number of them.
I think they get 20 to 25.
Yeah, there's different kinds of dogwoods, obviously, that are smaller than others, but so that was, I guess, sort of just a question, is how long before we have kind of really this framing image that we're sort of missing with the loss of those 2 large trees?
On the order of years.
Let me see if there's any. Yeah, I think that was sort of, I agree with a lot of my other with a lot of the other commissioners on their comments about kind of just, again, is this, I know we've, our first selectman has addressed, is this the right location? And that's, and are we creating sort of Monument Alley here? So that does kind of come to mind a little bit, especially with the loss of the trees. But thank you.
Mr. Lowe.
Yes, thanks for providing all these renderings. There was one rendering that we were provided that I believe was entitled "The Monument While Walking North." So a perspective right there. Okay, thank you.
Certainly.
So when I'm looking at this, apart from the existence of a tree that's planned to come down.
This one, yes.
Right behind it seems to be that other monument or statue, but it does not seem to be represented in its accurate size or scale or shape. And I didn't know why. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing, but is that the Vietnam?
Yes.
Yeah. So didn't you say that was appreciably taller than
Yes,
13 or 16 feet?
it's 1610. So
Okay,
yes, it's appreciably
so
taller.
so in this image, it now with the tree gone, it is. I hadn't seen this image before today.
Yeah, this is the first time I've seen it. I just brought it
Yeah,
up.
so
in this presentation.
it now looks larger. Well, in fact, it is larger. So that was I didn't understand how that came to pass. It seemed to be even it was I don't know, misrepresenting
Well,
that particular statue. So also, if we go back to the one we had on when I started speaking, the more direct frontal. All right, go back to the one you just had. Let me just go back one. No, sorry. Okay, this is good. This is fine. I appreciate the effort to, in essence, rear frame this monument and statue with the dogwoods, but they've had perhaps the unintended consequence of almost totally obscuring, at least on this image, the Havemeyer building. And I just wonder whether if you could perhaps have this statue of President Bush fit in more with the surroundings. If there weren't that big block behind the statue and all these trees obscuring the building beyond. And I agree with my fellow commissioners on all of their points as well. And I have a similar concern to Ms. Jenkins' point of view in particular. Thank you. You might want to, if anybody wants to comment on these trees, on these dogwoods. I assume these are more mature. They're in the more mature state than they will be initially, because we typically put in 3-inch caliber replacements for much larger trees.
Yeah, that's right. What's shown here is in a more matured state.
Right. That's what I said. So it's going to be a long time before those other trees come, serve any kind of appreciable framing in the front, looking straight on at this thing. And you said Mr. Kramer's here, but I know just a little bit about trees and know that it takes a long time, and it's 30, 40, 50 years. And I don't know how old these particular trees, they're probably even older, that the one that's come down and the one that is to come down. So those are my concerns.
Patrick, on the topic of tree size, you had some input from the tree warden today?
I did, but he's in the audience if we wanted
Okay.
to speak.
Yeah, I meant to bring that up too, Madam Chair, that we had talked about the potential of perhaps securing more mature plantings as
Are you
replacements.
bringing him in? I just clicked on him and he was gone.
Ms. Alvin, Madam Chair, is there a chance I could just briefly respond to
Of
Lowe's?
course, of
Yeah.
course.
So a few things. So certainly, as I was saying before about renderings, they're a good tool. But again, there's sort of like this creeping factor where, the focus is the statue here. And yes, we put the Vietnam vets one there in the background. Misrepresentation, I think, is a strong word. That's not, of course, our intention. So we did go out and field measure it, and as soon as we did, we made it taller, so you can see the relative size.
Right, that seems to be a much more accurate.
Yeah, exactly. So again,
reflection of reality. I guess.
Yes, no question about it. And again, the intention of this rendering was to show the focal point here, and this was sort of behind the tree and in the background here, and it was like close-ish, but not exactly right. And again, so renderings, it's a double-edged sword. Because it's a good tool, very useful, but again, like, I don't know if this car is going to be in the background there. There's all sorts of different variations and permutations of what could happen. And we do the best we can to make it as close to reality as possible. Again, I just want to show, so this is like sort of a current street view. And in terms of the Havemeyer building being blocked, I mean, again, I think this is in the realm of what's sort of pre-existing and the feel of the streetscape now. The building is really far in the back, and there's sort of like a park in front of it in between. So I don't know that this statue would necessarily block the view any more than the current memorials there, and the different. Obviously, these trees will be gone, but the mature trees in the foreground here with all their foliage, there's not a great view. But again, sort of there's this layered effect where you see this beautiful facade in the background and there's flowering trees in the foreground. So again, that was our thought there, not to take away or diminish or obscure or block the historic Havemeyer building, but again, that was our thought in sort of just adding a layer and texture to the front of the building here.
I had one other question I
Yeah, sure, go ahead,
neglected
and then
mention.
Mr. McRae.
I wondered, are there entities or committees in town associated with public art or that were consulted on the placement and design of this statue?
I think that's a question for Mr. Camillo.
Yeah, sorry. Well, there is no art commission or, task force there. But that's why we had all those, meetings for HDC for people to come there, and some did, and to weigh in on it. So yeah, we would be happy to reach out to any, but when there's the Arts Council's right across the street. But they have not weighed in on any of on this project at all.
Okay.
And I don't know of any other one.
Yeah,
So
no, I
that
remain
first-
ignorant on this subject.
No,
So I
there's,
didn't.
I thought they formed that first selectmen's advisory. Patrick, do you remember what it was called? Art,
It was the Public Arts Commission.
Public Arts Commission. I don't know if it's ever met. I think someone formed
Oh,
it.
so about 6 years ago, I asked two people to form an arts committee, but they never. That was the only one that never met. We did the same. It was at the same time as the Energy Management and the Sustainability Committee and Reimagine Greenwich, but that one never did. But you're right. That was 2000. But I don't think they ever met. But Julie Nixon who's the art director at Greenwich High School. I can send her a note. She was one of the people that was going to be involved with that, but I don't think they met. I can double check. I completely forgot about that one.
Yeah, I'll look it up. I remember seeing it. You know what? We looked it up for something else recently. Somebody else had a question. Nick,
No, I answered my own question. I think I found what I'm
you
looking
answered
for.
your own question.
Yeah.
Okay. Normally I would recap the commission's input at this point, but I think it might be more useful if I turn to public comment and then we'll recap it all together, like any input people have on how to move forward and all that. So anybody who wants to speak, please note, you will be stopped at the end of 3 minutes. That's the rule all night. We have a lot of public interest in our applications tonight. So 3 minutes. And the first speaker is David Wald. And please raise your virtual hands. Anybody who wants to speak on the George Bush statue, kindly raise your virtual hand now. I've got two. Mr. Rosenfeld, you will follow Mr. Wald, followed by Lucy von Brockel. Okay, Mr. Wald. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, Mr. Kramer, we'll get back to you. I forgot to come back to you. Mr. Wald, kindly go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Mr. Wald, if you would unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, you're set. And then Mr.
Great.
Rosenfeld will follow you. Patrick, just shout out at 3 minutes because people don't always hear you.
Understood.
Okay, I have a few questions to this design and also the definition of Veterans Plaza Park. I understand this area is a 2.7 acres, currently the Board of Ed property. Last year, we heard that the Veterans Plaza Park was this triangle in front of the old post office where you have the World War I monument. So I'm wondering if both parcels are what First Selectman is describing as Veterans Plaza Park. But I also would like to emphasize that it's not the Vietnam Memorial, it's a World War II, Korea and Vietnam memorial. It has 200 names inscribed in it, and that is veterans who didn't return from the wars that they participated in. Colonel Bowling did not return from the World War I. And the third monument we have there is the Civil War tree that we rededicated about 10 years ago, and there was no mentioning about Veterans Plaza Park at that time. Then I would like to look at the renderings that has been submitted. Topographically, that hillside up towards the parking lot from the entrance to the Board of Ed is about 2 feet height difference. So I'm just wondering, how is that stone wall going to be 18 to 20 inches all the way around? Either that's flattening out like the renderings are showing, that the whole area has been flattened so that this sitting area will be equal on the south and north side. Fourthly, I would like to point out that I wonder if First Selectman's ADA Commission has looked at this statue, because somewhere in the narrative it shows that pedestrians and wheelchair accessible, and I find 4 feet in a circle very narrow, and if anybody is sitting there, it would be very complicated for a wheelchair to maneuver and read the text on the back of this monument. Since this is a president, since this is a veteran, I would suggest that he instead gets a place also on this property, which was named a couple of years ago, the Gratitude Grove, facing Town Hall next to the Board of Ed building. We have to look at the value of this property. And I would suggest in this 250th anniversary since the Revolutionary War, we should have focused on a monument for those veterans
5
before
seconds.
we focus on one person. Thank you. That was all I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rosenfeld, would you please go ahead, followed by Lucy von Brockel?
Sure. Thanks so much. Are you able to hear me? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you all for having me today. My name is Sam Rosenfeld. I'm an RTM member from District 1. My dad is a veteran. My grandfather is a veteran who flew in World War II, actually. I'm thrilled that there is a monument that's being proposed to President George H.W. Bush. I made my comments at a prior meeting, and I started the same way as well. I think that he deserves a monument. I think that monument needs to be very carefully thought out. I think it needs to be somewhere that fits the entirety of his legacy. And I do think that this commission has called out some of the same concerns that came up in prior meetings about its placement in front of Havemeyer. I personally would propose that in front of Town Hall is the best place for several reasons. George H.W. Bush was not just a veteran, and I don't say just a veteran in that way. I mean that his contributions to our society were massive as a public servant. His championing of the ADA, of ADA rights, and the general, outlook he had on intelligence as director of the CIA. I think all of that points to a person who is dedicated in every facet to being a public servant. And I think that it would send a really powerful message to put a monument directly outside of the epicenter of public service in our town. To me, that's sort of the ideal place for it. But I could also see an argument for Greenwich Commons, because those who have read into George H.W. Bush's legacy know that he was a very modest person, a very contemplative person. And I think that putting this in such a busy area that's soon to be a construction site with a hotel going up. It just, something about it just doesn't seem fitting for the gravity of what the monument is. But
Minute.
last and oh, sorry, Patrick, did
1 minute. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Thanks. The last thing I wanted to say is my primary concern with this current proposed location is the risk of overshadowing the other monuments around it. We've already identified many monuments that were carefully put there to remember people who fought and died in wars that came from our town. That means a lot to many of us. It should mean a lot to everyone. I know that the placement of this in a area surrounded by veterans is meant to be a good thing because George H.W. Bush is also a veteran, but these are dedicated specifically to people who lost their lives. And I think that there's something about lighting this statue up while the others go dark, and the size and the possible, blockage of these others. It doesn't send the message that it's intending to.
seconds.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. All right, Ms. Van Brakel. And anybody else who wishes to speak, you better raise your hand in the next 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. This is Lucy Van Brakel. I was going to read written comments, but I'm going to wing it because a couple of questions have come up. I know that there was some precedence about municipal improvement and the sculpture at Cos Cob Park, but I do think that because you're putting in such a large seating area and it's a historic property that it is a major redesign of a park or a public property. I also would argue that this, because HDC wanted to see it again before the final site plan, if it was, to look at the statue itself, the fact that there isn't a very clear rendering of it is an issue. And I also am, as I wrote to you all earlier, I do think that, there needs to be an effort to follow the public art policy that is available on the town's website, that arts professionals should be involved in any project like this because it is a sculpture. We do want to make sure that it is made of the right materials, that we understand how much it's going to cost. We understand the insurance problems, that we understand what the artist requirements are. I'm in the arts business, and this is something I deal with all of the time. And it troubles me that we would go to such great lengths before we've had any arts professionals involved. And that's it for me. Thank you. Thank you for all you guys do.
Very much, Ms. Van Brakel. Lorraine Taylor, if you would unmute. Oh, you are unmuted. You are next. Go ahead.
Yes, this is Lorraine Taylor. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, great. Thank you, board, for permitting me to speak. Briefly, I own real estate located in the Barms section of Greenwich. I have multi-generational ties to the Barms section, and I'm a veteran of the U.S. Army, as is also my husband and my eldest son. I'd like to thank the board for holding this meeting today regarding the proposed President George H.W. Bush legacy statue. I'd also like to thank the board for posting material that I submitted for public comments on this statue. And Ms. Van Brakel made some comments about her background in the art industry and having input by artists for this statue. And I also feel strongly that veterans of the U.S. military must be involved and provide input on this proposed statute. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Anybody else? Last call. Okay. Nobody else is raising their hand. Okay, Mr. Kramer, if you wouldn't mind, I think there were questions about the caliber of the trees, the loss of the mature tree, and of the mature trees or tree, whichever way it goes. And I know Patrick talked to you earlier.
Yes.
Hi.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Madam Commissioner. Yeah, so I would like to talk a little about the trees. So we did remove a tree that was of a hazard that was mentioned earlier. And the second tree, unfortunately, we were able to, over the course of a few years, brace the tree, keep it going, keep it healthy. And that storm we had in early September broke up the tree and caused it to be a hazard. So it was reviewed and will likely need to come down in the near future. Not to say we're not going to put trees back. That's what we do here in town. We put trees back when we remove them. So we were discussing putting willow oaks back in of a 3-inch caliper to match the willow oak theme that we have going on Greenwich Avenue. But also it's an elegant tree, grows rather fast. And as John Conte had mentioned, it can grow up to 2 feet a year once established, which is a significant growth for an oak tree species. And it's a cleaner oak tree, small leaves, very small acorns. And again, I wouldn't go above a 3-inch caliper only because of the risk of losing and shocking. Larger trees are prone to shock and mortality. So we wouldn't want that. And a smaller tree catches up to a larger tree in a matter of a few years. So that's kind of where we are with the planting of the trees. I just first time saw that rendering that John had shared, and I thought it looked very nice with the willow oaks framing the statue.
Okay.
And I'd be happy to answer any questions anybody may have.
Any questions for Dr. Kramer? Madam Jenkins.
Yes, Dr. Kramer, I think the question was raised earlier. How long would it take before we would have significant canopy from these trees, particularly from the willow oaks? Would it be 10 years or 20? We heard a period of years, but that doesn't help me from a mathematical point of view.
Yes. So, I mean, if we're looking at what was currently there, it would take many years. We're talking, 20 years.
Okay.
If it's really something that's framing the statue and providing a bit of shade, that could be, 5 to 10 years.
Okay. Thank you.
Most welcome.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Kramer.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Good to see you, Bill.
Okay, so let's try to give the applicant some input. Let me see if I've got all of this. The first point is the overall trying to focus on keeping the look of the intersection. There was a question raised about whether we would consider other locations. Not within our scope. P&Z only reviews what is actually proposed to us in terms of siting. But it seemed like the commission was interested in that. I think we've addressed the tree removal and the concern about how long it would take to adequately frame the statue. The major thing I heard coming out of this is the plinth blocks the view of the building, of the Havemeyer building from the street, and also makes the stand only enjoyable from one side, if you will, and people would want to see the statue stand alone. Next thing, I think, were you satisfied? It was your question addressed on the scale of the other monuments. Does anybody still have questions on that? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Lighting. Nick, I wasn't sure exactly what you were looking for on the lighting. Can you reiterate that?
Yes, I think placement of the lighting is in a lower level that's going to be obscured by the actual base the statue sits on. It would be best to maybe take a look and see how that is. If it's to light the actual statue, it maybe have to be moved to the upper surface where the actual statue stands, as opposed to the lower one.
Makes sense to you, John? Mr. Conti? Okay. So the scale of the others, the lighting, we've addressed the caliper of the trees. So I think from what I've got of the notes of what the comments that everybody made, that's it. Did I miss anything? No. Okay, so the key is to is this question with the lighting, evaluating, getting rid of the plinth, making it 360. Would that be possible? There's really, Dr. Kramer has recommended against larger caliber trees, so it's going to be what it is. But if the statue blends in better, I think that's what folks are looking for. And there it is. So we leave you with that homework. And I think that the question of location did come up from members of the public as well. And but I heard Fred, the first selectman, say that this was definitely the location he preferred. We'll send to Fred this the information on this committee that was created in 2022, this Arts Council. But in absence of their meeting, Patrick just looked it all up. In absence of their meeting, the decision belongs to the first selectman. Mr. Lowe.
Yeah, I just obviously I wanted to hear if Ms. Jenkins had anything more to say.
Ms. Jenkins, do you
no,
have
no.
anything more to say? Okay.
Could I just let me be specific about with regard to the consistency of this statue in this place that is part of the historic district, and because I didn't hear. I thought I was listening. I didn't hear the chair mention that concern.
It was actually the first thing I said.
Okay.
But I only said preserve the look of the intersection, and you said the consistency with the historic district, which goes farther.
Okay. Well, shame on me for not hearing it correctly.
No, but you broadened the concept, so it was good. Okay. Madam Jenkins.
Yeah, now that Mr. Lowe has put words in my mouth, I will say that I think the consistency of the treatment of the historic district to retain as many of the historic characteristics as possible has to be one of the concerns. And if we can only address the location that's proposed, it is a location that raises that issue in terms of the effect on the historic district.
I didn't mean to put words in your mouth. I apologize.
Anytime, Mr. Lowe.
Okay. So Mr. Conti, anything for us?
No, I think thank you all for your comments and feedback, and I think we have a little bit of work to do, and we will do our work.
Okay, we welcome you back whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Conti.
Bye now.
Our next application, wait a minute, let me just, okay. So our next application, I would suggest we take two together. The first one is the Town of Greenwich and Greenwich Preservation Trust for a municipal improvement to enter into a lease agreement with the town in order to restore a building at 760 West Putnam. This is in the R6 zone, and it is the Thomas Lyon House. Accompanying that is the final coastal site plan for the exterior and interior renovations, drainage. Most important of all is parking. The property is 0.23 acres. And again, it's 760 West Putnam. Hello, Ms. McGeechee. You are going to discuss the lease, and I assume we have, yes, hello, Ms. Bush. And then the Preservation Trust will come in later to talk about the site plan. Okay, well, we'll hear it all together because yesterday we noticed, it's related. Okay.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a lease that was put together between the town and Greenwich Preservation Trust. And there were many public benefits to a proposed lease with Greenwich Preservation Trust, obviously for the Thomas Lyon House, which I understand dates back to the early 1600s and is one of the oldest unadulterated houses that has a lot of different significance, architectural, historical, etc. I will leave. Andrew Melillo certainly can talk more on the Greenwich Preservation Trust and the history of the Thomas Lyon House to the extent you're interested. My, province here was to help develop the lease, in which I did so with Greenwich Preservation Trust along with their counsel, Margaret Conboy. And Joe Conboy is, I believe, president of the Greenwich Preservation Trust, who's the driver on protecting this Thomas Lyon House, which is in somewhat ill repair, from I understand, from poor to fair condition, from where it stands now. And I will say it has not been on the Greenwich Parks and Recreation inventory. They do very mild maintenance to the house. And the town, in speaking with the Buildings and Facilities Department of the town, Luigi Romano, this is not something within the town's bailiwick to keep with the historical preservation of, if a window breaks and needs a replacement, that's not, I think, should be on the town again, it's more suitable for a Historical Society Preservation Trust to take control of this house. The location is where it is. I know that Andrew Melillo will talk further on the site plan aspect, and that's, again, outside my purview. I will say I can answer any further questions about the lease. The idea is to do a long-term lease, again, in conjunction talking with the town administrator, Kate Bush, who's also on attending the meeting, to do a long-term lease, let them take control of the leased parcel, and again, do necessary site improvements to allow use. And again, the public benefit is that it's a nonprofit. The goal is to restore the building and have some educational programs there, and along with any other public use. They are a nonprofit, so they do need to fundraise for such improvements, and I believe they have already. I'll defer that to Greenwich Preservation Trust. One comment I'd like to address that Commissioner Jenkins raised during the briefing, and I did, Bianca should have submitted, there's an updated lease. The only difference between the original lease proposed is nothing in the context of the text of the lease, but it did provide the two exhibits which weren't included with the original application materials, one of which is a zoning location survey of the leased premises, which is a 0.23 parcel, and the exhibit B is the accord form, which has the insurance requirements. And I will say, related to Commissioner Jenkins' comments, I believe that there's also email submitted from me addressing that comment. That's part of the record, but in case that was just early afternoon today, didn't have an opportunity to review that. There was some discussion in the event GPT was to terminate early on the lease or what have you, if the town's adequately protected in relation to 13.7. And I did talk after the briefing yesterday with our risk manager, Megan D'Amato, also spoke with our town administrator, Kate Bush, further, and concluded that the lease provisions does provide as much protection as the town can get. It is based on an occurrence-based policy. So therefore, even if GPT, Greenwich Preservation Trust, was to terminate the lease, if there was any occurrences during their lease term that they are obligated for or any liabilities, the occurrence-made policy covers that even post-termination of a lease. So therefore, and obviously if there's any claims of potential liability in which the town could be named as the underlying property owner, as the ground lessor, of the lease, again, there's a statute of limitations. Torts are 2 years, contract are 6 years, that the insurance in place by Greenwich Preservation Trust, naming the town as additional insured would be, again, sufficient for the protection and what is ordinarily required with town leases. So I hope that, again, on the lease provisions, that's the one comment that I did follow through with, and I hope that answers Commissioner Jenkins'
Madam-
comments, and I'm happy
Madam
to
Jenkins.
address anything else.
Madam Jenkins.
Thank you. Obviously, it's helpful to have that additional information, and I'm particularly comforted by the fact that potential liability for things that have occurred. I guess my other concern, and if this is too remote, you feel free to tell me. My concern would be that GPT begins to do work on the building and then walks away and leaves the building half finished. And at that point, my question would be, okay, so now we're picking up the pieces, or I shouldn't think an insurer would say, oh, you entered into a lease and they didn't do it, that's your problem. So the liability, the insurable liability issue that you've covered beautifully, and I really appreciate that answer. But my concern would be a half-finished project, and then is the town in a position to have to make up the difference? And again, if that's the kind of remote thing that we trust our fellow leaseholders with, that's fine. But that would be my concern, because I imagine it would be quite expensive to complete a project if it weren't completed by the lessee.
Well, and again, I think that that's a better question posed to Greenwich Preservation Trust, because my understanding is they're going to do restoration of the existing building. So it's not going to be in the kind of stereotypical construction where you tear it down and you have a shell and then you leave it to the elements. That I mean, they are going to be, that's their business, a steward of this house. And unfortunately, I think the reality is that there's more of a concern of neglect, I shouldn't say lack of work and restoration by not leasing it to Greenwich Preservation Trust. If I can.
Basically, we would end up where we are today, which is it's just standing there and no one's taking care of it.
Yeah, so I think that, again, that the benefit is that they will be a steward of this property on a go-forward basis.
Great, thank you.
Anybody else? No, okay. No further questions. Does anybody from the public wish to speak at this point just on the lease, or do you want to wait till we get the site plan as well? I think that makes more sense. No, all right, let's move on then. I think we now let in the Preservation Trust, right? All right, thank you. So we have Mr. Melillo. Is there anyone else speaking with you? I saw several people from the Preservation Trust were here.
Madam
Paul.
Chair, Andrew Paul, if you could add him as well, please.
Yep, I see him.
And Tony D'Andrea, if he's on, I'm not sure.
Mr. Pugliese, if you would accept. There he is. And not seeing Mr. D'Andrea. Are you, Mr. Laurel?
I'm not, Madam Chair. I'll keep.
Okay. And he's, oh, he may be, hold on, let me just check that he's not under.
I just buzzed him to let him know.
All right, okay. Yeah, not finding him. Okay, so Mr. Melillo and Ms. Pugliese, whenever you're ready. Yeah, that's good, great. It's good to see you guys. Hi.
All right, Madam Chair, good evening. My name is Andrew Melillo. Paul and I are co-presidents of the Greenwich Preservation Trust. I don't know how much you want me to give with the background of the house, but I'll give a brief overview of how we got here. But
not so much. You wrote a great.
Okay, good.
You wrote a great. It was fascinating what you wrote. We would rather focus on the site plan.
Site plan. Yep.
We had questions. That's our deal. So we had questions on the site plan that they'll ask you. Mr. McRae had a couple of questions, and I think everybody did. But I would go right to that. In fact,
Fair
we would
enough.
probably just ask questions Now, if you guys are ready,
Well, if you don't mind, Madam Chair, it'll just take a few minutes. Just essentially the way the current site is it there's no driveway, there's no curb cut. It's just kind of a grassy area with dirt that you can access the property to at the moment. The property is extensively overgrown with invasive species. The retaining wall is suffering in its current location, and the house obviously is in rough condition after years of runoff from the McKinney Terrace property to the north of it, or east of it rather. So the idea of the site plan submitted and the improvements is to gain safer and easier access to the property. An ADA ramp will be installed or is proposed to be installed on the east and southerly side of the house. And the main goal here is to make the site accessible, safer, and to allow a restoration to take place of a 300-year-old home that is greatly neglected and needs a lot of repair.
okay. Now, folks, the landscape plan came in today. I did not have a chance to look at it. It was kind of a crazy day. So Nick's raised his hand, which hopefully means he's had a chance to look at it. Mr.
Yeah, I
McBride,
did. I
go
looked at the
ahead.
landscape plan.
Go ahead.
I looked at the landscape plan. It does not jive with the proposed site development plan, where there are fences, there's shrubs, so on and so forth. And I think actually we should be discussing the site development plan before we get into the landscape. It would seem to me from what's represented on that development plan that the site actually will be quite extensively denuded of vegetation, whether it's, invasive or naturally grown or whatever. And it needs to kind of reflect that. As an example, front yard, there's a monster 18-inch pipe underground that I'm sure is going to compromise that hedge that's on the landscape plan. There's a significant retaining wall that's going to need to be constructed in the back. May actually disturb and remove a lot more vegetation in the back of the building itself. So it's not just a few trees that are being taken out. There's a lot more, and I think it really needs to be a concerted effort to actually understand what's actually being removed so the landscape plan can be reflective of that. Another thing is there's a sidewalk on one plan and not a sidewalk on the other. So, Mr. Malillo, you're talking about a handicapped ramp. I'm looking at the ramp. There's stairs to the front door. Does the ramp go to that stair at the front door, or does it go to another location on the building?
It goes to a door that would be on the southeasterly corner of the house, and there's another door that would be on the southerly side of the house that the ramp would go to.
Okay. And are those doors existing?
Correct.
Okay, great. Is there any lighting proposed for the building, for the site?
At the moment, there's a light on the front of the house, but that's the extent of it.
Okay. Will you be putting more lighting in for code purposes, landscape lighting, so on and so forth?
We will definitely look into that, yes.
Okay. And I think you heard the comment yesterday about the retaining wall itself and the surface of it.
Yes, it will not be, I'll say it right here again, you have it in writing, it will not be a plain concrete retaining wall. It'll reflect aesthetically the historic nature of the property.
Okay. And you're in discussions with the state DOT about the curb cut, moving the telephone pole, et cetera?
So that's correct. So as of right now, the Connecticut DOT has reviewed the site plan and they have cleared it to have us submit for a permit of encroachment. That's correct.
Encroachment permit. Okay.
Yeah.
Has that started, or are you waiting on that?
We cannot until we receive local approvals.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then restoration of the building actually will come at a later date.
That's correct. Right now, we want to start with this so that we can improve safer and easier access to the site that would allow for the restoration work to take place. And we would come back with permit requests for the restoration work. And the idea would be to do that in conjunction with an HO request for the property as well.
Okay, so you're going to do all of the site work and then come back and actually restore the building after the site work's complete?
That's correct.
Okay.
So I'm confused by that. Why not and do the MI
Mhm.
and then do a consolidated site plan for everything? I mean, you could just leave this open, convert it to preliminary or something, whatever Patrick says, and then do it all together in one go.
We could do that as well. Yeah.
I mean, so it's whatever is most efficient.
Yeah.
But I would
agree.
say having the site plan all together. What you really need to do right now, from what I understand, is to go ahead with the lease.
That's a very important part because we really don't have any authority to do anything without that. So
Right. So you go ahead with the lease, and then on the understanding, we know you're gonna come in with the rest of it. And then, I mean, because, you know, you don't wanna be we start asking questions about, well, this plan isn't consistent with that plan, and you're not all the way finished. It'll hold you up, and what you need, again, is to get the lease done so you can move forward. So if that works for you guys,
Well, I think actually understanding the nature of the site and the size of it,
uh-huh.
just a simple soil and erosion control and construction phasing would be a critical aspect.
Yeah, so why
Because
not?
there's no place to maneuver, no place to park, no place to do anything, and there's a lot of things to be done.
So why not, so what I'm suggesting is that when we finish this discussion, we have a motion for the lease. And then that can go to the RTM. And then Patrick advises you, we'll give you all the feedback. And Patrick advises you how best to position to be efficient in moving forward.
fair enough.
Okay, because it's like, if you have a million questions and oh, go ahead, he's ready to advise. Patrick.
Well, I just, we need the site plan per the regulation, so it would be preferable to do the preliminary with the guidance,
Okay.
with the MI, so that it can go to the RTM and
Okay, so that means we convert this final to a preliminary.
that would be the preferred practice.
Okay, so here's what we do. We convert the final to a preliminary. We give you all, I mean, we convert, I said it right. The final to a preliminary. We move the preliminary. Theoretically, we propose moving the preliminary to final. That allows you to go to the RTM. You then come back with the entire final.
That
But you
sounds,
have to
that sounds like a plan, and we're in the process of, to
And-
Mr. McRae's comment, to separating the sheets out for the erosion control and all of that, and construction phases. So we'll have that ready for the next time.
Okay, I made some notes. Okay, so the landscape plan came in today and people didn't really get a chance to look at it, but we could say as a condition of moving the preliminary to final, that you get all the consistency and finalize the landscape plan. We would not opine at this time, or we would opine at this time whether or not a special permit is needed on the preliminary, right?
Ye-
Okay,
Yeah.
and then other questions that came up yesterday were, when you have the final site plan and you're proposing all the changes, to provide what will be the visiting hours, if there are visiting hours, hours of operation, what the actual uses will be. Will there be special events? Will someone be on site all the time? What's the occupation of it? I have a comment here, I think is the tree warden. I just have get tree warden. I think you have to get the tree warden to sign off on the trees. And then I had a concern, and since you're talking to the DOT, but actually Mike Kiselak, or if you can grab the commissioner of DPW, we have not had good experience with the DOT on having a site that backs out something like a UPS truck onto the street that is unable to accommodate a UPS truck driving straight forward. And if you've got that already from the DOT, that's fine. It's messy to do. I mean, sometimes you just can't get out onto Route 1. But if
Madam
you-
Chair, we would be open to the idea that we would not, to the condition that there would be no deliveries to this site. The office use or headquarters for GPT would be in the nature that we would meet here on a quarterly basis. There wouldn't be a professionally full-time staff here at any time.
But what you would never take a delivery.
No, and we really we don't have, it's not an office in the sense where we would have deliveries at all. You know, and the furniture that is to be delivered, we would do one at a time. We wouldn't put it all in a truck, a bunch of antiques, which would risk, you know, damaging or breaking them, and we would deliver them one at a time. But when we say office or headquarters for the trust, what we mean is our board meetings on a quarterly basis. It
Okay.
wouldn't be a professional full-time staff there with office space and, you know, computers and printers and that kind of thing. That would require like a WB Mason truck or something of the like
Well, you heard us say all this yesterday because I specifically said those WB Mason trucks. Okay, so that was a concern because when you talk to the DOT, we get slapped anytime we say something like that. So deal with them and say, oh no, we're not going to take any deliveries, and if they don't have a problem.
The alternative is the best. This is the best we really can achieve with the site
Yeah,
based on
we
the
got
lease
that.
line, because it's either that or pave the entire lot and regrade
No, we
it.
got that. We
Yeah.
understood that. It was just that we know the DOT. You
I
know, it took
understand.
us 4 years to get the trees on the post road, and that was
And
Patrick's incredible patience.
if I can just point out also, there was a comment from DPW about the sidewalk and crosswalk on Route 1.
Yeah.
The only reason we put that into the plan is because we had met with DPW and we had from July 24 a plan, and it was just a proposed plan at the time of what the town might consider there. And we were always trying to be consistent and harmonious with the town's projects for Route 1. So we are trying to make sure that whatever we do here on this site is harmonious with what the town is trying to do to US 1.
Okay. All right. Mr. Lowe, I'm sorry, you had your hand up and it went back down.
Well, I took it down because I was going to mention that I thought Mr. Melillo did a very good job of covering these concerns that you just expressed in his letter, including how any articles of furniture would be delivered one at a time and very carefully, et cetera. So that I thought that he did a great job of answering those concerns.
But at the time, what they said is that they weren't planning on having any SU-30. His letter said no SU-30s. And I'm like, how do you get around not having Amazon? How do you not have a big old Amazon truck or a WB Mason truck? Those show up everywhere you have an office. The regular Amazon Prime is different. Those are smaller. Mr. Yeski.
Yeah, I may have missed this, but could you go back over what you see as the finished product? What is this, just a place to meet the board, or are you going to open it at certain hours? I understand there's not going to be anybody there.
So that's one of the things we did ask, is that when they come back to us with the final, that they tell us what the full scope of the uses is, special event, what their hours of operations, is it going to be accessible to the public, to just give us the whole show. But if you can give us a summary, you guys,
Sure.
now it'd be great.
I can speak briefly to that. Essentially, it would be for our board meetings. And in addition to that, it would be on invitational requests from other groups, whether that be architectural students from local, surrounding universities or whatnot. It would be available by request. It would be available to the public. It's kind of a situation where it's not in high demand. This property, not the entire town doesn't want to necessarily access it on a frequent basis. But for example, I met a very nice lady who's writing an article about the house last week, and she wanted to see the house as she's writing about it. So I took her there, and we took just me and her went through the house. So I anticipate something on a more periodic basis like that, where we would get a request from a small group or an individual that would like to see the house, and we would accommodate that request and find a time to show them the house.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we were thinking that maybe once you'd restored it, you'd have groups of school children. The story about the era of slavery and the role the house played, so interesting for little kids that
Yes.
it seemed like you could have. So that's why we wanted to know. It seems such an interesting background that it could really be an educational resource in town. Okay, so let me, Paul, you want to add anything, Mr. Pugliese? Where'd he go?
Yes, thank you for allowing us to speak. One of the things we talked about with school groups, just to answer that question, is that there could be a drop-off point at the driveway with a school bus, and they would stop traffic, obviously, because it's a school bus, and then they would go up and park at the Hamel Rink parking lot, and then they would come down again and make
And
a
wait.
loop around if it's when it was time to pick up the students. And that would only be if there were a big,
Right, otherwise you would use
bigger
a
group.
van, right?
And then we also thought that on a very infrequent basis, we could have a larger group of individuals there for a tour. They would also be able to park up in the parking lot, and we would have a Sprinter or Amazon-sized Sprinter van to shuttle people from the parking lot down to the house. And that would be in conjunction with the Parks and Rec Department to make sure that there's no conflict with parking up there because of a skating rink event or other event that they were holding up above.
Okay. All right, Mary?
Yes, do you have any idea what the fire regulation would be in terms of maximum capacity?
No.
Ballpark?
Okay.
I do not, but as I wrote in my letter yesterday, whatever the fire marshal opines on that, we're happy to conform to. Obviously, it's going to be limited no matter what, based on the nature of the house. They weren't building the houses you see today in Greenwich back then.
And there's only one level, right?
There's two stories.
There's what I think of as the basement level and then the floor above it.
The basement will definitely not be something we encourage people to go into.
Okay.
It'll be the first floor and the second floor.
And the second floor.
That's right.
Thank you. And I echo Mr. Lowe, the history that you wrote is just wonderful. It really brought the house alive.
Thank you.
Can't wait to see what you do with the project.
Mr. Yeski?
I asked this yesterday. Do you folks have any time horizon in mind? I know I've been to the house. It's a lot of work there. And it's based on fundraising and all that, but do you have a time horizon to open this?
I think it will depend on our development schedule and how generous the town residents are. It could be a naming possibility that would move the process along more quickly, and we may, in fact, have one or more individuals that will fund the majority of the process. So we started the process in, I believe, 2008, and I think Jim Lash was the first selectman, and the house was on the demolition list at the time because the town did not want to take care of it. The Preservation Trust was formed because of that through the Byram Neighborhood Association, and it's taken a long time to get to where we are right now, but we're hoping that once we get all of these approvals that the process will move along quickly.
Okay.
I will just add to that there was an alternative plan in 2015 where the house would be moved to the top of the hill, and that's why it has taken this long to get to this point. And given the rink situation, we all agreed that it would be best to just restore it in place. So it hasn't taken since 2008 to come up with this, but after a lot of back and forth, we found this to be the most practical solution.
Okay. Let me just turn quickly to public comment. Does anyone from the public wish to speak on this application at 760 West Putnam? Well, hello, Ms. Taylor. Now you don't want to be promoted. Okay, Ms. Taylor, again, 3 minutes.
Yes, this is Laureen Taylor. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I wish to make a comment that should take no more than 2 minutes of time. It's my understanding that the stakeholders and shareholders for the Thomas Lyon Jr. House located at 1 Barham Road that abuts the Eugene Morlow Memorial Park and Barham Veteran Tree Grove include these resources: the Greenwich Preservation Trust, the Greenwich Conservation Commission Cemetery Committee, the Board of Selectmen, the Barm Neighborhood Association, the Office of State Rep Stephen Meskers. Also, actual members of the historic Lion family of Greenwich, of which I am, should be regarded as actual stakeholders and shareholders. However, my Lion line connects to James Lyon, whose historic home once existed, and a few years ago, after it was sold through the estate of Carolyn Antonick, it was demolished. And that old homestead abuts the ancient historic Lyon family cemetery where my direct line Lion ancestors are interred. Briefly, the historic Lion Cemetery at Barm has experienced a lot of changes going on over the past several years, with changes to grave sites and headstones. I reached out to each one of the resources I mentioned earlier, but no one, to include Andrew Melillo, the Office of Steve Meskers, officials and members of the Barm Neighborhood Association, have responded to me. It's quite insulting and upsetting to me. I do appreciate the board posting the written submissions that I made for these discussions occurring today about the Thomas Lyon Jr. House. This includes a submission I sent yesterday that I did see posted. And then a short time ago, I received an email from Patrick LaRoe, which I appreciated, noting the plan to post my second submission that I sent this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. So maybe someone could find what those comments were, find what they've received, and maybe we could have whatever pertains to the site plan that we will have before us addressed. If Ms. Taylor has raised issues like that. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this application at 760 West Putnam? Please raise your virtual hand. Seeing no one, any further comments from the commission?
No.
Madam Chair, may I just say one last thing,
Yes,
just for
of
the
course.
record? There was a concern about whether we would leave halfway through this project. I want to just reiterate that you absolutely have our assurances we won't. And one thing I want to put in for the record that I am myself a Thomas Lyon descendant, so I take this very personally.
So you're a cousin of Ms. Taylor, so you're
That's
sure
correct.
to answer her now.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Now, does anyone object to closing these applications at this time, bearing in mind that the applicant has agreed to convert the final to a preliminary? No, seeing no objection, both of these applications are now closed. Mr. McRae, we would happily entertain a couple of motions, one for the MI and the other one for moving the preliminary to final.
Okay, I think we could do with the MI. We'll do that first. Municipal improvement lease, 760 West Fulton Avenue, PLPZ 2025-372. Whereas the Office of the First Selectman is requesting municipal improvement to enter into a lease between the Greenwich Preservation Trust INC. Commission finds that a meeting held on 9/11/25, the Board of Selectmen voted to approve the referral of the MI to the Planning and Zoning Commission in accordance with sections 99A2 of the town charter. As indicated in the 2019 Plan of Conservation and Development, the proposal is consistent with guiding principles 1, specifically 1.4A. And the project was presented as a pre-application under file PLPZ 2021-532 at the 12/7/21 public hearing. Therefore, a motion to grant municipal improvement status according to section 99A2 of the town charter, noting the following. As requested, the lease will run 99 years, and the commission shall review any lease options to extend prior to the presentation to the Board of Selectmen.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Lowe has seconded. Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Wells?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Mr. McRae?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, it passes 5-0. Next one would be the preliminary, to move the preliminary to final, and no, we kind of caught you off guard, maybe, Mr. McRae, so,
I think we could kind of get right
Yeah.
through this one real quick. Give me
Okay.
1 second on something. 760 West Putnam Avenue, final coastal site plan, PLPZ 2025-731. Applicants requesting approval to construct a new parking lot with 5 spaces and 1 accessible space, an accessible compliant ramp on the easterly side of the house, and a new 25-foot curb cut onto US 1. Retaining walls and associated drainage and site improvements on a 0.23 acre property in the R6 zone. Whereas the site has been granted municipal improvement status under application PLPZ 2025-372. Therefore, motion to convert to
move to
preliminary,
final.
move to final for the application, noting the following. Then we can fill in a list here because there's lots to do.
Mhm.
I don't think I have a complete list, but I would say coordination of landscape plan,
Yep.
inclusion of renovation of the building,
Uh-huh.
discussions with state of Connecticut,
Right.
regarding
Regarding parking lot.
parking
as
lot,
well as,
right.
the right of way, and, the encroachment in the right of way. That's the 2 main things with the DOT. You have to speak to the tree warden about street trees. Applicant shall provide a complete site plan, erosion control plan, construction phasing, and shall provide an outline of proposed uses, including visiting hours, special events, educational, and whether there will be an ongoing on-site presence. What else? That's everything I wrote down yesterday, is what I was
Right.
reading.
I think that kind of covers a lot of it.
Right.
And the catch-all, any applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Lowe has seconded. Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Wells?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Mr. McRae?
Yes. Aye.
Aye. Albin is also aye, and with that, the vote passes 5-0, and we move on. On our next application, Mr. McRae is recused due to a conflict. Bye, Paul. Bye,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Melillo. Nice seeing you guys. All right. Okay, you got everybody out except for Paul. There, he's gone. No, he keeps jumping around, Paul. Every time I go to click on him, he's gone. All right. Okay. Yeah, Mr. DeAndrea leaving too, right? Okay. And representing the applicant is the applicant? Yes. All right. And she's the applicant, right?
Yes.
Ms. Walter Meth?
Sure,
Okay.
sure, Mrs. Yep.
It says Troutvine, but then it says Karen Walter Meth, Troutvine. Okay, so our next application is Karen and Thomas Troutvine for a final site plan to convert an existing structure to an accessory dwelling unit in a conservation zone subdivision on a 2.09 acre property located at 11 Carpenters Brook Road in the RAC4 zone. And Ms. Troutvine, if you want to proceed.
Yes, thank you. Would you like me to share my screen of the
Sure,
site plan?
Patrick can do that, sure.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry, he can do it or I should do it?
He has to enable you. and
Oh,
he's
okay.
Doing it now.
Perfect. Okay, I am looking for share screen.
There's both of you.
Yes, we are both here, yes. So here we go. Yes, I am Karen Walton F. Troutline, and with me is my husband, Thomas Troutline. We are both co-owners and co-applicants for the request of an accessory dwelling unit located at 11 Carpenters Brook Road. Our request is to convert an existing building on the property into an accessory dwelling unit. The building has a current open building permit as well as a current open electrical permit, both of which would be amended to conform to the requirements of the ADU. It is our understanding that with the newness and the surge of the ADUs, that we may actually be the first in the town of Greenwich to request an ADU application in the conservation zone.
You are indeed. As far as I know, anyway.
Hey, listen, I want to be first in something. It is our understanding that with the newness also requires a review and a text amendment request of section 628, which deals with the number of dwelling units in such conservation zone.
Actually, let me just address this for you. So I had a big reaction when I read the two together over the weekend, the regulations, and I found it lacking clarity. But then late last night, as our staff will attest, I went back and looked through all of our other regulations, and it's very clear in everything we do that our intent is to enable the ADUs, to enable people to have accessory dwelling units. And what we think is that 628 would be clearer if it said principal residence rather than just say a dwelling unit. It's just said it can have this many principal residences, because the intent of our other regulation is to allow people to have these accessory dwelling units. So I came to terms with that is our intent of our regs. And what we would do is still modify 628 later, because it is, if it confused me, it doesn't confuse the lawyers, but it confused me. And I figure I'm a better sample of what the average person would feel. Maybe not, but so you don't need to be concerned about 628 at this point. I think you're good.
We're good?
Okay. Yes, you're good. I believe that the rest of our regulations, and that's what I'm going to propose to the commission, the rest of our regulations, their intent is to encourage ADUs, and that's the way 628 should be interpreted. So you should be, unless they disagree with me when we talk about it, and they're 4 votes and I'm 1, that's where I'm headed. But they have the power to disagree and slap me into the ground. That's really all I had. If you want to, so that was the, does anybody have any other questions regarding their plan? The garage is 1,060.8 square feet at the moment, the garage barn, and that's what would be converted. You guys have any more questions on what is proposed, commission? Whoa, stony silence. Come on, you guys, not a single question? Okay. They are in keeping, so I'll just keep talking for a minute. They, you're gonna fix your building permits. You've got health sign off. You've got the IWWA sign off. The ZEO's okay. You did not need to do a drainage plan because you're not redoing, you're not changing your footprint. You're remaining within the allowed FAR for your site. You've submitted the affidavit required under section 699. I did have a question for you on that. You submitted, I think, an old form that says it's senior. Patrick, they're not required to do senior, right? I mean, maybe you're doing senior anyway, but you're not required to, right?
No.
Okay.
You're not required to. I think the old form may say senior on it, because we used to require them to be either senior or affordable, but you don't have to do that.
Okay.
So you could have your college kid there.
Excellent. Thank you.
So, I mean, that's just the way, and staff will explain that to you. It's Bianca, and she's who's handling your application, and she's excellent. Absolutely excellent. So
Yes,
yeah.
thank you. Thank you for mentioning that. Everyone has been very awesome to work with.
They're a miracle. This
And
team,
you
this
know
team
more
is a
than we do.
miracle. This team is a miracle. They're just fantastic.
are.
They care so much about residents and they're so knowledgeable.
They are.
So that's all I got. And I think the commission doesn't have anything else. Does anybody from the public wish to comment on this application? Please raise your virtual hand. Okay, Ms. Troutvine, did you want to say anything else after I interrupted your 628 part?
No, that was what our understanding was. So
Yeah, because
truthfully, you know more than we do. So
no, I read it. I had read it for years. And when I read it over the weekend, I was like, wait, what? And then our intent is to help people do this. And that's what the rest of our regulations did. So I came to terms with it. And I think we've worded it in a way that it'll be okay. Okay. Does anyone object to closing this application at this time? Seeing no objection, this application is hereby closed. And if you guys want to beat me up, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion. If you disagree, let me know. As to the application of Karen and Thomas Troutvine for a final site plan to convert an existing structure to an accessory dwelling unit in a conservation zone subdivision on a 2.09 acre property located at 11 Carpenters Brook Road in the RA C4 zone. Whereas section 634A4 of the BZR states, no building permit or certificate of occupancy shall be issued by the building official, nor shall the town accept any street should the conservation plan, subdivision plan, or site plan be changed in any way without the approval of the commission. Whereas the maximum FAR for the RAC4 zone is 0.0781. The total maximum floor area for the property would be 7,123.18 square feet based on the conservation zone floor area calculation pursuant to section 629A. Whereas the proposed FAR will be 0.0772 and the underlying floor area 7,044 square feet. Whereas the RAC4 zone allows properties within this zone to conform to the RA2 bulk requirements as shown in the schedule of section 6205. Whereas the application appears to conform with these requirements. Whereas the proposed conversion from an existing studio space to an ADU would include additional cabinetry, stove, countertops, and a second electricity panel. The applicant currently has an open permit for renovations from 2023 that would need to be amended to include the conversion. Whereas the ZEO issued comments dated 10/23/25, noting no objections to the proposal. Whereas the Health Department issued comments dated 10/21/25 with no objections to the proposed conversion to an ADU. Whereas the IWWA issued a permit needs questionnaire dated 8/1/25, noting no action required and the proposed work is outside the upland review area. Whereas DPW engineering review is not required on this application as it entails interior work only and will not impact site drainage. Whereas the applicant has submitted a signed initial affidavit acknowledging compliance with the provisions of 699. Whereas the commission discussed the wording of section 628 of the BZR regarding the number of dwelling units permitted in conservation zones as that pertains to the allowance of accessory dwelling units. The commission notes that although this language could be interpreted to mean only one dwelling unit is allowed per lot, the commission finds that the intent of the regulation is to allow only one principal dwelling unit per lot. This finding is consistent with the language in section 695 of the BZR, which enables accessory dwelling units. This interpretation is further in keeping with the guiding principle of the 2019 POCD regarding advancement of housing diversity. Therefore, be it resolved that this application is hereby approved, subject to addressing any outstanding or staff or departmental comments. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Lowe has seconded. Mr. Wells, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Mr. Yeski?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
And Ms. Jones?
Aye.
Albin is also an aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. Invite us over when you're done.
Thank you
Just
so
kidding.
much. We
Good luck
will.
with your project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are
Bye-bye.
we okay to leave now?
Yeah, you can leave.
Okay, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right.
wanna stay?
Hey, we're just cute and funny, right?
Yeah, we are.
All right, our next item is Cherry, we need Nick back. Okay, our next item is Cherry Valley Road LLC versus the Planning and Zoning Commission. We are discussing a proposed stipulation of settlement in the matter of Cherry Valley Road LLC versus the Planning and Zoning Commission, which is this property is 91 Cherry Valley Road in town. There is one proposed Scribner's change to the settlement as put before us, which is that the word immediate.
That's correct, immediate.
Goes
The ad
before, yep,
goes before
family in the first sentence on the fourth paragraph.
family in the first sentence on the fourth paragraph. Sorry, I only had add the word immediate. Okay, immediate family in the first sentence of the fourth paragraph. And this is considered a mere clarification of the wording. And with that, anything else, Patrick?
No, I think it's important to note that the other party has also agreed to that change as well.
All right. Oh, good. I thought we could just do it unilaterally. Okay, so with that, does anybody from the public wish to comment on this application, on the settlement at 91 Cherry Valley? Does the commission have any further comments on that? Does anyone object to moving to a vote on this item? Therefore, we will move to a vote. Mr. McRae, would you be so kind?
Yes, this is 91 Cherry Valley Road, proposed stipulation of settlement between Planning and Zoning Commission of the Town of Greenwich and Cherry Valley Road 6 LLC. Motion to approve stipulation of settlement as revised, noting the following. The project consists of a site plan and special permit to construct a new single-family dwelling building on a property owned by Cherry Valley Road 6 LLC located in the RA4 zone. Exhibit A is the landscape plan as revised dated 6/6/25. Exhibit B is for floor plans and elevations revised dated 7/28/25, and Exhibit C is site development plans revised dated 5/28/25.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Wells has seconded. Mr. Wells, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Yeski?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Mr. McRae?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the vote passes 5-0. And we move on to the public hearing.
Wait a minute. This is Cherry Valley, right?
Yeah,
I'm not voting on that.
why not? The fact that we're doing a settlement has nothing to do with whether or not you.
Okay, clarification,
original.
got it.
Yeah, I mean, you've been in the discussions, you know what the settlement is, you know, you saw the decision.
As
letter.
long as that distinction is made, I got it.
Yeah. Yeah, you're allowed to vote on a settlement even though you weren't seated originally. Okay, and now we go to the public hearing. Mr. Basili, are you awake? He's not awake.
Just barely, but ready to
Just
go.
barely. We thought we were so scintillating. Okay, Mr. Hegney is in the meeting now. Our first item in the public hearing is item number 6.
Madam Chair, I'm recused.
You're recused, that's right. And Ms. Jenkins, thank you for the reminder. Ms. Jenkins is seated for Mr. McRae. Item number 6, Berkeley Insurance Company for a final coastal site plan and special permit for the demolition of 5 existing structures and the construction of a 3-story office building totaling 38,300 square feet across 5 lots to be merged for parcels located at 44 through 59 Davenport Avenue and 537 and 545 Steamboat Road in the GB and coastal overlay zones. That's it. Okay, Mr. Hegney.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. We were hoping to get a positive comment from the town engineer
Yeah,
today.
we were hoping
that
that if you
that
didn't, you
was
would postpone because we
Well,
weren't seeing why you would, but here you are.
I was prepared to go forward this evening, but I don't think that makes sense because you really need to have the comments from engineering
We
on this.
do, and there's also the fire marshal outstanding, and
So
we
what
were hoping, yeah.
I'd like to take a few minutes of your time to go over three items that I that are a bit that I think can be resolved quickly. One is the fire marshal's comment. We got a memo from the fire marshal July 30th that said, I want to see two means of vehicular access to the lower parking garage. So the plans that we have on file with you now have a two-way exit and entrance on the north side of the building and an entrance only on the south side. And his comment was all other comments noted as in the previous emails have been addressed will be noted. So I'm not sure we need anything more from the fire marshal since he said, I want two means of access to the garage. We're providing that on the plan. So I'm thinking that we have now satisfied his memo from July 30th.
Patrick? Patrick, I thought we didn't have sign off from them, but if they've addressed the issues, do we have sign off?
And the fire marshal, they have done what the fire marshals asked. I just don't have any confirmation that it's to their specification. But
There you go. So, well, hopefully when you get DPW.
So as soon as we find out who
Yeah.
the fire marshal is, we can get a response back to you.
God. All right.
Second
item.
was we had a meeting between Deputy Chief Bonnie of the police department handling parking services and Michael Kislak, our town traffic engineer, on the parking spaces on Steamboat Road. And currently there are 3 parking spaces there. And the question is, are those impeding the sight lines to the south, or do they need to be removed? Deputy Chief Bonnie was very much of the opinion that not only should those be kept, but it appeared that another space could be added, and he would prefer to maintain parking on Steamboat Road. Town's traffic engineer was of the opinion that sight lines need to be from a certain point south in order to meet the town's manual, and that if those parking spaces are in the way, they have to go.
Right.
Even though the driveway is staying in the same place and the parking spaces are staying in the same place.
But you have a change in the flow from the site, and that's the issue.
Yeah, and the other question
And
came
the
up
other
was
thing
how
is
far a
beta.
sight line you
Yeah, the
needed, because
152. Yeah, we saw that 150.
it was
in the beta comments.
250
250, 150
because
in
of the
betas.
speed
Yeah.
limit.
Yes.
Not only this, the speed limit on
Yes.
Steamboat Road is 25, and most drivers are doing
Going 35.
which would increase the distance to 250.
Yes.
So Mr. DeAndrea went out after that meeting and measured the sight distance from outside the garage looking south and determined that there was 250 feet of distance, but it's not exactly where the town traffic engineer would measure that. We would prefer to keep spaces. We think that the sight lines are adequate. One of the items in the memo that Pat sent me this afternoon said that our request for a waiver of where you measure the distance south would not be granted, and so we're left with the traffic engineer saying it's not safe. The Deputy Chief Bonnie saying I want it, and I don't think there's anything we can do ourselves between those two conflicting points of view.
Patrick?
Yeah, we're sort of at an impasse right now. I don't know what the remedy is. It would seem to me that there has to be some discussion between DPW and the parking services deputy chief about safety versus parking quantity, and is there some way to, meet in the middle? We've had to do this on one other project, but this is that was an affordable housing project, so a little bit different
It
circumstance.
was in Benedict, wasn't it?
Correct.
Yep. So that's the thing. So you talk to them and see, you've got a little bit of time, assuming DPW. I asked Patrick as well, unclear what you need to do to meet. I didn't see drainage concerns in the DPW comments. So one of the legal comments they make must be that important, and I didn't know which one. So
I'm not sure what they were looking for either. We'll speak with Mr. Paredes and
okay.
figure that
Okay,
out.
so yeah, I think you have to come to a solution. I thought I found the beta comments on that site distance thing very strange, because then they said their comments were addressed, so that didn't help us at all. It's like,
Yeah.
so which way are we supposed to go? Okay. Anything else, Mr. Hegney, on this?
The third item was on the tier 2 versus tier 4 admission standard for the generator. So
Oh, yes.
question that Mr. Wells brought up.
Mr. Wells, you're on.
And
We call him Dr. Wells here.
And we have a letter from our mechanical engineer that we've submitted that says that a tier 4 emission standard is not well suited for the project because those generators are primarily designed for applications requiring regular or continuous operation, which is obviously, we hope, not the case here, since we hope that power is existing most of the time, and that the generators that need to meet this tier 4 exhaust standard have to be exercised or tested more frequently, that they have to be at a heavier load, and that even when they're running, you have to get to 10 to 30 minutes for them to heat up to the point where they are activating the components of that exhaust system, versus the tier 2 exhaust system, which has to be exercised once a month for 10 minutes at a 30% load. And given that we're hoping that the use of this is much more infrequent, I don't think they've had to use it since Sandy in their building at 475, that the tier 2 exhaust system would be appropriate here, rather than the tier 4, which also is larger and would require greater covering in terms of the enclosure on the roof. So that's I wanted to see if that information was sufficient, or whether we
Mr.
need to
Wells?
get something more from our mechanical engineer.
Mr. Wells?
Well, I appreciate that. Maybe I'll first start with no, I'll stick with that. I mean, my view is we have a situation where we're balancing private cost savings versus public good in terms of health. Now, yes, this is a backup generator unless there is an outage, and then it's a primary generator. And there are significant differences in terms of pollution between the two. And I just want to go through the category because I guess Andrew Theriault is not available. But no. So this is tier 4 versus final versus tier 2. Nitrate oxygen, significant reduction when you go to tier 4. Now, what's nitrate oxides associated with? Asthma, reduced lung function, and ozone. Particulate matter again, significant reduction. And what's particulate matter associated with lung cancer, premature death, cognitive decline. The fuel source, Tier 4 requires ultra low sulfur diesel. You don't need that with Tier 2, so you're burning sulfur diesel. Sulfur is associated with acid rain, increased healthcare costs. Additionally, the EPA had different thresholds. So Tier 2 came in effect 2001, 2006 versus 2016 for Tier 4. So you've got 15 years of improved technology. And then finally, noise. Your main building, we've had incessant, long-standing and unresponding or unresponsive. The applicant has been unresponsive to complaints about noise. Tier 4 final is not as noisy. So, I mean, the principal reason is potential, and we say hope. We hope there's not going to be long-term usage, but, you know, how do you weigh hope versus healthcare costs and also the noise costs? And given your track record at your main building, I am not confident that the noise will be reduced. So maybe we have to force it with Tier 4 final. So not responsive, you know, I don't have any questions. This is kind of where we are, where I am anyway.
Okay. So Mr.
Right.
Hegney, address
Just a
that.
couple of
Okay.
comments, Madam Chair.
Mhm.
We have taken steps at the building at 475. Not that it's part of this application, but to replace motors on 2 of the HVAC units and had the design and implementation later this year, hopefully, for a sound enclosure on the existing equipment at the building at 475. So we are responding to that. We are dealing with the noise issues there, and we are going to be taking noise readings at neighbors' properties in order to address the concerns that have been expressed. So we are working on that. I believe the neighbor that we've primarily dealt with is satisfied with what we have been doing. And on the issue of it's not so much the cost, it's the size of the unit, the additional enclosure that's needed, which is going to be larger and more visible than what we're proposing as part of the mechanical enclosure area on the roof. So we'll take a look at the information we have. We'll speak with our mechanical engineers and see if there's something else we can do to address Mr. Wells' comments.
Great.
Yeah, my only follow-up is, and you know, we have shown flexibility. So on the main building, you were going to put the generator, you know, down in the basement, and you indicated there wasn't enough room to put in the pollution control devices. So, you know, we got that. Now I thought that was Tier 3, but I could be wrong, Mr. Hagney. Now we're going to Tier 2. But we have shown flexibility in the past, but this is now going to be on the roof. So don't think you've got a height limit on the roof for whatever the pollution control devices are. Thank you.
Okay.
And the other point I was going to make on it was that we do have an acoustical report for this particular project indicating that all of the mechanical equipment would meet the town's noise ordinance in terms of operation.
Okay.
And that's already in the record. Other than that, Madam Chair, I was not planning
You've
on.
given us, hold on a second. You've got another question from Mr. Lowe. I've got to go to the public, and Go ahead, Mr. Lowe, go ahead.
Yeah, just to be clear, Mr. Hagney, I know that's not part of this application, but you brought it up. I think you said that the neighbor with whom you've been principally dealing with regard to the noise issue is satisfied with the plans you have to remediate that situation. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes. I think he is traveling and out of the country, so is not able to participate in the meeting this evening.
Okay.
But we can certainly have him appear at the next meeting if that's if the commission would like us
Yeah,
to do so.
and also to weigh in on your commitment to providing satisfactory noise abatement as part of this current proposal.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Mr. Hagney, have you granted us an extension?
I did tell Pat that we would send him one, and I think Mr. Thomason from my office is either doing that as we speak or getting very close to sending that over.
Okay.
But,
So
but before I'm done with the next two applications, we'll send it to you.
All right. So in that event, does anybody from the public have any comments on the application of Berkeley Insurance Company at Davenport Avenue and Steamboat Road? Kindly raise your virtual hand. Kindly raise your virtual hand. Berkeley Insurance Company? No. All right. Anything else, Mr. Hagney?
No, not at this time, Madam Chair. We'll come back to you when we've resolved the issues.
Okay.
With
all right. So this application
engineering
is therefore continued. And with that, we move to our next application, Taco Project Greenwich LLC for a zoning map amendment to N6205, the schedule of building lines within the town's building zone regulations to include the northern side of Railroad Avenue. 5 buildings on Railroad Avenue, 99, 95, 91, 87, 89, and 85. All 5 parcels are within the CGBR and CGIO zones. A copy of the proposed map amendment is shown on a map and file are available in the Planning and Zoning Office. The basic outcome of this application is that no parking. These buildings would become like the rest of the avenue, which would mean, just reminding everybody that there will be no parking requirement for uses in these 5 buildings. Mr. Lowe, before Mr. Hagney starts, go ahead.
Yeah, just a point of clarification. I believe that Ms. Jones is seated for me on this application.
Doesn't say that. Oh, yes, it does. Sorry. Yes, Jones for Lowe.
Yep, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Hagney.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. Tom Hagney for the record on behalf of the applicant. We were before you at the September 30th P&Z meeting. And at that point, the commission asked for historical data on building lines in general on the avenue.
That was fantastic to finally have that. That was so good. Excellent.
I have to say, we very much appreciate staff's, in particular Ms. Pruitt's, assistance in conducting the research and being able to provide that to you in the staff report, as well as having it in our records as well. As you all know, the building lines were established in 1960 and maps recorded on the town's land records. We've seen changes in 1963, 66, 78, 91, 2014. And most of these are focused really just on those properties which are adjacent to Greenwich Avenue on Lewis, East Elm, West Elm, and Bruce Park Avenue. And so, as well as the properties that are on West Putnam Avenue, which also have a rear building line. And what we found is that the what the commission has looked to do is to make sure that those properties that are really associated with Greenwich Avenue and that are in the CGBR zone are provided with the same kind of treatment as those on the avenue, because they're an integral part of the avenue. They are more part of Greenwich Avenue than they are of the side streets that they're on. And in that, the commission has recognized the importance of these streets and their connection with Greenwich Avenue. They've also referenced the goals of the Plan of Conservation Development and to maintain economic vitality in the area. And so that's another important aspect of maintaining our main shopping area in town. One of the concerns that was expressed at the last meeting was that the proposed rear building line was along the property lines rather than along the buildings themselves. And so we have revised that and forwarded that to you so that you could see that we're really looking just to be able to have that rear building line behind the buildings that are existing there as well. And as I pointed out at the last meeting, 4 of them are from 1898 and 1 is from 1950. It provides what I think is an important retail aspect at this part of the avenue. It's across from the train station, and really helps to connect the rest of the avenue to that part, the part that's under construction now at the railroad station that the Ashworths are doing, as well as carrying it down into the Bruce Museum and Harbor area. So it provides that connectivity that I know the commission has been interested in creating. So we think that this is a helpful and important step that the commission can take. As you could see from the building plan that we provided to you, showing what this particular space at 91 Railroad Avenue would involve, it would have 22 seats. The parking requirement, as spelled out in the really great fashion by the staff in their report, would require 9 spaces versus 7 spaces that would be required just if it was a retail store. So we're of a mind, and hopefully you are too, that this would be a positive step for this small portion of Railroad Avenue. As you know, going farther west, you have 55 Railroad Avenue, which is a substantial office building, and then the car dealers as you go toward Arch Street. So it's a very unique location, and one that we think is worthy of the rear building line. And as was also pointed out in the staff report, this doesn't give us any other benefits like greater FAR or greater height or uses. It's only really to deal with parking.
Any comments or questions from the commission? I'm gonna jump in then, and then Dennis, I'll let you go. So last night, I dug into the only parking study that the town has done recently on the avenue. And in the conclusions to the study, Ty and Bond, who did the study in 2022, says overall parking utilization was found to be at or over capacity directly along Greenwich Avenue and on some of the adjacent off-street areas at peak times. While this can generally occur regardless of the time of year, this was further affected by the addition of outdoor parklet dining during warm weather months and may increase over time with further growth and development. So then they go on and make all the recommendations for how we can alleviate our parking crunch. And we've done a couple of things. I think we've changed the meter times and we've changed the types of meters and et cetera, discourage the store employees from parking. But the bottom line is, I also just anecdotally spoke with Captain Gray before he left, and he said the same thing to me, and that was last year, that we were very, very tight and over capacity on parking on the avenue. I looked at the 2014 approval of the Morgan Manhattan site, and what I saw was we did it in order to approve a site plan, and now we have changed the building lines, which were done to accommodate a site plan that never happened. And that says something about the consequences. So now you've got the zoning change that's got nothing going with it. The current application, the current project you have, Mr. Hegney, increases parking demand. You'd have the liquor service and you'd have your demand would go up to 9 spaces. There are 4 other buildings who could similarly have denser uses. Of greater concern is that, to me, is that if we granted this change of the building lines now without a real zoning justification that it helps businesses thrive, because we're hearing the opposite with our parking situation, that the next thing we know, someone's going to come in for all the other side streets. People are going to trickle in with more side streets and ask us to lift the parking requirements. We know we're at or over parking capacity. We're at 100. There's one situation on a Saturday afternoon in the study. In 2022, we hadn't bounced back yet. We were at 102% of parking. And you say to yourself, how can that happen? Well, because people gave up looking and parked illegally. So we were fully parked out. And that was 2022. And I would tell you the avenue's gotten busier since then. My sense is that unless we do something different, and that's why Patrick actually asked you, could you come up with something different strategically, like creating a parking requirement for big projects, we are jeopardizing the vitality of downtown. And my own position at this point is that relaxing parking requirements at all jeopardizes the vitality right now of downtown, which we managed to nurse through COVID and are enormously glad that we are as vibrant as we are. I feel it's just a miracle that we did so well during COVID. So that's where I am now. I would hope that on the specific project that you're working, that you could find another way to come back to us, potentially with a special permit application just for this project, and that we try to do something to accommodate this one building. Because yes, you have a 2-spot de minimis parking increase, which isn't going to tip us over the edge. It's just, what are the follow-on consequences of this action? I just have grave concerns at this point that I don't feel have been addressed yet. I'm going to go Mr. Yeski, and then if you want to answer us both, Mr. Hegney. Go ahead, Mr. Yeski.
Yes, and I agree with your comment. And we were struggling to figure out if there's some way that we could affect the use of that whole block. Now, you have one restaurant, there's a couple spaces. I still am intrigued that this block has to be related to the railroad station, and in many cases wouldn't require parking. But as you point out, they could park somewhere on the avenue and walk down here. I get it. But I would still love for him to maybe come back, Mr. Hegney, and if there's somewhere you can change the uses in this block to relate to the train station to minimize parking, that would be of interest. Because I too am worried about the economic vitality. These shops along here have changed frequently and gone in and out, and that's not good. And across from the train station, a lot of other train stations in this area, this is a more vital block, but you have to link it to what people want related to the train, if you know what I mean. And I don't know, I'm still struggling. We brought this up a couple other times, but I haven't heard anything new. And the parking situation is still very, very, beyond tight on Greenwich Avenue.
Beyond tight. This specific use, I'm guessing that Mr. Hegney is proposing could have a higher number, could be commuter based and might not need parking. And he could come back and make that argument just for this site.
I said the whole zone though. Yeah.
But the whole zone, I then say, oh, and what happens to the other side streets along the avenue?
Got it.
And do we begin to relax our parking requirements? Because if we were planning on building a parking garage, I'd be pretty relaxed about it. There is some interesting data in the study that's disturbing. People always want to park on the street. They don't want to go into the off-street parking, which is a real shame. I actually prefer the off-street parking because I don't like that diagonal parking on the avenue, but whatever. People don't like it. And it's the last to fill up is the off-street, which was interesting. It's an interesting study. Mr. Hegney, the commission has the study and it was put in the public record today. Any other comments from the commission? So I think what Mr. Yeski said is we'd happily entertain a creative zoning idea that doesn't take us down the slippery slope, camel's nose and all that, So Mr. Hegney.
Well, as I said, Madam Chair, I think that this is a rather unique location. Already the other 4 buildings have restaurants in them. So I think
licenses?
3 of them, yes.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about, one of them is a breakfast place, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's breakfast and pizza. And when I called, they said, yes, we have wine and beer.
Okay.
I suppose I could have gone there for lunch instead, but I just called them instead. And then the others, I forget what it's called now, was McDuff's for a long time. That definitely has a liquor license, for better or for worse, as does the Thai restaurant. So,
so you can make an argument
for the
this
use
site.
for this particular area has already spoken that.
Yeah, you can make an argument.
Cigars are not as.
You can make an argument for your taco area, for your taco project. Then because you're going to say, look, it's consistency with the rest of the block, without asking for us to change 6205, which that to me sets a precedent for further changes, additional changes in 6205, which it's been 12 years since we've made a change.
There are a couple of other comments I want to make. One is pedestrian activity. These restaurants, I think, are mostly fed by pedestrian activity rather than by auto traffic.
An argument you could make on an individual application for a restaurant.
Island Beach parking lot is just on the other side of 95. There are a lot of parking spaces there, mainly since not too many people are using them to park to go into the city. When you look at these, you look at them on an individual basis. So just because you grant this, where I believe it is very appropriate, does not mean that you have to grant it automatically everywhere else. These are legislative acts by the commission, and you can say no if you don't think it's not appropriate. I think that this is an appropriate place. And talking about vitality, I think this is the kind of use that creates that vitality on the avenue. And this is not one of the restaurants that you've been dealing with that have 200 seats. This is something where we're talking about 22 seats, and not something that is going to be a high traffic generator. So I urge the commission to utilize their planning function and recognize that this is a unique location and deserves to have the rear building line location.
I just don't see the incredible uniqueness of it, in that any side street in Greenwich could, along the avenue, could be deemed to share some of the characteristics. I understand that it's close to the station, but that being the case, you could just do this one application, do an application for that specific site.
Yeah, well,
I'm just
it
not
not only
seeing
is
it as a
close to the
reason.
station.
I just don't see it. Yes, I understand that, but I don't see it as a reason to change 6 to a 5. Now, this is my perspective, and the commission isn't saying anything, so we'll see where they go with it. Mr. Hegney, you have a friend in the public who wishes to speak.
If you could let him in, please, Madam
You
Chair.
think? All righty. We'll just allow him to talk because he's okay. And anybody else in the public who wishes to speak about this application on Railroad Avenue, please kindly raise your virtual hand and we'll take public comment now. Mr. Tessie, you are limited to 3 minutes. Mr. Leroux, if you would kindly time the 3 minutes. Thank you. Mr. Tessie, go ahead.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Oh, no picture. Well,
Yeah, sorry.
you blocked me.
Yeah, you're just speaking as a member of the public, so.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
go ahead.
all right. But I don't understand. All right. Actually, there's a very unique aspect of this application for the change, and that distinguishes it from any other side street. And that is, it's at the bottom of the avenue, and the avenue is a one-way street running north-south. It's virtually unfathomable that anybody looking to be a patron of any of the whether it's Tom's Client's Restaurant or any of the other restaurants at this particular location would be driving down the avenue to find a parking space.
Really? I do it all the time.
I don't think so.
Well,
Unless
maybe
you're a big fan of McDuff's, but the truth
you
of the
spend a
matter
lot
is,
of time in Florida, sir. Every time I look for parking, I end up on Railroad and spin around. I can either
that's not
go
the point. The point is you're
People
looking
look.
for the you're looking for the avenue. You're
Or-
not looking to Railroad Avenue. Number one, there are reasons and excuses.
Ty Basil.
If there were legitimate reasons, in my opinion, to take a hard look at it in a negative way, I just don't see them. I think it's a very unique location. We've pointed that Tom's done an excellent job pointing that out, but coupled with the fact that at this location, it's at the wrong side of it, a one-way street, has to be taken into account. It is a de minimis situation when it comes to the number of additional parking spaces. There is one other property which I brought to the commission's attention that would be looking to utilize this change in regulations, change in building lines, and that would be 85 at the opposite end of the block. In other words, the west side, that's 85. And again, given where its location is, I just can't fathom people driving down the avenue, taking up parking spaces or trying to take parking spaces to get to this location.
Okay.
So I just wanted to make those two points. The de minimis aspect of the increase in parking, the really very, what I would call unusual traffic pattern someone would have to enter into to find that location. The location that would be used is really, I always say, is down Steamboat Road into the parking garage at Greenwich Capital and the parking
10
spaces
seconds, Mr.
on Steamboat Road. So I know you're anxious to see 3 minutes go by. They probably did.
Yep. Okay. Thank you, sir. Perfectly done. Okay, Mr. Lowe.
I just wanted to point out that we have de minimis spaces right now. That's all.
Yep. Okay. Anybody else from the public wish to speak on this application? Mr. Hegney, would you like to see us close it and decide it?
Yeah, I'm hoping that you won't list what miss
that
what I
they'll-
see as a real opportunity
Okay,
to do something positive at this end of the avenue.
all righty. Okay, does anybody object to closing this application at this time?
No.
Seeing no objection, this application is hereby closed. And folks, it's 6:41.
I'll be quick.
Simmons Lane. And then we break at 7-ish, or do you want to break now?
Yeah, that's a good idea. Simmons Lane, and then
Simmons Lane it is. Okay,
That's a commitment of 18 minutes on an application.
For 18 Simmons Lane.
okay. Or we could just mute the
There's,
attorneys.
there's a synergy there.
All right, so let me announce it. 18 Simmons Lane LLC for a final site plan and special permit to demolish the existing dwelling and to construct a new single-family dwelling, 2 guest houses and a pool house where the total volume of all the structures will exceed 150,000 cubic feet, and to install a pool, driveways, and associated landscaping, terraces, and stormwater systems. The property is 7.0579 acres, and it's at 18 Simmons Lane in the RA2. All the regular members are seated. You'll hear it anyway from Mr. Hegney. Wetlands approved their portion of the upland review last night. They made the changes suggested by Beth Evans, and it was in short order. Their piece of it was an easy, but as you know, most of the activity is concentrated outside of the upland review area. Okay, Mr. Hegney, go for it. You got
Thank you,
17
Madam Chair.
left.
Good evening, Commission members. For the record again, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. As was indicated, this is a single-family home to replace another existing 3-story single-family home. You've seen this application a couple of times, most recently 13 years ago, where I had another house to replace this that was approved by the commission. I think Mr. Tessie did the one before that. As you indicated, Madam Chair, we received wetland approval last night. We've also received sign off from the Health Department for the 3 septic systems that would be located here. We've received a sign off from the town engineer. Need to return prior to building permit. We've received comments from conservation. We responded to those with modifications to our landscape plan, received positive comments back from them, except for wanting to change some ground cover plants. And we've also responded to that comment. We meet all setbacks, green space requirement. This is only a 1-story house with 22 feet 9 inches from average grade to the roof. This is in the RA2 zone, so it could have 3.5 stories and be 47.5 feet high. We provided a detailed sedimentation and erosion control plan, as well as a detailed phasing plan. This project does include significant energy initiatives, which include 35 geothermal wells. We're reducing the impervious in some areas with the removal of the tennis court. This property has been substantially disturbed over the years by various site improvements that have occurred. And as part of that, we had difficulty finding the appropriate locations for the septic system. And that was due to the disturbances and the fill that had gone in to the site previously. And that's why the legend letter, which the health department explained, is necessary. But it also increases the amount of fill that we need to bring in, which is for the septic to operate properly. The location of and the use of the geothermal wells, while a very positive engineering and energy step, also causes us to impact more of the site as well. So there's a benefit, but there's also an impact that occurs. We do have a very, very extensive landscape plan with very large trees going in to provide for a new landscape environment on the site. And we've responded to the concerns expressed by the Conservation Commission that they be predominantly native species, which we have revised it to reflect that. So we meet all of the zoning criteria. We've met engineering, health, and conservation, and we would ask for your approval.
Mr. Lowe.
Yes, you mentioned modifications that you made to conservation's concerns. I wonder if you would comment on what, if any, modifications you made with regard to the loss of most, quote, most of the trees. That's one thing. You addressed just a moment ago that the difficulty of siting the septic system is occasioning the adding of, close to 22,000 cubic yards of fill, although you didn't use those, but there's the concern about the amount of fill that is being added. And what, if any, were the modifications you made to the concern articulated about that you all are you're barely meeting the 78% green area requirement, and the concern that there's an increase of about 20,000 square feet of impervious surfaces. If you could comment on those specifically, that would be great.
Sure. There is an increase in impervious surfaces, and that's as a result of having a single-story, low-profile home rather than a 3.5-story home. We are cognizant of the need to meet the 78% minimum green space, and we do. You can be close in many of the zoning aspects of any project as long as you meet those. And if the commission thinks that 78% is not enough green space, as you adopted the green space requirements not too long ago, you can always increase that requirement. But that seems to have worked well over the 10 or 15 years that this particular regulation has been in effect. That's true. We're removing many of the trees, but we're putting in some truly specimen trees that are large. We're not putting in 2-inch caliper trees. We're putting in 5
if
and
I could
7-inch
interrupt,
caliper trees.
the expression was most of the trees, and you just used the word many large caliber trees. Can you quantify those? What the difference is
in terms of
removal
most,
and addition?
I think we're removing about 130 trees total of all different sizes. And just looking at what we have in terms of count of proposed trees, we're more than twice that of what we're replacing, along with literally hundreds of shrubs.
Okay, but you mentioned there that some of these trees that you're adding are large. So how many of these are of large caliber, or and what caliber would they be, these large ones?
They're 5 and 7-inch caliper trees.
Okay.
Some of the evergreens, they don't measure them by caliper; they measure them by height, and they're 14 and 16 feet high.
Right,
This
but you're removing a large number of much larger trees, correct?
Yeah, and some are the invasives, such as the Norway maple, Some are not as in good shape as they have been in the past because the property really hasn't been cared for. Now, this has been a
If
vacant
you had to
site
guess,
since
how
my
many
last application to
how
you.
many how many native greater than 20-inch caliber trees are you removing, would you guess?
I'm not going to guess. I'm going to ask our landscape architects to respond to that because
And
I
I,
think
I
they're
don't
more
need, I
they're
don't
in
need
a
an
better
actual
position to answer.
precise number, but you know, some
Understood.
order of magnitude, some range would be helpful.
I don't know if James Doyle, our landscape architect, or one of the people from his office could join
I
us.
think we're going to continue down this road. So if you want to just hold on a second to bringing in the landscape people. And then we can consolidate it because you got some other hands up as well. And then we can bring in
right.
people to comment. Mr.
Sure.
Wells?
Yeah.
Unless Mr. Lowe, were you done?
Yes.
Okay. Mr.
Well,
Wells?
yes.
Yeah, just a brief comment. Don't expect an answer back, but just an observation that you commented, Mr. Hagney, that part of the disturbance was due to the geothermal system, which is very welcome. You did energy modeling. Thank you for that. EUI of 18, which is terrific. I just want to comment, one can insert a geothermal system under their existing footprint. You have a very large footprint. For example, St. Patrick's Cathedral has used geothermal wells. They just go directly down underneath their property. So doesn't have to be outside your footprint. There may be other engineering reasons for doing that, but I just wanted to share that.
All right.
Thank you.
Madam Kulikowski.
Good evening. I just wanted to point out, because I did count the trees and shrubs on the landscape plan.
Oof.
It's 305 new trees and 1,800 shrubs.
Okay. And
the
did you
record.
get the removal?
That we don't have removal numbers in the plans. I've looked.
Okay. So one of the things we need to look at is the removal.
It's approximately 130. I did ask
right.
our engineers to give us a total on that.
The broad scope comment, since this is a special permit application, is to go back to what conservation writes. Staff encourages the applicant to revise the site plan to lessen the total disturbance, maintain additional canopy cover, and enhance native replanting. Implementing these measures will help protect natural resources while allowing for appropriate site development. The applicant should explore alternatives that reduce the clearing, reuse or improve the existing driveway alignment, and relocate the construction trailer to avoid tree removal. I think that's a really, then they've got comments, you saw the rest of their comments. From what we've heard subsequent to what you have done, this concern remains with conservation. Am I correct in that? Tracy or Patrick? I'm sorry, because this is your application, Tracy.
Yeah, yes.
Ms.
I mean,
Ms. Evans retains the concerns that she expresses, right, in this?
Right, the environmental analyst, Rebecca, yes, those concerns,
All right.
yes.
Well, I think, so, okay, people are asking for that dinner break right now. If you guys can hear my
Those
background.
don't sound like people.
Those are your people. The Zoom has gone on too long. So what I would ask is, rather than bring in the landscape architect now, is this overall comment from conservation that you address it, because from what we gathered, and given the fact that the disturbance, the site, and understanding it's not a big tall building, so the site disturbance will be more extensive. The site disturbance is pretty extensive. You are going to have to, I guess, go to deep. And if you would come back and address that in the broader sense, the conservation comments, rather than us pick at use or it piecemeal.
Well,
but Ms. Jenkins,
I guess.
Go ahead.
I guess my concern, Madam Chair, is we meet the zoning criteria. We have 78% green space. We have a very extensive landscape plan that will be very uh, uh, robust right when it's planted. I
So
I don't see where the
617D5 is what I was referring to. Preserve and enhance an open space, important open space and other features of the natural environment, and protect against deterioration of the quality of the environment and support environmental sustainability.
and
So
I would
that's,
submit to you that our plan does that.
yes, and I would submit to you that our staff has commented otherwise in the environment,
Yeah,
in the
I don't see
conservation.
this as a basis for
Um,
denying a plan.
I
frankly.
see, I understand that you feel that way, but we have this comment from, and we would like this to be fleshed out because the comment is that they would like to see a greater commitment to protecting the environment and sustainability. Coming from our conservation department, that's an important thing for us to consider. I don't remember saying to you, Mr. Hegney, that we were about to deny your application. All I have said to you is that we would like you to address this comment in a constructive way.
Yeah, and please comment on whether or not there's a willingness to mitigate this disturbance that's been identified.
Yeah.
And if
So we're
so,
asking you.
if so, how? And conservation has proposed one alternative or one method to mitigate it, and it would be really useful to hear for the applicant to be a little bit more responsive to that, and address this concern.
Yeah. So what we're asking you is, Mr. Hegney, this is what conservation says. We have an obligation under the special permit standards. When you return, this isn't a must open even yet, it's 11:20. When you return, could you address this overall issue? What and what you might or might not do? I'm going to go to Ms. Jenkins now.
Yeah, I was just along the same lines in terms of environmental effect. You've got 3 driveways, you've got 4 motor courts, and it just strikes me that if the buildings are as close as they are, it's not clear to me that that much pavement is necessary. Even if it's permeable, you've got a very long driveway on the, well, I'm assuming it's the north side, running to the pool house with a motor court there, or at least a parking area there. And it seems to me that if you could minimize some, I can see having a major motor court at the front of the major structures here, but why you need to have a service court and a motor court for each of the subsidiary buildings. I think you could eliminate a lot of site disturbance by minimizing those driveways. It just seems to be an awful lot of driveway for your accessory buildings.
Mr. McRae.
Mr. Hegney, as part of the soil and erosion control plans put together by Redness and Mead, was a general contractor consulted on the phasing and the work entailed?
Yes, we have Sound Beach Partners, and we've submitted a phasing plan that they prepared.
Okay, great. Just a point, a notice. There are wonderful notes and thoughts on the last decision letter from 2012 that may be beneficial for you to take a look at it. You may be well familiar with them.
Rolling back to it now.
But I think actually a few of these actually were brought forward from the previous approvals. But it seemed actually they were comprehensive. Some of them may not apply, but I think actually taking a look at this list actually may get a good sense of actually where this might have to go in terms of things that need to be included as part of looking at this project. The stone wall in the front is to be kind of partly dismantled and put back. It's going to be reconstructed and filled in where the actual driveway entrance is removed. Is that correct?
Well, some of the driveway entrances are staying where they are, and the other is being moved.
Okay, very good. And it literally to me, and this has been the history with this piece of property. Any development here it's all about disturbance.
Yep.
And I think actually trying to minimize that disturbance as much as possible, or doing it in a way that's actually very methodical and controlled will benefit you and your client. it seems to me actually looking at it, the stone wall and the wetlands is probably the only thing that really isn't being touched too much. But it seems that, every square inch of it's being done, but it's the way this project that, this property's been since the beginning. You have a very, very large building that needs to be torn down and then new building, whatever it is, being built. And I think actually it always comes down to actually the neighbors, the disturbance in the street, the disturbance of the property, those kind of things.
Yeah, that was a big problem. When was the first time we saw this one? 06?
May have been around
Well, we
there.
had just
The last time was 2012.
2012.
But there was a
that you
time
approved.
before that.
There was two before that, and it
Yeah,
goes back to we had just finished the pyramids when we did the first one.
Yeah, and the issue at the time, and this is a great point, Nick, that I wasn't remembering. The issue has always been raised by the neighbors. The street is narrow and difficult to do construction on. But I think by now, Mr. Hegney has learned that the conditions are all in there, how to address it.
I think actually
if you need to have neighbors come and comment on how well they think that this will be handled, we're happy to do that. We've spoken to all the neighbors.
Oh,
We
you
don't have
have
any issues.
That's actually a good thing. That was the next thing I was going to say. It's actually
yes,
it was all
Glenn,
about the Simmons Lane being narrow and old.
With the last project I brought in, it was very contentious with the neighborhood. This is the opposite of that. This is very cooperative.
Oh, that's great.
And
I'm
everyone's
so
aware of what
glad.
we're doing, and our contractor has spoken to all the neighbors, and we're very much in tune with what their concerns would be, and we'll meet them.
I'm so glad that you reached out to the neighbors. It makes such a huge difference. Madam Kulikowski. You have your hand up?
Yes. Sorry, I just wanted to point out that the phasing plan that SBP did, or SBP, whichever way the initials go, includes repaving Simmons Lane at the end of the project.
Whoa.
At my client's cost.
Yes.
Wow.
At the property owner's
I didn't
expense.
pick up on that. That's cool. That's
Yeah.
just great. Well, that's
That
great,
is in
your
there.
client. So if you would address if you would address Rebecca's comments, because from what I understood, Ms. Evans was absolutely behind them, and how much we value her thoughtfulness on all of this. It's a question of, can your client find ways to be more respectful of the natural environment? Is there anything that can be done to the site plan? And with a greater focus on sustainability. Whenever you're ready to come back,
I'm sure we can turn this one around very quickly.
that would
Madam
be
Chair.
great. That would be great. I understand that would, you still have construction time now. So it would be great if you could turn it around and work with conservation to get a more favorable view from them. Would be very helpful. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application at 18 Simmons Lane? 18 Simmons Lane, please raise your virtual hand. No. Okay. So this application, nobody objects to continuing it. Mr. Hegney, do you want to finish up with anything? You had your mouth.
I was just going to point out, you have regulations that
Yes, we do.
deal with the development of property.
Mhm.
When I hear your driveways are too long or too big, or you have too many motor courts, we're meeting the letter of the requirement in the regulations of 78% green area. And to say you can't have something that meets that because you want it to be less is not within the purview of the regulations. And I've heard this come up before. And if we can't meet that 78, yeah, then we have to make changes to our driveways or parking areas. But when we do, it's such a subjective redesigning of a plan that our client has worked very hard with the landscape architects to develop.
Ms. Jenkins, I
I
think you
just
wanna
wanted to share that with you.
Yes.
Thank you for sharing. Ms. Jenkins, I think you wanted to reply to that?
Yes, I'd like to reply to that, Madam Chair. I understand the percentage is met, but this is a site, the principal characteristic of which is an enormous disturbance over a lengthy period of time, and the prospect of continued site disturbance. So whether it's a matter of meeting the percentage or not, I think it's still appropriate to be concerned about the overall effect, not only on the property, but on the environment in general and the neighbors. And the neighbors may be happy, but that does not change the fact that after 4 applications and you're bringing in 21,000 cubic yards of additional fill, that it is appropriate to comment that if there are any ways to mitigate that degree of site disturbance, whether it involves driveways or not driveways or anything else, I think it's entirely within our purview to comment on it. So I'm not asking for a redesign. I'm asking for a degree of sensitivity, given the long and so far horrendous history of site disturbance here, that this is the time to not only plant new trees, but think about, is there something else about the design that can show a greater sensitivity, Mr. Hagney? I'm not questioning our regulations or your meeting the regulations. I'm saying don't stop just because you've got 78.2% green space. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lowe.
I would say also that this is an opportunity to follow the spirit of the regulation and not provide some finite, legal, precise, right up to the brink of the regulation. And at the same time, demonstrate some goodwill to the public's concern, to the conservation department's concern, to this commission's concern, and to the overall town's concern. So I don't.
And it's even beyond that.
It disturbs me that
Yes.
that we're citing, well, we're allowed to do this. So and you can't deny it because it's within the regulations. So that's I mean, we would hope there would be a little bit more. We could engender a little bit more goodwill on this.
Well, no,
Yeah,
and actually, no, wait a second. Actually, Mr. Lowe, it goes beyond that. We have a regulatory obligation, which is, this is a special permit application. And we have the special permit standards. They aren't, Mr. Hagney is characterizing us as applying them in some sort of superficial. I'm not quite sure I understand his point, but what we're saying, Mr. Hagney, and I quote again from the conservation report, they believe there is an opportunity to do this better. That's what they're saying, an
That's what I said.
opportunity to do it better. And, the other thing is that, looking at this last night, you have a very large lot. If it's really an RA4 size property that you're using, and more than that, you are at the bare minimum of the green space when you have almost 3.5 times, you guys are better at math, 3.5 times the minimum lot size. And you're still, and again, just reminding everybody the numbers, the green space in the RA2 is 78%. It's 84% in the RA4. And this lot is 3 times the size of an RA2 lot. It is in the RA2 zone, and 3.5 times the size. And yet we are disturbing such a huge portion of it and relatively the green space. So I think there's an opportunity here, Mr. Hagney, and what we're asking you as nicely as we can is please look at that opportunity and not start telling us, oh, well, that's no basis for denial, because that's not a constructive response to us. We're asking you nicely to please consider it. That's the same thing conservation has, and we've heard you.
Understand, Madam Chair. It's difficult to design a project when you're looking at the regulations to the spirit of the regulations. You have to look at the numbers and what is permitted and what isn't permitted. And that's
I
what
bet
dictates
you-
how people develop plans that they want to use to develop the property. And looking at the spirit of the regulations doesn't help. You have to look
I'll
at the
bet you,
numbers.
I'm not looking at the spirit. Would you like me to read you the words again? I'm
No,
looking at the words.
I
And I
understand.
assure you, I am sure that Ms. Evans and Ms. Poirier have been very, very clear on what they are looking for. And so if there's a way that your client is willing to accommodate greater sustainability and greater sensitivity, we would love to see it when you come back.
We will get back together with them and bring you
Great.
a revised plan.
So with that, we'll continue this application at 7:12. And we will head out to dinner. And we will return in 30 minutes. If that's good with everybody. Mr. Hagney, you're done?
I'm done.
Okay, 30
Have
minutes.
good dinner.
Folks, dinner. And we will see you. Somebody remind me to turn the recording back on when we come
Recording
back.
stopped.
So our next application is Presbyterian Church of Old Greenwich, DBA Living Hope Community Church, for a final coastal site plan and special permit to consolidate the lots known as 30 West End Avenue and 38 West End Avenue to expand the parking lot to construct 2 dwellings, one being a new manse, single-family house for the pastor, and the other being a 3-car garage with a 2-bedroom apartment above for the associate pastor, where the total volume of all the structures on the consolidated property will exceed 150,000 cubic feet. They will also be making accessibility improvements, and the parcel is 1.134 acres at 30 West End and 2.08 acres at 38 West End. And with that, and seated are Albin, McRae, Jones Furlow, Yeski, and Wells. Okay, Mr. Tessie, now you get to talk as much as you want. Well,
Not so fast, right? Well, there's really, well, thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I am John Tessie. I'm here representing the applicant, as I was on September 3rd and again on September 30th of this year. I'd first like to thank Tracy really for a very thorough staff report and updated to the present. And I think that makes it a lot easier on all of us here reading through her report, as to what the status of the application is. We have obtained the Conservation Commission final comments, basically indicating that they're very comfortable with what's being proposed from an environmental standpoint. DEP, not an issue. SOAR Department, as you know, has signed off for zoning approval. You should have the latest. It's only a day or so old, right, Tracy, from the engineering division, Mr. Paredes?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's been disseminated to the commission.
Absolutely.
Speaking of which, Tracy, as we go, there was so much on this application today.
There was a lot of public comment that has come in since Friday.
And also the DPW, but
Yes.
So anything that has come in, just make sure that we know, oh no, this came in today, Tuesday, and maybe late Monday, because it was impossible to keep up with the email flow today.
Yeah, no, I know. I felt
So
bad
just
with all the
ma-
emails that I sent you today.
No, that's fine, but just make sure
I
that
was trying to consolidate them as best I could.
make sure we know what is new, what has updated.
Right. So if you go into the Commission OneDrive, where you find the staff report, all of the new documents are there separately. So
Oh,
that's how you
cool.
can tell what's new. Anything that is where you go to get the staff report in the same location, that's all new.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you for that. Okay.
Mhm.
Mr.
And that should
Tessie,
be
go
for
ahead.
all your we do that for all your applications, Peter and I. So, and the other planners too.
Okay. All right, so go ahead, Mr. Tessie. I'm sorry. It was
No.
the volume was quite heavy today.
Yes.
Okay.
As I was just running through the departments, so as I just had indicated, sewer department is good at this level for the commission to move forward with an approval. If you do you do that? Zoning enforcement has no issue with the application. We can also just represent on an overview basis that we do comply with each and every one of the regulations as they pertain to the coverage, which is actually green space, since this is in a properties in a residential zone, setbacks, height, floor area. We're about a third of what would be allowed on the site. Parking, I know you want to get into that. I assume you want to get into that a bit. To me, I don't think there isn't much to talk about other than a bit, but I'm happy to do that. We don't have any inland wetlands on the property. As the agency has indicated, we have tidal wetlands. DEP is comfortable with the project. Our client representatives did meet with I think one or two of the neighbors across the waterway who had some concerns about the foliage on the property and what's going to happen on the landscaping side. And I think they're pleasantly pleasant that they're basically they're, when I say pleasantly, they're comfortable with, better words, comfortable. They're comfortable with what the church is proposing along the banks. So the issues, the way we see them, have been narrowed. We do no, and you know that DEP is no longer recommending a sidewalk on the south side of the main street, West End, and there is one, as we all know, on the north side. That was really the goal back a number of years ago when we were going over the sidewalk report at the last September 30th hearing, I believe. ARC, we've talked about that at the last meeting, and I don't think there's much more to talk about when it comes to the architecture of the buildings. But again, if there is, we'll engage in that regard. The overall project, therefore, as far as we can see, is, we'll call it ready for prime time. It's ready for vote of the commission, unless there's some surprise in that regard. If there is, we'll deal with it. But we're all very comfortable with where we are with the application from an environmental standpoint, from a literally a neighborhood standpoint, and obviously there's some agreement in that regard. I think when we look at our regulations and look at what we're actually proposing here, which are in addition of, at the end of the day, 2 residences for on-site pastors, a garage building, and that houses, as you know, one of those residences, and an expansion of the parking lot on the southwest side of the property that is recognized by the DPW to be in conformance with our drainage manual. And in fact, I believe Mr. Paredes has indicated we've gone far and beyond what actually was required of our client.
I don't see any sentence that Mr. Paredes has that says that.
That was reported to me by
hearsay is not.
Well, Mr. DeAndrea is here, so he can.
Oh, well, Mr. DeAndrea,
because
it's
he was
not
the one
on a piece of paper.
Okay,
That the commission has received this far and above. We've gone far and above, and Mr. Paredes thinks that it's basically hearsay. Hold on a second, Mr. Tessie. Hold on just a sec. Okay,
that's a new one now.
Tracy, I can yeah, I've had people say people say, oh yeah, the commission in 19X was thrilled with this. Tracy, just to ask you this, I can't open in the OneDrive the back and forth between Muldoon and Paredes. But
It would be, hang on one
says,
sec.
no, it's okay. It says you need to have Adobe. I click on it and it says, oh, you don't have Adobe, which is, it's just not feeling well. But I have found the emails and what I'm seeing is that Mr. Muldoon is concerned that.
Oh yeah, I'm getting that same error now too. Mr.
Yeah.
Muldoon must
Okay,
have a,
so
we'll
don't worry
figure
about
that
it.
out.
Don't worry about
I can
No, so
pull
let
it
me
up.
just tell you what, as much as I know from the emails. So Mr. Muldoon is concerned because the applicant has filed a revised drainage plan,
Yes.
which they have not had. Neighbors haven't really seen it because it was filed today.
Yesterday. It was filed
Yesterday.
yesterday afternoon.
Late
During it
yesterday.
was filed during our briefing, but it was filed yesterday afternoon with DPW.
Okay, so this is post the deadline for submitting materials. A revised drainage plan is submitted.
Right, they submitted in response to address Mr. Paredes' comments of 1023. Those comments, as you recall, were resubmit prior to zoning
Yes.
and building permit. They chose
Yeah.
to resubmit now, and they did, and he reviewed. I can pull those documents up and read them into the record if you need.
No, that's okay. I'm just
Okay.
so I'm just trying to catch up. So they file
Mhm.
as of today. The design meets the okay. So October 27th in the morning, Mr. Paredes writes, and he hasn't seen the new design yet. Then he writes at 12:30 in the afternoon. He says, I have listened to you and your neighbors' concerns and reflected them in our comments. I had time to review the latest revisions prior to the upcoming meeting and have issued our approval to P&Z. That's at 12:30 today.
That's, I think, when you received it.
Yes, I was copied.
I can double
Yeah.
check the timestamp on his.
Yeah.
email.
Okay. It says 12:31. So
That may
he
be
then has signed off today.
Yes, it is
And
now
then-
approved for building and zoning permit. He has signed off on those.
And then Mr. Muldoon writes back. No, that's still in the morning yesterday.
Yeah, Mr. Muldoon wrote back.
Writes back and he
let me-
says that he's very disappointed. He is concerned there will be litigation as I don't see how filling in the existing drainage storage area, blocking existing water flow patterns from a neighbor to that area, and then directing the entire property drainage to that same neighboring property is acceptable. Okay, so they're not clear how it became acceptable, but Mr. DeAndrea's got his hand up and Mr. Paredes reviewed it and found it acceptable. So he must have found that it was okay, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and Mr. Paredes said that to Mr. Muldoon.
Okay.
That he found it, that he.
Right.
Well,
Okay.
I think I have to be clear about one thing.
Yeah.
And Tracy hit the nail on the head a bit there. Our clients try to be super responsive to the memo from Mr. Paredes. They didn't have to respond to it at this time because Mr. Paredes was already of a mind that the commission can approve the application and his comments can be dealt with at a later date.
No, not
Prior-
the one that
prior-
we were seeing over the weekend. Or did we have it over the
The
weekend?
original
already?
memo stated
Yeah.
that.
Okay.
Our clients went in and said, here, we'll adjust the issues because they're relatively minor.
Okay.
And met with him. So if you want to ignore the fact that this
Mr.
plan came
Tessie,
in
don't,
today.
I'm not
No,
ignoring.
I'm not being
Mr.
argumentative.
Tessie,
I'm not trying.
sounds
Excuse me.
like it.
I'm not trying to be argumentative. I said if you want to ignore that because you have time to review it, I understand that fully. My point is you can rely upon the prior memo. That's all. That's all I was
I
trying
think
to
you
say.
could have just done the sentence if you haven't had time to review it. Okay, so I think I'm caught up on that. Yeah, on Tuesday afternoons, it's really hard for us to get to new submissions to
Sure,
revise.
I hear you.
Okay. All right, so I interrupted you. I think I'm caught up. Where you were was you have all of this, all these sign-offs.
Yes.
Okay.
And as was indicated in the staff report and verified by our submission, that we've withdrawn the application to maintain the farmer's market on the property. Explained to the powers that be that really there was no zoning vehicle to allow the farmer's market to be there.
Well, you could have gotten it.
How can I have gotten it? It's not allowed in the zone. It's for
Patrick
profit
told,
sellers.
I thought Patrick had told you you could have a special events. Well, I thought it was a not-for-profit use and you could have it as a special events permit.
If it were not for profit,
Oh,
people are all selling. As far as I know, it's not for free.
okay.
But we wanted to take that out. There was neighborhood commentary about it. And if that's something we can bring up at a later time and help those of the community who
Pretty sure
should
horse
enjoy it,
circus in a
we can deal with it.
residential
But right
zone.
now, we'd like to stay focused on the primary application before you.
Okay.
We are asking, just to be a little clear, there are other uses, the Korean church and Alcoholics Anonymous, two particular ones that are important. I think there's some
Those are
excellent.
not-for-profit religious uses and a community outreach. We saw one of the pastors, Madison is.
Yes.
Yes, the assistant
Yes.
pastor had an email about that explaining, yeah.
It was very well done, I thought, anyway.
Oh, we're aware of those issues. We did have.
Okay. Appreciate that.
Okay. So you've withdrawn the market. You have your DPW, and with that, before we go on, does the commission have outstanding questions at this time? Mr. Lowe.
Have we, are we satisfied? I'm asked this yesterday with the rationale for the need for additional parking.
I'm still confused by it, and I wanted to ask, yesterday I mentioned that I'd still like to hear an additional explanation how it relates to our regulations, what they're asking for. That's a main question for me, but I wanted to hear before, do you want to go ahead? Let's go ahead, Mr. Tessie. So
okay.
As
It's
you
just,
know,
I mean,
go ahead.
go ahead.
So as you know, Mr. Tessie, and you know what 6158 says.
Absolutely do.
It's yes. Okay. So our question was to you seats, and at the time I reminded you that it's St. Tim's, which was the one that we did most recently, because the Lutheran Church, when it became Chabad, had a pre-existing nonconformity. So the Lutheran, the Catholic Church, St. Tim's, we did sanctuary seats only. Okay, and that's our precedent. So when I went, and that's what I said to you last time. So can you walk me through your parking? The videos were not particularly helpful that you submitted, because the video swings around at the front of the lot. I've been there, I think 3 Sundays now. Sometime after the service starts at 10. And it's always the back of the lot that has the spaces. The back of the lot has the open handicap spaces, the ADA spaces, as well as regular spaces. And the video kind of swings around where it doesn't really go to the back of the lot. And then there's a video where you see the back of the lot and you see spaces. It's like there are these cursed spaces that nobody ever parks in, that are always empty. It seems like it's the same ones most of the time. So can you just walk us through a number of seats? 2, I'm not following how going to 2 services requires the increase in the parking. It should actually reduce it, because you've got half your congregation going to the early, half your congregation goes to the late. And maybe they are all there at the same time for coffee hour, but maybe not. So number of seats in the sanctuary, that's what we do. And I'm just going to make an aside, whoever it was who sent us the email, how they thought that the commission was making a mistake in doing that. You know, that's what the reg says.
Just waiting.
Okay, so my questions are number of seats, what your vacancy rate that you found over the last 6 months has been, or your occupancy rate. I submitted pictures for the record that I had taken on one of my visits where I found fair amount of surplus capacity. So if you would just walk us through all that, I'd really appreciate it, because I'm still don't have my arms around it.
Well, we have provided on more than one occasion.
Yes, you have.
Cited, and it's cited in the staff report what the breakdown is of the seating inside the,
okay.
Oh boy. Sorry, I thought my computer was going to conk out, but it's not. Maybe that would have been a good thing, but it's
I
okay.
won't make any jokes.
But let's just take a step back here. The regulations have historically set the minimum number of seats required. The zoning commission does, the regulations are guidelines when it comes to parking. The commission can actually go up, as far as I'm concerned, you've got the discretion to go up or down. But that's the minimum number, and it's interesting because you then have to take a look at the use, which is what the church did. They looked at the use, they looked at the congregation, constituency, looked at the programs they had. They've seen a growing, and it's been testified to, as you know, a growing congregation, and they wanted to be able to satisfy their needs on site as much as possible to avoid, whether it's a special occasion or whether it's normal services, the parking on South End Court, South End Court. Yes. So they think they were doing. They firmly believed that they were doing a good thing for the neighborhood by proposing additional parking spaces all around. Those occasions in that back area where there is parking over and above the spaces that are on a hard surface, they wind up on grass. And that's not really an area you want to park. It's also a safety issue if it's raining, because it's going to be more slippier. So you take everything into account here. We also should take into account that a number of years ago, as was explained to you, the town did allow parking across the street on West End for congregants, but that came to an end. So from a standpoint of utilization need, in compliance with the regulations and the goals of the regulations, which are in essence to try to provide sufficient parking for the facility to avoid being a burden on the neighborhood, particularly when we're talking about a residential neighborhood with no public parking readily available. We know there is some about 2 blocks away. That is true. So what we're trying to understand really here is what is the problem of the commission or with allowing these parking spaces to be constructed, given all the good both currently and potentially it will do. Now let's remember something too, if you're going to get into the issue of capacity. This has come up before the commission a number of times, that the traffic engineers will state that if you're operating at a 85% capacity, you're deemed, again, traffic engineering, you're deemed to be considered at full capacity, because that's basically an average.
Someone asked us to relax our parking regulations when we're at 102%, which is
Look, everybody's going to have a certain perspective.
Yes. Okay.
About
So
parking on the site.
Mr. Tessie, I didn't calculate whether you were at 85% or not. But again, you have not done a documented parking inventory for an X week period to document that you need more parking spaces. When the times, I've been spending a lot of time at this church, and the only time that I have seen people parked all over the street has been during the market on Wednesday, and that was a mess. And Mr. Lowe actually said he was there right around one of the times I was there, but that was a mess. And yes, there's a parking attendant, but it's all the way down the street. I got that. That's when you're using the street parking. The other times you weren't, and you have not given us an inventory of, we have X parking spaces, and they are at 85% every single week. You have not given us that. So for you
Because
to
it's not,
prepare,
it's
you
not
haven't
a
given us,
matter,
you can't give us that argument for modifying our regulations unless you have data. You haven't given us data. No,
Okay,
no
first of
public
all,
yet. No, sorry,
I-
Mr. Pankout, no
I'm
public
sorry.
yet.
No,
Because
oops. Well,
you
he's
have
actually
not-
part, he's actually
He's
part
not,
of it. part of
he's the
applicant.
applicant, but I can't, when everybody's like, I'm asking
I-
you a question.
Go ahead.
We have not received from you, the applicant. We have not received, we have done this observation for X number of Sundays or whatever day is your peak, and this is our parking utilization. You're saying 85 is a number, good. I just read the downtown parking study, and absolutely 85%, only we run 102
I
sometimes.
understand that.
Okay, however, we don't have evidence that we should vary the regulation from.
I'm sorry, but I
wait,
have to,
may
I have to
finish?
respond to that. I have to
Before you
respond to that.
respond, what I would like to say to you is that if you gave us this actual evidence, then the commission would have something on which to base a decision. Maybe you need more than you're asking for, but to enable the church to run effectively, but we don't have I haven't seen it. Go ahead, your turn, and I won't interrupt you.
Very simple. We're not asking you to modify the regulations. Those regulations were put in place. There's no question about it, as minimum parking spaces.
Right.
Okay, you have the right to modify them if you want to determine less space.
So let me
needed.
just
But
read you.
it's
I'm
not a-
sorry, Mr. Tessie. It says the following are standards for determining parking requirements. It does not say minimum here. This does not say minimum. It just says
So-
standards. 6158B says the following are standards. Then it says these standards may be modified. Happy to do it for you, Mr. Tessie, but I need numbers.
And they're minimums.
It doesn't
They've
say
always been
minimum.
recognized as minimums. You want,
Okay. It
okay?
doesn't say
You can
minimum, right here, not say minimum. Okay, I'm using,
okay, it
as
doesn't
Mr.
say min-
Hegney would say, it's fuzzy. No, it doesn't say
It's not
minimum.
fuzzy. That's how
It
it's been
doesn't say
applied for
minimum.
50 years.
Give us
But-
numbers. Show us how we should modify it
We've-
and just give us facts. That's what
we've-
you still have not done.
Well, we've given you facts and we've given you arguments and we've talked about the needs going forward that we anticipate. So planning is part and parcel of what one does when he's looking at making a modification to his overall, in this case, facility. So they like to plan and they like to take into account their history and their needs. If we had an issue here, if we had substantive issues as to why the parking lot should not be expanded when every department has signed
Oh, you froze.
off on it, that's relevant to the issues, that may be a different story. So
No,
we're in
no.
compliance. And if we, as I've said before,
no,
if the,
no. You have not
the
given me data for us to modify. You have not given the commission data for us to base the decision to modify the requirements. We don't have those numbers. Nick, it looks like he's dying to talk, but you don't have your hand up, so
well, let me just say this, okay, and then others can speak. Yeah, final word from me on this, okay? We've provided the data. We've provided data. You actually have provided data. You've gone out there yourselves and you can do the math yourself, okay? Since from what I only saw one, I didn't know there were others out there, but you can all
no, I didn't.
weigh in. Okay, from the numbers I saw, then we were at like 87%. Those are just the numbers that were provided to us. The idea of parking, especially for this type of facility where it's not an office building, is that it's going to vary. It's going to vary seasonally. It's going to vary monthly. It's going to vary for a lot of reasons. So you look at averages. Overall, if you're hitting a number consistently over 85%, which even the data you provided indicated that, and it was been represented by Pastor Pankow, and so when you look at it and you asking the question to provide data, the best data provided is the experiences that the church has had over, say it's the last 6 months or the last, last year. They didn't do this because, hey, we have a great idea. Let's just throw a bunch of money into a parking lot that we're never going to need. Why would they do that? They're not sitting there with, bundles of cash to spend. They're trying to do what the right thing is for their growing community and what's the right thing to do for the overall community in the vicinity. I don't think that's something that's just should be dismissed because it's not on a chart. But with that, let's let others speak.
Mr. McRae.
Ms. Kolakowski, let's discuss parking. According to the chart in the staff report, there's existing 70 plus 6 accessible.
Mm-hmm.
They're proposing 96 plus 6 accessible.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting 210 seats in the sanctuary chapel.
You got it.
So that's 70 spaces.
Mm.
So we need to be plus of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we would need to be plus of 70 spaces. And you add the ADA to those 70. So what you should have is 70 plus the ADA. And they are requesting 96 plus 6. And
96 does include the dwelling parking spaces?
Yeah.
No, whoa.
Right.
Back it out. 96 includes the dwellings.
Yeah, the parking chart on the zoning location survey.
Yeah, coming to it.
On the right-hand side of the zoning location survey, I can get that up if you would like to see that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, please.
Okay, hang on.
Take your time. Gotta be here all night.
No.
Maybe you
we're
are,
not.
dude.
No, we're not. I have faith. Oh, I just got to find the right date. We have lots of.
I'm getting there.
There it is. Hang on.
It's grade plane.
Okay, so it's not, this is the parking chart. And I am on-site parking table. It is on,
It's on the ZLS. Yep, I'm going to share it in
Yeah.
1 second here. Hang on.
Yeah, it's, yes. Okay.
Site
So
distance.
Oh, apparently I cannot screen share.
LID.
Patrick, let her screen share. Okay, so they have 68 standard spots, six handies. They have 2 standards at the existing house. So that brings you to 70. They're proposing taking the 68 to 87.
Right, a 19 space increase.
So just the 68 goes, so yeah, if you can go into that little corner box that I'm reading from. So they go from 68 to 87, Nick, there.
Mm-hmm.
Then the handicap stays the same.
Mm-hmm.
The house spot stays
No,
the
let's not
same.
talk the house. I think actually they have their own parking.
They
I'm
have their
talking
own
about
parking.
the church parking,
The
just
garage
the larger parking
apartment
lot.
stays the same. So we got to exclude all of that. So
Mhm.
you're going from 68 to 87, and that's the 19 increase. Now,
And the
we
reality
have-
is 70 plus the accessible of 6. That's the required.
yeah.
Understanding
believe,
the
'cause
seating,
that-
the seating in the seating in the sanctuary chapel
I-
won't change.
I believe, Nick, that's the required, because that's not us that does the number of ADAs. It's building.
Connecticut Building Code.
It's according to building code, so I don't know.
The
So,
Connecticut Building Code would require 4 ADA spaces for a parking lot between 75 and 100 spaces, or
so then,
yeah, 470. Yeah. It would be 4 ADA would be required. There are 6 there now. They're not increasing the ADA spaces. They're staying the same.
right, but they technically could even have reduced the ADA to 4 to 2, because when I was there, those 6 have never had more than 3 ADAs occupied. So they could go to building code on the ADA and go to 4. And then they would do, so they would go to 74. Oh, that's not very nice, because that would be reducing their total parking. But the point is, if they do have vacancy at the services, it is not at 100%. And this is a very different use than a traffic engineering study, I mean, so I get it. They only have 10, they have 68 spaces and they only have 10 available during the service. That's still a fair number of spaces.
So 68 and 6, they need it's 70 and 4 to meet
Right.
code.
So
They're giving us
basically-
87 and 6. So
Right. Yeah.
would we talk about the 87 and 6? Do they need to meet that number? Or is this
what we're
above and
asking-
beyond?
So what we're asking them, because our job is to enable people to use their properties and,
Mhm.
to run their activities and whatever, what we're asking them is, what I'm saying is separate this out and do an inventory and come back to us and say, for the last 8 months, and at Easter and Christmas, we were bursting. So we'll discount that because everybody's bursting then, no matter how much you expand it. And here's what our utilization is, and here's what we absolutely need. And then they could say, and we have been adding 3 parishioners a year or whatever, because they also, I believe, have a record of how many people have joined the congregation. So all I'm saying is, how about some numbers, and then we could do something that's fair and right size, but right now we still don't know.
Well,
So
Okay,
that's
so
what I'm
you're right.
suggesting.
It's a usage number. What's the
Well,
actual?
We can vary we can, as we were debating with Tessie, we can modify our regulations to have more than 1 space for every 3 seats if we see that it's necessary. And so why wouldn't we be open to that if someone said, hey, we are at 100% utilization week after week. But in fact, if they go to 2 services a day, 2 services on Sunday, they would even have, half the congregation would go to 1 service, the other half might go to the other. And in between, there's an overlap of, say, 60-80% of the congregation, but you're, at a coffee hour, but you should alleviate your parking. So I'm not clear, and I'm just saying, I feel like we still miss data. Okay. That's really the biggest issue I've got with this right now, is I just don't feel like I have numbers and I get, jittery. Did you want to add something, Nick?
No, I just think looking at existing, required, and proposed, that we could get to some place between
Yes.
all of that.
Exactly, we could.
And I think that may be just the gist of it. It seems everything
Give
else
us
has been kind
numbers.
of resolved. And it's,
Give us numbers.
as looking at it, a portion of the revised parking area
Mhm.
exists. Then I have another 12 spaces that look like they're new. Let's talk about those new 12 spaces. And yes, do I need 12 or do I really need 6?
Right. Give
know,
us
it-
numbers, give us data, and let us come to something that doesn't increase the coverage more than necessary, because you really never want to increase your
Right.
coverage, because being pervious is, that you're
Right.
always better being just not
Now,
having the
what
coverage.
specifically as a deliverable, if you would, do you want to see? A head count
I
of
would-
the services?
I would really like to pull this out of the application without prejudice and have them spend 6 months just counting how many spare spaces they have and how tight they are. That'll give them probably Christmas. I don't know when Easter is in 26, but it'll give them a really good, and they'll have data and they'll say, and this is how we're growing and whatever, and we'll have numbers. Be easy.
Okay.
I mean, that's what should have been there the first time. If they don't want just 70 seats, 74 seats, 74 parking spaces, and they want more than 74, give us some numbers.
Mhm.
Because, I mean, we don't want to be unreasonable on this. If people want to go to church, we got to help them go to church.
Yes.
I believe that again,
And
Pastor, I think he tried to speak earlier, right?
Who did?
Reverend
yes.
Pankow, yes.
Yes. But he's not the one who did the video, is he? Okay, Reverend Pankow, here you go. 2 other people have their hands up. If we're letting one pastor in, I think that's enough. Ms. Madison.
It's never enough.
Yeah, well, hello, Reverend Pankow.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thank you. How's your outreach been with the neighbors?
Yeah, it's been very good. Hopefully you saw all the reports, and we've been able to meet as much as we possibly can, all their needs, I believe. But I've been listening to this conversation about the parking, and we've more than doubled in size over the past year. And again, this parking is needed right now. I wish you were there on Sunday. Every spot was taken. We had one parking into the. Did you come this Sunday?
I did. But here's the thing.
You
I
did.
missed this Sunday.
Oh.
But the video you sent is only of the front, and the spaces are in the back. And I
Yeah.
looked at the video twice, and the spaces are always in the back. People don't want to go back. These people are funny. They don't want to go behind the church. And the handicap spaces, I understand. Now you've doubled, and here's the thing, you've doubled your congregation, and congratulations, but our regs are based on seats. And that's how they're written. And I know
Correct.
and that's the way it
And-
is. So you have to give us numbers.
I believe that, again, I believe we've given you a lot of numbers, and I believe that you're trying, by not letting us develop, is kind of inhibiting our growth. So you said we should really help churches, get as many people to church as possible. This is actually inhibiting our growth. I can give you data that when the church is basically 80% full, a new person doesn't feel comfortable coming because they don't feel like there's enough space. The same is true of parking lots and all the rest. And right now, as you mentioned, you came on days where there's 10 extra spaces.
I always have to look for parking at my church, and it does not bother me a whole lot.
This is not talking about people that have been going to church their whole life. This is talking about people that have never gone to church. So
Okay.
we're
But
trying to
Reverend
grow a
Pankow,
congregation.
I get that, but the way we're set up under state law, we have the regulation,
Right.
and all you have to do is say to us, for the last 18, what did I say, 6 months. So for the last 24 Sundays, we have had this utilization of our parking lot. And
Why didn't you
this-
guys ask us for that the first time? We could
I
have given you
did.
that. We can
I
give it to you
did.
maybe tomorrow.
I did.
You did not.
I did. I have asked for it every time you've been here. Every single time I have asked, can you please explain the parking demand? You know it's supposed to be like this. Can you please explain it? And Mr. Tessie knows. I said to him, this is how we normally do it. He knows how it works. I mean, Mr. Tessie's been around the block. He knows, right?
This is the first time that I've heard you've asked us for how many people have been in the services. We can give you statistics that there are way more
Parking.
people in
No.
the services.
I don't want to know the
She's ask-
services.
what she's
That's what
asking
you just
for,
said.
Reverend.
Parking lot.
What she's
Parking lot. I want to
what-
know how
what-
many people are in your, how many
What's being
cars.
asked of us now is to do an inventory, go back in time, and which is not going to be easy to do.
We don't count the number of
No, I'm not
spaces in our
asking you to go
parking
back
lot.
in time.
No,
I'm
saying,
asking you
no,
to
excuse
do
me,
it
I'm
now.
saying,
But it sounds like you want to delay us 6 months.
No, sir, not at all. What I'd like to do, okay, y'all, now just listen up, okay? Go ahead. What I'd like to do is do the rest of the application. Have you postpone the expansion of the parking lot until you have given us an inventory of how many cars are in your parking every Sunday for 6 months. That's all. I'm not holding you up. You want the pastor's house. I'm not holding you up. There's no reason we wouldn't make that decision. You have sign-offs from all the departments. We should be able to make that decision. What I'm saying is the one place where we don't have numbers. And what Mr. McRae is suggesting is if you do that inventory, he's looking for a way to find common ground, which I thought was real nice. And he's not usually that nice, right, Mr. McRae? So that's what we're asking you for. And I'm sorry it hasn't been clear because I've been asking over and over again. Can you justify it? Can you explain the demand? So
Again, when
we
I was
wouldn't
just,
hold you up. I'm not looking to hold you up. We want to
okay.
move, we want to be helpful to people. What you really are here for, I believe, is your pastor houses.
We're here for all of it.
no,
Together,
we're
but
here
yes.
for all of it.
Yeah.
Madam Chair.
That's
we're
why
here
we
for all of it.
put it in the
As the
proposal.
Reverend had indicated, and he has explained both verbally and in writing why the church believes it is important, okay, for their mission, okay, and to service their congregants by adding parking spaces to the property.
I know, but
and
we can't
they
do
know their
beliefs.
constituency better than anyone. Sometimes people challenge what even the Reverend has said, but he knows his, I call it his mission. He probably has better words than that, but his mission, he sees where the church is going, what demands are. This was the appropriate time to lock that in, the expansion of the parking with the addition of the 2 new buildings.
Yes,
Not looking to harm
I'm
anybody, as we said
sure.
earlier. They're looking to both meet the current needs and anticipate some future needs. But the future is not 10 years from now. He sees the church sees the need right around the corner, right around the corner.
It's not how we do zoning regulations, Mr. Tessie. You know that, and you know that we have to do the law.
That's exact.
And
No,
this is I had a great conversation once with Temple Shalom. I think it was Temple Shalom. It might have been someone else, but one of the religious organizations came in, and you're doing God's work. But we're doing the states, we're doing the state. We're doing a different division of the world. Mr. McRae, you have your hand up.
Yes, I think actually just kind of get down to the detail here because we're kind of spinning wheels and
Yeah,
I
exactly.
hate spinning wheels.
Yep.
So what you're really looking for is a vehicle count per service Sundays.
Yep.
For the site for the next 6 months.
Yep. And just
that would be returned to staff for review and presentation to us.
Yep.
And the fancy dance is on our card here as to how we would position some kind of a going forward with that kind of
Middle. I give you Western Middle.
thing. Okay.
Remember how we
Yes.
split the Western Middle approval?
Yes, we
And
bifurcated
we
it.
gave,
Mhm.
we bifurcated it and we gave the people what they needed right away. And then we left the piece open that needed some more information and fleshing out, but we gave them what they needed right away. And we did that earlier tonight when we did the Thomas Lyon House.
Right. So,
We
Mr.
gave 'em what
Tessie, is
they
that
needed.
clear to you?
Well, I understood.
No, is it clear to you what we're looking for?
It's not clear to me. Can
Okay.
you tell us the exact number that
No, it's
your
not a
head
number. You're
would-
giving
would
us
make you
back.
feel like
You're giving us back
right, but then
a
once
count
we
of
give you back
vehicles
the-
in the parking lot every Sunday for your services for the next 6 months.
Sure, we can do that.
Then
if
the staff will
you're-
actually and to do an analysis and present that to us. Okay, and we'll move forward on that in the 6 months later.
understanding I'll probably be looking, okay?
My problem, I think the problem with that,
Mm.
okay, is I'm not sure what that justifies. So if we come in, it's the reason why I think.
It justifies my thoughts,
Pickup.
Mr.
What's it?
Tessie,
No,
it justifies my thoughts on finding common ground here. We've been spinning our wheels in this parking lot for too long. You're underparked, overparked. We have to find the right number of parking, okay? So 6 months, come back with the number. This is what it is. We could find out, actually, you need a lot more parking. Who knows? Maybe you don't need as much parking. Who knows? We need to find out. So, as I just said, that is the idea that's on the table at the moment. Parking analysis per Sunday, per service. What's in the parking lot for the next 6 months?
If that's what the commission is asking us to do, then clearly that's what we will do. What I would like to know is, what is the number that you guys would agree to now?
No.
Can't say that.
No. We're not going to agree with anything. No, that's not the way this
pushing
works.
it forward.
We need data. We need
Okay,
data. You
listen.
supply the data, and we will take that data and render an opinion, a decision, have a discussion.
So that
We're not. This
We've
isn't.
been
We're not
we've
in a
been having a
position to say.
discussion. Here's what I'm trying to
There's
explain.
no target number then. There's no.
Because you're
That's the
asking
point,
us to
Reverend.
modify our regulations,
Well,
so.
you said that, and you're free to say that. I know, you can say it. The point here is that this is a religious institution. It does have both state constitutional protections and also has.
First of all, federal. RLUIPA is a federal law.
I know, I
Second,
said the state constitution of the state of Connecticut Constitution.
second,
if-
Mr. Tessie, you and I
but
have
the-
already covered this ground. The church is worshiping. You have not given us numbers to establish that his congregation is not able to park. You haven't proven that. So there's really no way you can make a RLUIPA case because you haven't proven to us that there is anything stopping them from worship. First, the way RLUIPA works for the fourth time, Mr. Tessie, is that we have to be applying a standard to you that is excessive against other standards that we do. In this situation, we are bending over to help you find a parking number and to modify our regulations. We are actually giving you a better shot than we would give your average person. RLUIPA looks at whether we are placing an undue burden on the application. Okay? And
That's the
that is,
point.
and I have said this to you several times, do not pull the RLUIPA card on me every hearing because I have said it already. We are not keeping them from worshiping and we are not imposing standards that are harsher than other people have, than any other applicant has. In fact, I think we have gone out of our way to be helpful. So with that, since Reverend Jankow has very kindly offered to help in whatever way he can and understands we're trying to get to a number that resolves it. And I'm sorry you've not understood that we've been asking you for a justification for modifying our regulations, which we can do. We just need the data for it. Okay. Now, happy to split this up. I think maybe this is the time to stop the parking discussion, find out if we have other topics. We have three people from the public up and with their hands up.
I want to just say one last thing. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Here's the point. We provide an inventory, whatever it says. Okay. The problem, I think this is what the back I was trying to get at was, okay, we show that we are, say, whatever percent, 85, 90% on average, 50% on average. The point is, okay, how do we justify, and I'm almost asking myself the question, how do we justify, okay, so we've proven
Very
that the
simple. If
parking-
you're not at high utilization, wait to come in until you are. And the moment you hit a very high utilization number of your parking lot, come quick as bunnies and say to us, we are getting egregiously tight for parking, please help us out. But if your numbers don't show that you're egregiously tight for parking, don't come in 6 months, wait. Finish
No,
the
I
two
appreciate that.
houses.
what I was trying to say is that I was trying to think of an equation, right? So it's okay, we average
Our
X.
job, not yours. Our job, not yours.
No, but what I'm asking is, what also may help, and we can talk, is to get a traffic consultant to analyze our data, give us an opinion. Not a traffic, I mean a parking consultant.
I wouldn't spend the church's money that way. I would leave it to us and let us, all you really want to show us is that they're really tight for parking every single Sunday. That's all. Show us the numbers. And if they're not, tell Reverend Pankow, who's gone dark, not to come back in for a while until he's ready. Because we're here.
I'm sorry, but should we give them more guidance as to what this data ought to look like? Do they need
We've already
photos?
said
Do they, pardon?
Oh yeah, yes. We need actual
Do we
proof.
need dated
Yeah.
photos and time
Hey,
stamps?
Tracy and Patrick can
You know,
do
what
that.
do you
They're
need?
good at. Tracy, Patrick.
I would say, well, the deliverable should be, yes, photographic evidence of the parking lot, whatever the condition is, an actual count of occupied spaces by vehicle per Sunday per service. That way we know what's happening on every Sunday per service. And I think actually understanding that very clearly, if we're seeing, yeah, it's completely filled, that's what we're looking for, or it's half empty, whatever it is, that's
And
what's going to
Tracy-
provide that to us.
And
We don't need
Tracy
any,
and Patrick are good at this, and they can figure out what would establish your need and come to us when you're ready. And if you're not ready in 6 months, just hang on. And as soon as you're ready, come to us and say, hey, because then you have a very simple application. I have this utilization of my existing parking lot. I'm getting too full. Here's all the numbers. And it's a simple thing. And in the meantime, the more complicated thing with the houses, you're done with. Yes, sir.
So are
I'm
we,
looking at you, sir.
yeah, are we allowed then, just based on your previous comment, hey, when it's full, come running to us and show
Yeah.
us the data? So like if that happened in the next month, we could start showing that to you, because
Well,
we're
you're not
into the
gonna have it,
busy
'cause-
season of church.
Yeah, we know that.
Thanksgiving,
I know it's,
Christmas, Easter,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
gonna be packed.
I know.
So if I could show that to you, we wouldn't have to wait 6 months?
No, because we're asking you for 6 months. If it gets really bad within the next 6 months, come sooner. Tell Patrick and Tracy. Tracy is your person. Come sooner. But Christmas and Easter really kind of don't count. What is that? Those are the worshipers of the resurrection and the incarnation, and they come twice a year at every church we know of that is Christian. So probably not a good measure. So get through that. But we're here. And then when you know, because as Nick says, you may find that you're growing faster than you anticipated.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. If
Yeah,
do we
but you'll
have
have a
to
chance.
establish something for 6 months, or can I come sooner and then go,
I would talk to Tracy about it, but my sense is,
Okay.
Tracy, feel free to weigh in because this is your application. But my sense is if you're at 150% in the next 3 months, you got to talk to Tracy and see. It doesn't
You
take
got it.
and see what she says to you about, but she will tell you how to establish the data points so that we know it isn't just someone waving a video camera around, because that was really hard to follow. I mean, I know you guys meant well, but it was hard. You're looking at the little computer and
Sure.
Okay.
We'll fly a drone over the whole thing. Whatever you need. Tell me what you
All right.
need. I don't know what you
Okay.
need. So,
Tracy will help you guys out. She enjoys being part of this process and being helpful. So you guys were appreciating what great work she's been doing.
How's it feel to be under the bus, Tracy?
All good. We're all
Okay,
good.
good.
What do you guys think? Can we turn to the public? Okay,
knock
members
yourself
of-
out.
Sorry, Madam Chair, did we get through all our site planning issues? Because I feel like the commission had other issues.
Okay, commission, other issues? I asked a couple of times and nobody said anything.
I mean, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Zoning, we're good. Engineering was actually, last one I had was we said it's part of zoning permit, but I guess they've done that already, so we're just moving on. The acknowledgement letter has been put in. DEP's no comment. EMAC, they were looking for some vehicle chargers, I think. There has been a revised landscape, which is actually much more intensive now. No farmer's market anymore. Fire department had no comment. Is there anything else we missed on that, Ms. Kulikowski?
I do not believe so, other than,
The conservation is actually, where was that? That was the only thing I missed.
conservation was the, they had reviewed the revised landscape plan and they were
On
pleased with
board.
it. On board
Okay.
with that, yes.
Yeah.
There,
Arner,
maybe issues that the public raises, I don't want to.
So that's the other thing. I want to see what
Right,
the
I don't
public, if there's some remaining issues.
Okay.
Any-
Arn, with EMAC and the vehicle charges, are we okay with that?
Yeah, I mean, we don't even know how many parking spaces there are, so how can we judge EV requirements? Also, I mean, this isn't new construction. At most, they're asking for 19 more, which isn't our threshold like 30?
Yes, the threshold is 30.
And the
Okay. The
private
applicant had-
residences aren't anywhere near close to that. Plus,
Okay.
this is a flood zone, so EV chargers, you really want to run some electricity through there and get zapped.
Never thought of it that way.
No, and they're
And I
insulated.
wouldn't even drive a Tesla in there if it's underwater. Nice
sorry.
battery fires that you can't put out.
Okay, so
There,
that's
there was
we're-
also a concern related to the EV chargers by the applicant that this was, this is not long-term parking, this is short-term.
Yeah.
parking.
Good point.
It's short term, it's very short term. And the other thing is.
Unless the sermons are really long.
Reverend Pankow, no long sermons. They'll need to charge their.
Sorry,
EV.
that was a joke.
Unfortunately long. I apologize.
They
Sorry,
are long?
apologies.
okay. And Ms. Kulikowski, we're good with wetlands. There was a permit use questionnaire, no action. So
Right, there are tidal wetlands that was confirmed by wetlands,
Okay.
based on a 2010 soil survey done that it is tidal wetlands, not.
Okay, so we've kind of ticked all the boxes on the list.
And
Okay.
yes, and Beth Evans looked at that personally.
Okay.
And
Great.
then coming back to the issue on which we were spinning away, we got to be, if Tracy, if you could just give them exactly, and you're very clear exactly what we're looking for. And I know you've done this a million times with other applicants, exactly what we're looking for in terms of parking demand. And,
Okay.
not how many members in the band, but who's in the parking lot? How many cars?
Yes, ma'am.
So whatever you think documents it in a way that we're not going to be going, oh, that's a funny angle of the video. Okay.
We'll go with
So
spreadsheets.
so it's, unless the public raises other significant issues, I think we've covered everything. And with that, we have 7 hands raised from the public. I think it's 8 now. Members of the public, once again, tonight we've been limiting everybody to 3 minutes. And I know somebody got frustrated the last time that I talked more than that, and I'm sorry, but we're volunteers. We got to have some kind of privilege. So the first person is Todd Clare, followed by Robin and Old Greenwich, which I'm not sure who that is. So you'll need to identify yourself.
That might be.
It's not Robin Ducharme because she's further
Oh,
down.
Okay, never mind.
Never mind.
I stay
So
back then.
Todd Clare is going to come in and you'll have 3 minutes. And then Robin and Old Greenwich, you will need to identify yourself and spell your last name for the court reporter. The same will go for Tim and Wayne who follow her or him. Okay, Mr. Clare. Mr. Clare, perfect.
Last name's Claire, K-L-A-I-R.
No, you're good. We can read yours.
Okay, very good. It is parking. I'll be brief. I was just hoping to simplify the data and inventory now that we're down to that's what it is. The reason we went to 19 in part was 20 years ago when we're about the same or where we're heading with our congregation, we're full across the street at the pump house. And I would venture that why don't we just count those spaces and then we can all agree with it and stop wasting everybody's time and energy here. You do that, it's probably 20 plus spaces, which equals 19. And it's just unfortunate where we are. Thank you.
Yeah, I get this. Sometimes it's just, but okay. Thank you, Mr. Clare. Okay, Robin and Old Greenwich, if you would kindly identify yourself, please give them your name.
Hi, it's Robin Ducharme, pastor at 15 South End Court. I've lived on South End Court since 1993, and I just wanted to.
But you're in the meeting again, further down.
No, I took it out. That was on the desktop. This is my smartphone.
Understood. Okay, so hello,
Okay.
Ms. Ducharme.
I know my time is ticking, 2 minutes left.
Sorry.
Okay, here I go quickly. So please remember that Joe Pecora stated during the 9/20/25 Zoom that the neighbors gathering, which Valerie Keeney organized, initiated, and arranged, Joe said, there is no need for any of this, not the parking, not the buildings. There's no need. This is all about the future. I don't know what he was referring to. I don't know what the end game here is. At the architectural committee meeting, Joe Pecora stated, we need to leave the setback this far toward Palmer Island because we're going to build more after this proposal is approved. So please consider those comments. Attorney Tessie just now said, no commerce on this property. That's why the farmer's market had to stop. And the neighbors are happy about that. I humbly state the neighbors are not happy about that. That farmer's market is awesome. It's great. There's guitar singers. People gather. It's old time Mayberry RFD happy. And if there's no commerce on the property, then please consider Amy's email to you about Pastor Jason's business. There's a website, and several neighbors weighed in on this today, where commerce is being done from 30 West End Avenue, which I believe the PRC card says that's designated as residential only, not commercial. So please consider that, because two things can't be true: no commerce or commerce. Number 3, I met with an engineer yesterday. We have an engineer, our own engineer. I have 1 minute 31 left. Our engineer said he needs time. I need time to evaluate the gray areas here. I need his topography maps. I was in town hall today seeking other topography maps, which, whatever. Anyway, our engineer needs time. We have a meeting tomorrow at 4 p.m. with our architect to provide a compromise proposal. That architect, who's really renowned and respected, I'm told, I hope, by you guys, has been away, okay, on travel. And I've been reaching out like you can't imagine to meet with architects and engineers and lawyers, okay? All the lawyers are already here on the P&Z meetings. Like, they're all like, oh, we'd love to help, but as you can see, we're already there. And Tom Hagney's arguments or statements or whatever you want to call them a few minutes ago could apply to this about unique space. All the things that you said and what Dennis Yeski said yesterday and what Amy put in her email to you yesterday, showing pictures of the parking and talking about the pastor's business, should all be considered. Next and last question, why is it only clergy who can live there? Does that mean if I become ordained, like I get to rent a space there? Like, what is the definition of clergy and who gets to decide? And is it forever? Does that mean that you have to be Jason or a senior person at Living Hope, which is a non-denominational organization out of the Midwest, by the way? 1 second left. Okay, so please let us know about clergy and consider Attorney Tessie's passion when he says, we got to lock this in. We got to lock it in. Like, what's that about? Like, people don't
Okay,
usually
thank you,
talk
ma'am.
like that. Okay, bye.
Thank you. On to Tim, if you would spell your last name for the court reporter,
Hi, can you hear me?
followed by Wayne, who will need to do the same. Go ahead. Yes,
Can
we
you hear
can
me?
hear you. Yes, sir.
Yes, it's Tim Muldoon, Muldoon.
Oh, hello. Yes, I
Hi.
was talking about your ears should have been burning.
Yes, they were. I am just
Patrick,
so
just
everyone-
3 minutes.
Just to reiterate, I am at 10 Palmer Island, which is, I share the southern border of the church. From my perspective, I mean, I think we're having a hard time seeing the forest through the trees here. It's basic math. The church and the chapel and the sanctuary hold 210 people. 210 divided by 3 is 70. Currently, they have 74 spots. We've submitted actual factual evidence, pictures for over 3 months that show that they regularly at most use 64. So if they went to 2 services, they would be using 32 spots. That's leaving 42 spots empty in this parking lot. Even if 50% stay for the coffee and 50% come early for the coffee, you still have 42 empty spots, okay? Even if they double their attendance and with 2 services, they still would have 10 to 12 empty spots every day. And that's if they double their attendance. And beyond that, if by some miracle they're the only church in America that quadruples, say, wouldn't it make more sense to add a 3rd service rather than adding to the destruction of the tidal wetlands, the neighbors' properties, and the property values? the parking lot expansion is unnecessary. It clearly should be rejected. Being that the parking lot expansion should be denied, a discussion of the parking lot drainage shouldn't be unnecessary, but I have no choice but to address it. The MO of the applicant has been to file something hours before each one of these meetings, which makes it very difficult for neighbors and our professionals to review it. Okay, but I did look at it quickly, and I did have my exchange with Juan. Basically, what I see they're proposing is, I previously sent videos of what happens in a basic rain and how we get 6 inches of water in the spot, in a certain spot, which now they are planning to fill. And they're saying, okay, we're going to put a catch basin though on one side, and we're going to run a pipe through our fill to the other side. But when all that water goes there and comes out the other side, it enters my property. Okay, because some of their information, they don't have information on the elevations on my side of the lot. That wasn't required. So in addition, the proposed landscaping plan does not meet your basic regulations for height, width, or depth. And they're proposing planting these in an area that regularly gets inundated with salt water. Evergreens do not survive in salt water. I previously tried to plant at that same elevation, and I submitted evidence to the commission showing what happened to those trees. They all died. So what I'm asking you, just humor me for 1 second. In the room you're in, look 12 feet away from you, okay? Now imagine 18 cars lined up, that 12 feet, okay? Staring at you with what the applicant is asking you is to approve that in my backyard with insufficient screening for noise and light. It's impossible to screen it, first of all, but that's what they're asking you to do. At a minimum, you should ask the applicant to look into further.
Okay,
to moving
Mr. Muldoon, thank you. And we do have all your emails.
Can I just, this is my life. Can I please just finish? I have another 1 minute. I have some requests on what, if you're going to approve this lot, please.
Okay, go ahead,
Okay.
Mr. Muldoon.
Should be asked to move the plot further north. Basically, what if you do the unimaginable and improve this parking lot, okay? The screening needs to be enhanced. There needs to be a berm placed along where the level spreader is to make sure the water gets to the creek, not my property. A very large bond should be held to make sure that the screening and the drainage system work for at least 3 years. There needs to be a plan for managing drainage during construction. The activities should be strictly limited to church activities. So no preschool, carnival, flea market, etc. No basketball court in that back area. And the new area should only be open during church services. Okay. But that being said, that's the minimum. This should not be approved. It's 2 services is clearly 42 empty spots. And we have provided the evidence that you're asking them to provide. The reason why it hasn't been provided is because it can't, because we have provided it and we'll continue to do so. Thank you.
Mr. Muldoon, since you have emailed us quite
Yes.
a bit,
Yep.
would you mind, if you have not already, I didn't get through all the emails yet
Mhm.
today, send again this list of yours. I did write everything down, but if you would just put it in the record for us.
I will.
What your minimum request is, we'd just like to have it in the record so we can.
Again, I
review
don't
it.
want that to come off as if they do this.
No,
I'll be-
no, I got it. You would rather not
Yeah.
see this, but your backup position is this.
Because I don't even understand the 6-month thing. If they go to 2 services, they have plenty of parking. So,
Right.
anyway,
Yeah.
but I will do that. Yes.
No, I did that math. I don't know if you heard me say that. I have done the math myself. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so it turns out that Wayne is Valerie Mays Keeney. And our next speaker after that would be David Wald. So go ahead, Ms. Keeney, and Patrick's got your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the commission. And thanks also to the director and the deputy director who have been so helpful to all of us. Really appreciate it and all your attention. It's great. I would like to screen share, please, if I may, if that could be permitted. I'd like to just tell you about the fact that my husband, Wayne, and I live across from the church on South End Court. South End Court runs north-south, and 30 West End Avenue, which is the site where all this building is going to be, is right across the street from us. It has long frontage on our street, South End Court. So we've enjoyed living on our quiet street, which has a natural setting. And if I may, I'm going to press share and hopefully be able to show you this picture. Can you see it? I'm sharing it now, if you can see it.
It's not coming through,
It's
Valerie.
not coming through. Oh, there it is. There it is. Now we just got it.
All right, I can't see it anymore, but I'm trying to show a picture of the curb and how, I mean, the street, South End Court, looking from the large oak tree down towards West End Avenue, and that there are no curb cuts there, and how natural and lovely that appears now. And what's going to happen here is that the applicant, and I want to draw your attention to this because it's important. It's important to the standards under the special permit section and regulation. They want to do curb cuts on our street and install 2 new driveways and also the parking lot on our street, South End Court. They want to merge the parcels, 30 and 38. They have a huge parcel. They have a parcel with an exit of its own. They have a parcel that has a huge amount of parking. And the town's drainage manual says that shared parking and shared driveways is recommended in order to deal with stormwater runoff. This whole area where the applicant is proposing to install these driveways and paved parking is Soil D. They said that, which is a high risk for runoff. And so there's no reason why these driveways have to be located on our street. It adversely affects our street materially. It causes detriment to our street, and it fundamentally changes the characteristics of our street, South End Court. Very important. It's also important for impervious area because the driveways to the new 5-bedroom, 4.5 bath, that and the driveway for the proposed garage dwelling, the 3-bay garage, those can all be relocated onto the applicant's parcel. It has an exit. It already has parking. There can be shared driveways and shared parking, reduced runoff. Those all meet the goals of coastal site plan applications and, in addition, the town's regulations.
Thank you, ma'am. Could I ask you a favor? If you added anything to the public comment you've already sent, could you also, do we have this photo and any comments you want to make? Because give us a chance to read everything. We have it.
I believe this photo, and Ms. Keeney can tell me if I'm wrong, I believe this photo is in the 67-page document you submitted last week.
Yes, my photo is there. I was
Okay,
trying to
because I
also
noticed it
note
says Exhibit
page
7,
2
so
of
we do
to
have it.
show the naturalistic kind of gravel dry, so-called.
I didn't remember
driveway
it.
where there's parking as well. So beautiful. You can also see the church park across the street. This whole lot is being so fundamentally changed. Leads me to the other issue about landscaping.
No, wait. You're up. You're out. You're out of time.
I appreciate you reading what I've submitted, but gosh, I live across the street.
I know, we got it. I know.
I would
But
like
we're reading-
separation
we're
of the
gonna-
residential and non-residential use.
Yes, and we got that, and our landscape regulations focus on that, and we're going to go through all the public comment all over again. We're going to read everything again, and we are paying attention. So anything you can put in writing, there's enough of it that I need to go back through and read it all over again.
And I really thank you for that very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so the next person is David Wald. And you've got to remove her because as she's
Yeah, I just
co-host
was
now.
wondering about.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Wald, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I was just looking at this because I've been driving from Riverside over to Old Greenwich for years and a few times experienced this flooding on West End Court and South End Court corner, West End Avenue and South End Court. And it's clearly when it's high tide and flood is coming in or the storm water is coming in through the creek, it backs up and it comes out through the manhole on the corner there where these new dwellings are going to hook into. So what was previously on that green area shown in the picture, gathering of water there, standing water, would now be forced into the street and the flooding in that corner, that intersection would be more severe than previously. If it floods and the manhole gets full, it backs up into the driveways and then pours into South End Court. So I agree with the last speaker that these driveways should be facing into the church common parking lot and drive out through west entrance. I'm looking at the garbage collection. They have flipped it now from facing the church to now being part of the 2-bedroom, 3-garage parking lot. And that means that also the garbage trucks would not be coming in West End Avenue, but coming in South End Court. I don't quite see why these residential parking lots should be bothered by the church garbage collection. And thirdly, I'm very surprised to look at this ADA elevator that he is installing in his deck going south on the building. It's a residential facility. Some people have told me that there's also some business going on out of the pastor's residential housing. But if you look at the handicap elevator, it goes up outside the building. You cannot access the elevator from the parking lot or the garage. So I'm just puzzled why that wouldn't be inside the building instead of being on the outside. ADA lift is obviously for a handicapped person. There is no ADA parking on that side of the parking lot. So I just would like to draw attention to those 3 factors.
There's
Thank you.
ADA parking on the by the front of the church, and then there's more ADA parking on the back.
Yeah, but if you see at the ADA elevator to the pastor's residence, there is no parking.
Okay.
And then you have the garbage can, which is now going to be fenced in and face South End Court for the 100 and something people in the congregation, plus the, what is it,
Okay.
3, 6, 9 bedrooms on these 3 dwellings.
Yep.
I'm just surprised why can't you face the other way around with the garbage instead of facing the neighbors?
Yep.
But anyway,
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wold.
You're welcome.
Mr. Warwick is the last speaker.
Hi, and thank you, Madam Chair, and the rest of the board for giving me the time to speak. I will be brief. Again, my concerns has always been the flooding and the sewage that could possibly come over from the plant that has been so-called used for parking in the past. To be clear, I think someone in the past said that that pumping station was not for sewage. That is mistaken. I've known.
No. We were telling you it's not a plant.
Okay.
It
Yes.
is a pumping station for the Greenwich, for the Greenwich Main, as I remember.
Correct.
It's a pumping station.
It's a wastewater for the
Yeah,
homes, business.
absolutely. In other words, if we were being just us, it's poopy water moving through there. Absolutely. Okay.
And
But
it is the largest
pumping station.
It is the town's largest sewer pump station. So let's get this straight. When the water floods, the water comes out of that station onto the street. Now, the new parcel that wants to be developed is going to put a berm, and it's going to, and I said this last time, and I'll say it again, it's going to push the water down the streets, and we have children, people biking, people jogging, people doing things on this on this property on West End Avenue going across. That water from the pumping station will seep out. It does seep out already, and it'll be more and more prevalent coming towards my property on the corner of West End Avenue and down South End Court. Now, listen, I appreciate what the pastor's trying to do, but he's trying to build a 5-bedroom home on a parcel that's completely in water. That I think they have, if they were advised properly through their architect, they could have done a much better job of putting a house in a safe area where there is no flooding, and they could have achieved everything that our neighborhood is trying to have them achieve, but that they're continuing to want to do the same plan. I appreciate the time. That's all I want to say. And thank you.
Madam Chair, before Mr. Warwick steps down, Mr. Warwick, are you telling us that in a flood event?
It's I&I, you know that.
No, I'm asking. In a flood event, you're getting raw sewage in the streets?
There is definitely some feces that have come out in the past
And there's definitely some, we live there, so we've been there for a number of years. And the smell is disgusting, and the water is polluted. It comes out to the street onto that grass where that house is supposed to be placed. And if they put a berm up which is going to force the water to go different parts, and it'll go into the streams and it'll go into our neighborhoods.
We'll follow up with the sewer department. Nikki's raising the I&I issue, which we've had during high
Yeah,
flood
it's not,
events.
it's
Okay,
something
hold on
else,
a
but we're
second. We
moving
got
on.
one
Let's move
more
on.
person who wants to speak. Amy, you're going to have to give your last name. Mr. Warwick, thank you. And sorry for the confusion. Yes, indeed, pump station. And yes, it isn't that it didn't have sewage. It's just that it's not a treatment plant. Okay, Amy, your last name, please. Ma'am, if you would unmute. Ma'am, if you would unmute. Amy? No. Okay, I'm just going to move on then.
You're right there. Say hello.
Okay. Okay, there she goes. Okay, Amy.
Sorry.
2 minutes, Patrick.
My
It's good.
apologies. Amy Zeppelin.
And yet another person has raised their hand, Justin, and that's going to be it. We're going to close it. Okay, you guys? Okay, Amy, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, it's Amy Zeppelin, Zeppelin.
You emailed us.
Yes, I did. I apologize for the last minute late night email bomb. I have a statement I'm going to read. I'm going to do that. I had surgery recently and I just want to stay on task and focus and I don't want to drag on. So as you probably guessed, I'm here to oppose the special permit application submitted by Living Hope Church. So we know it's in an R12 zone, which is intended to improve, preserve low density, residential character, and prevent institutional intensification. While this zoning allows religious institutions to operate and apply for special permits, those permits must reflect worship-related use and demonstrate minimum adverse impact. This is not the case in the proposal submitted by Living Hope Church. In this case, the property is not used solely for worship. Mr. Pankow, the senior pastor of Living Hope Church, is also the president of LifeSpring Network, a separate 501c3 nonprofit organization that operates from the same address. This nonprofit was not disclosed in the special permit application despite being headquartered on site and reporting significant financial activity. Furthermore, when asked by the commission to report all entities operating out of the church, Mr. Pankow failed to mention the biggest and most profitable entity, LifeSpring Network. This omission raises serious questions about transparency and the true scope of operations on the property, in my opinion, prevents the commission from conducting a full and accurate land use review. This is not simply a church seeking expansion to accommodate worshipers and clergy. You must take into consideration the nonprofit enterprise operating from a residentially zoned site. Furthermore, the public financial data from the IRS reinforces this concern. Nationally, nonprofit executive compensation typically accounts for 3 to 10% of total expenses. Mr. Pankow's compensation as president of LifeSpring Network ranges from 50 to 83% of the organization's reported expenses in the past years. And finally, parking, which we've all been talking about. The reason for additional parking is unclear for everyone involved other than the church. One must wonder, I know I do, if the main driver for this expansion is the need for office space and parking for the presence of activities of LifeSpring Network. Given what I've learned about LifeSpring Network, I must question whether the overall expansion is truly intended to serve worshipers and clergy, or whether it is designed to support a nonprofit entity whose activities have not been disclosed or reviewed. The dual-use church and nonprofit headquarters constitutes a materially different land use than what is permitted in an R12 zone. The regulations do not authorize a special permit for religious institutions to host a separate nonprofit entity with an operational footprint. When such financially active nonprofit operates from a residentially zoned church property without disclosure and under the guise of a worship expansion, it violates the intent of R12 zoning and fails to meet the criteria for a special permit. I respectfully urge the commission to deny this application, or at a minimum require full land use and financial disclosure review.
It was very well timed. Did you submit that by email for the
I
public
submitted
record?
another document last night, but this was my.
Yes, I got
This
that
is
one.
my statement because I would have gotten lost off track.
no.
So.
So just
Actually, you
go
can
ahead and
submit
submit
that
that
as well for our court
I certainly
reporter.
will.
Yeah, just
Yes.
please, so he doesn't have to, you read at a good speed and it's easier for him if he's got the record.
Of course. Yes,
Amy,
of
you can
course.
just send it to me. You don't need to send it to everybody else. I'll distribute it.
No problem. I don't
Yeah,
want to spam everybody again, so.
Yeah.
No, I think
Send it to
she,
me.
And
Please.
Mr. LaRoe, I apologize for misspelling your name last night again. That was my
oh, if you
fuzziness, so.
misspelled it, then it didn't reach him, but that's why we
No,
always.
it was in the letter, not in the email address, so.
Oh,
my
okay. We
apologies.
always have you guys have the public write both, at least two people.
Yeah.
Just in case that happens.
Okay, I
But
think we
normally, and the sad thing was I was awake when you were emailing, so.
Well, guess it was
okay,
late night
we
for
have-
everyone.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
We have one more person who'd like to speak. They have their hand up, but they're not accepting the invitation. So Justin, if you would say your last name and go ahead and unmute. Justin, say your last name and unmute, or do it in the other way around would be better. Unmute and then say your last name. Okay, I don't think that's going to work. Reverend Penkow, you have your hand up?
Yes, they just brought up LifeSpring Network as something that was, I guess, undisclosed. This is not a for-profit anything. It's a non-for-profit ministry that I've been running for 18 years, where I go out and I help mentor pastors around the country and train churches. There's no profit that comes to me whatsoever. There's no for-profit side of any of this.
Okay, good. Thank you for the clarification. I think you gave us a list for everything that's on your property and that you were moving off the for-profit things. So, okay, Justin has not unmuted, so I'm just gonna, we're just gonna move on. Mr. Tessie. Yeah. I assume you would like to have us close this.
I think that you should close this. When do you have to render your decision?
65 days after we close.
All right, we heard everything you all said.
Right.
So let us gather together and we'll communicate with staff in terms of
okay.
the parking lot particularly.
Let me alert you to one thing. I am going to ask the commission for their understanding that I did not get all the way through all the material that has been submitted to us in the last 2 days. And I am going to ask the commission that we not decide it tonight because I don't feel, you know, we always respect the request of one person asking for that.
Well, we were actually asking that don't decide it tonight, so it gives us time to think about, what
You
you all
can't give us,
said.
no, if you want us to close it, then you can't give us any more input, so you'd be done, sir.
No, I understand. The only input would be whether or not, per your request, we withdraw the application for the
Oh,
part of it.
and you don't even have to do that. I mean, we could put it in our decision depending on what the rest of the commission says. But yeah, that's a great idea. So you could write Patrick, and so you guys think about it. And in the meantime, I just want to get through everything. I need to read everything that came in
Fine.
Monday, Tuesday. I just didn't finish. That was
Yeah.
rough.
Yeah, that's
And
fine.
Mary's shaking her head, so I'm not sure she got through it all either.
So you can just close it. We're
that's what we
okay
can
with
do.
that and
All right.
just not decide it this evening.
Okay, so does
Um,
the commission have
So
any
we'll-
objection?
We'll be back to staff. Go ahead.
Okay, does the commission have any objection to closing this application at this time?
No.
No objection to closing. This application is hereby closed. And as noted, I would ask for time because I felt completely overwhelmed this afternoon when I saw how much had come in. I need to go back and read it. And I apologize for that. Okay, Mr. Tessie, we will see you. And
I know.
oops, he's gone. Mr. Court Reporter. Time to say goodnight, Gracie.
Oh, I'm so happy about that. I would like Miss Zeppelin to come back and read another statement.
We knew that was high speed, and she timed it perfectly. We knew that was high speed. If there's anybody else, we asked everybody to submit, so we will have everybody's submissions.
Great.
So whatever you need, just tell us.
Everyone's always very helpful. Thank you.
All right.
see
Thank
you
you, sir.
soon.
Enjoy the rest of your evening.
All right. Well, you too. Bye-bye.
All righty. And so with that, we go to our discussion items, the first of which is 68 Cherry Valley LLC for a pre-app review to
6.
what?
66. You
That's
got
what
it.
Yeah, I think I said that. This is when I start making mistakes right around now. For conversion of a barn to a proposed ADU, it exceeds 1,200 square feet, and the total volume is already on this property is already exceeding 150,000 cubic feet. It's a 7.3741 acre parcel located at 66 Cherry Valley in the RA4 zone. I think so. The question I had, where's the applicant?
Mr. Brower?
There he is. All right, somebody getting him in. I'm like talking away and I'm, where's the applicant? What happened? He was here. Where'd he go? Mr. Brower, come back. Did you get him in? He keeps popping in and out. Did you get him? Uh-oh. Oh, he's rejoining. Okay, good. I got him. Mr. Brower, this may not be your issue, but what really confounded me reading this is we have a bunch of pre-apps and applications right now that are conversions of barns and existing buildings. And sometimes the square footage goes up and the FAR goes up, and sometimes it doesn't, and it's for pre-existing buildings. And I don't know what the difference is. Here you go from 13,368 to 17,066. And I didn't know why, if it was if it's a conversion.
No, that's, if I could make my presentation, I think it'll clear all of the
Oh,
questions.
you want to get to talk.
Exactly.
Well,
That'd be nice.
Okay.
So sorry. I'll try to be quick. So Eric Brower on behalf of the applicant tonight. Yeah, I don't know where the confusion came from about conversion of a barn.
It's not a conversion.
Pardon me?
It's not a conversion?
No.
Got
And there's no barn. And there's two other projects that we're on tonight, I guess, or one other that clearly is a barn with a conversion. So that might have been cut and paste. I don't know.
Yeah,
So,
I was wailing over the weekend, like, why is this a change? And the
yeah,
others.
yeah. So could we put up my few slides that I have that Tracy was nice enough to download, and that just walk through that. I think we can make it very clear very quickly what's
Give me
going
a
on.
second here, Eric. I'll get it.
Okay, thanks.
Just takes a second to get back to the right folder. You have to use back.
And what is it with Cherry Valley right now? You're all building on it. I mean, we're like, what?
It's a sleepy little place, I thought.
Yeah, I know. There's big stuff going on there.
We're just rotating everything around here. Hang on 1 second. There we go.
I think I must have failed to compare the existing. Here's your topographic.
There we go.
All
There
right.
we go.
That's the
Okay.
orientation you would like, Eric? I thought it was.
That's it. That's perfect. So yeah, so I think we just walked through these and explained it very, very simply. So this is Cherry Valley. Let's stay with the first.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make it a little bigger. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
It's giving me grief. All right, we may just have to go with what we had before. Sorry. Right. There we go.
Okay, so the properties outlined there in blue. This is a town GIS aerial photo. Cherry Valley's at the top, and this is a 7.4 acre parcel in the 4 acre zone. And you can see there's a large house in the middle left portion of the property. It's about 10,000 square feet. And there's a tennis court, in-ground pool, and towards the lower right, there's two buildings that you can make out there. One is an existing 3-car garage, and the other one is a cottage, 2-story cottage. So let's go to the next slide. Can see it a little better here in the topo version. So again, main house, existing garage, there's another detached garage, and the cottage is shown there as well. There's a lake on the western portion of the property. Otherwise, there's no wetlands. It's all upland area, and we've gotten a sign off that we do not need a wetlands permit for this. Let's go to the next one. So the origin of this property came about as part of a 3-lot subdivision back in the early 70s. And at that time, there was a large main house, which has been replaced in 1990, and 2 other vacant lots at the bottom of the property. Let's go to the next one. So this is a blow up of the portion of this 7.4 acre lot that shows the main house and cottage and 2 garages that were then present at that time. And go to the next. And then this is the final subdivision that was recorded in 1972, showing again the main house, the cottage, and the other outbuildings. Let's go to the next. So this is a overall proposed site development plan. On the left, you can see the new house from 1990 that replaced the old original estate house. And then a little hard to make out at this scale, but it shows the existing accessory buildings and the proposed alterations. So let's go to the next slide, which is a blow up. Okay, so there we have the existing 3-car garage, 1-story building on the right-hand side of the driveway, and then we have the 2-story existing cottage on the other side of the drive. And what we're proposing to do is to reconstruct the cottage. There's a garage detached that's shown down at the bottom of the page. That's going to be removed, and a new 2-car garage will be incorporated, attached into that existing cottage. The other structure there is going to have a 2nd floor added onto it, and it will be converted from a 3-car garage to indoor garage, storage area, and living space, dwelling space above it. So it's predominantly in the same footprint and location of existing development on the property. Let's go to the next slide. So the house itself in plan view is very large. It's a contemporary style, just about 10,000 square feet. This is a view of the rear part of the house on the top, facing towards the to the lake, and the lower photo is looking at the front of the house from the entrance drive, and the garage is accessed from the right. Let's go to the next slide. So the proposed renovated structures, added, altered, have been designed to be in keeping with the architectural style of the existing house. They're relatively low in height. They're both about 22 feet high, which is about the height of the existing cottage, actually slightly higher. That's on the is the left side building that's being reconstructed. So the project itself, it's on septic. It's been approved by the health department. The square feet in total in the project is 17,066 square feet versus a permitted 20,000. So it's large, big house and on a large property. We're well under in terms of green and limitation. We're 86% versus 84% required. And so I think typically the concern with these accessory buildings being over 1,200 square feet is the standard of, are they subordinate and in keeping with the main structure on the property. So I think they're in keeping with it. We've had two structures there, one of them since the 40s, the other since 1990. So in scale, height, number of stories, the numbers, I think, themselves demonstrate that we're subordinate. The existing, well, the building on the right, we call building number 3. That's the one that will be going to approximately 4,000 square feet. And the other building 2, the former cottage, is going to be enlarged from about 2,000 square feet to 3,000. So I think the design, the siting is consistent with the existing pattern of development, and I think they are subordinate to the main house. So that's a quick overview.
Okay. Anybody from the commission want to make a comment? Mary?
Yes, Mr. Brower, both of the new subsidiary buildings, the accessory buildings, have kitchens. Doesn't that mean that they're each ADUs and we're only supposed to allow one ADU per lot?
No, the existing cottage, and that's why I went and showed part of all the background that we did on researching that. That's an existing dwelling that was part of the it was built in 1940 and was clearly part of the subdivision as it was reviewed back in 1970. So our position is that we have the main house, we have a pre-existing
accessory building,
accessory dwelling, and clearly accessory, and then the ADU would be building number 3 on the right.
Okay. So the subdivision was done, but now the lot is the subdivided lots are now merged to a single lot?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. So this was created as a 7.4 acre tract, and there's 2 other adjacent parcels that were vacant at the time of the subdivision, and they were subsequently developed. So it's the 3-lot subdivision is in
still
fact
a 3-lot subdivision.
3-lot subdivision. This is still the original lot 1 from that subdivision.
Okay, thank you. I didn't understand that. Thank you.
Mr. McRae?
Mr. Brower, do you have any proof about the cottage, the plans, CO, anything that indicates that actually it was a single family residence?
We started pulling the old building permit history, and we'll make that part of our formal application when we submit the actual special permit site plan.
Okay, and I want to understand this clearly. So we're stating that actually it was a legally non-conforming single family residence with kitchen.
Correct.
From 19 whatever. And then
yes.
And then now the garage, 3-car garage, is going to be expanded to become the ADU.
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Wait, but you're rebuilding it. So you've got me a little bit confused here still. And it'll probably be better once we get the whole thing in front of us, but you have a legally non-conforming. an ADU in the 4-acre zone, an exterior ADU is limited to 1,200 square feet, and you're going to 4,000?
Correct.
4,198.
Okay, so you're going to 4,000 for this exterior ADU, which is technically limited to 1,200 square feet in the zone. Now, we can, subject to the 617 standards, allow a bigger ADU. However, you're already legally non-conforming. And I'm not looking at Mary, but I'm wondering if this is expanding your nonconformity, because you are asking for us to modify our regulations on an already non-conforming site in order to have an ADU that is more than 3 times the size of what our regulations allow.
Okay. So
And before you answer me, I'm going to give you a little context on the state ADU regs. So their purpose is to enable more accessible housing. We did decide that houses in Greenwich are big, and we thought, well, it might be nice for the mothers-in-law to get, whoever lives in the ADUs to get a bigger place. So we did say 35% max for the internal ADUs. But my math is quickly that you're even over that. You're even over what we would allow for an internal, because we would only allow a max of 35% of the square footage of the existing house. So I'm having trouble with the sizes of things and the consistency with the purposes of our regulations. Nick, then Mary.
Can I ask you a question first, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, they jumped in and, I saw the hands.
Okay.
Sorry.
So obviously the regulation does, through a special permit process, allow it to be bigger, obviously contemplated it. And they do have a standard for internal versus external. We're external. And the standard highlighted, obviously, is it has to be subordinate in keeping with the other buildings on the property and subordinate to the main structure. So
it actually doesn't say subordinate. Oh, yes,
Yeah,
it does say,
yes, it does.
yeah,
Yeah,
but it does say, or in combination with all other legally conforming accessory structures on the same property. So the first question is, do we have legally conforming accessory structures on the property?
Okay, so we went
it sounds
through.
like you don't.
No, well, we do. And Mr. Macri asked for us to demonstrate that, which we will in our final application. But we've crossed the question of having a legally non-conforming dwelling in addition as an accessory dwelling to a main dwelling and an ADU on 17 Stiles Lane a couple of years back, wherein we had a nice big main house. There was a legally non-conforming cottage on the property. And then we had a detached accessory building that was torn down and then rebuilt and expanded to become the ADU on the property. And so we went through that whole process. That threshold issue was addressed. And so we would be then subject to that same consideration on this property.
Nick and then Mary.
So, Mr. Ferraro, the cottage, right now it's 1.5 story. Which is the first floor and roof.
Yes, it's got a large, tall gable second or half story to it, and we're going to be actually slightly less than the ridge line of the height of that building.
But the floor area underneath the roof, the roof is being completely removed, and you're adding that full second story. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, there is a second story now within that space. So it's going to be turned from a 1.5 story to a 2-story flat roof structure.
Thus the significant increase in your square footage.
Yes.
Okay, so actually then the legally non-conforming building is actually getting bigger.
Increased.
Okay, that's what I need to understand.
That's
Great.
okay. So that's where our snag's going to be.
Yeah.
You're expanding a non-conformity,
Building.
Well,
a non-conforming building.
that obviously is subject to discussion. Non-conforming dwellings in the past have been viewed as if you go from a 2 to a 3 or 1 to 2, that's clearly
I'm sorry, a 2 to a 3 to a 1 to a 2 what's?
dwelling units, as opposed to simply making an existing dwelling unit larger.
Starting with, I think you're going to have to address for us, when you come back, address for us how we've been looking at this is not the number of dwelling units in terms of the nonconformity, because we've been looking at principal residence versus accessory separately. We have been looking at the expansion of a nonconformity pursuant to, as you know, statutes of disallowing the expansion as opposed to the intensification of a nonconformity. And Mary is way more eloquent on this than I am. I stumble. So Mary has her hand up, then Low, and then McRae. Go ahead, you guys.
Before we go on, if staff can bring up Mr. Brower's presentation, page number 17.
Okay.
Then with something we can actually discuss from, because I think it may, right there. You can zoom in the lower left-hand elevation.
But you guys, I don't want to drill down into the
Oh, no.
architectural plans. I just want to give him.
It's very simple to see.
Okay, no, but my point is, Nick, I want to give him what our questions are going to be.
Yep.
Because we got 2 more pre-apps coming up and one of them is going to be very long. So I just want to give him our issues. Go ahead,
Okay.
Mary.
Well, no, I'd like to hear Nick's point because
I think this elevation, left side elevation where the cursor is, I think actually shows the scope of expansion from the existing gable end building to the second floor. So just keep that in mind, as you're going forward, Mary.
Yeah, so what's your point, Nick? I'm missing that.
I think there's a significant increase in floor area because right now you got a lot of second floor under gable area. So I think it's actually just understanding how much is it being increased from existing to proposed.
So
that's
part
the question.
of the part of the plan, and I'll just touch on it quickly, because I know the point is to get the questions out, and we'll come back with answers. But the part of the expansion is, as I said earlier, we're demolishing a detached 2-car garage, and that's going to be incorporated into this renovated structure. So part of that is an existing 2-car garage that's moving from one part to another to be attached, incorporated into it. So that's part of the expansion.
Okay.
Yeah,
Mary?
I guess I don't understand. You're basically saying we're taking down an existing building, so we're moving the FAR to another non-existing building?
No, there's 2 buildings. We're eliminating one building, and as part of the reconstruction of the other, incorporating into that square footage which exists in a garage that's being demolished.
Okay, I think you just said what I thought I was saying. In other words, the reconstructed non-conforming building is going to be larger than the existing non-conforming building that was legal in 1940, presuming it was legal in 1940. It's going to be larger, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And now they're still within their FAR. If they're in the principal residence, they're still within their FAR. The question now becomes, when you're doing the accessory structures, if they are legally non-conforming and they're expanding the accessory structures, that's an expansion, an illegal expansion. So that is the question we're asking you. Then separately, we might or might not agree to an oversized ADU, but the size of the ADU is really giving me pause because I don't see that as consistent with the purposes of the ADU regulations at this point. Now I'm open to convincing. This is just like throwing it out there. Lowe, then Jenkins.
I was just going to say, it sounds like we're knocking down a structure and we're incorporating the non-conformity in the new structure. Is that what I heard Mr. Brower say?
Well, Mr. Brower can speak for himself, so I'm not gonna answer him.
I'm talking to Mr. Brower.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have an existing cottage, and it is going to get larger, and part of the increase in that floor area is as a result of incorporating what exists as a two-car garage detached.
So the answer to my question then is yes. You're using a nonconformity that is being torn down, but then and incorporated in this new structure. And it sounds to me like we are expanding the footprint of an already non-conforming structure.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
And then separately.
I didn't hear an answer. Was I right?
Sorry.
I said yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, he said yes.
Mr. Brower, I didn't hear you.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Oh, because maybe I talked over it.
Probably.
And then separately, they're asking for an expansion, I think, of what may or may not be a non-conforming structure.
Right.
To build an ADU. If the ADU was an interior ADU, based on the numbers here, it would be 3,400 square feet. It would be maxed out, and then we could consider, obviously, we're allowed to consider giving you more. But I'm kind of choking now that I finally found your letter, and I'm really sorry I missed this over the weekend. 4,198 square feet is what your ADU is going to be, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Nick had seen it because that's the number he said. So I'm struggling, and I'm really sorry because I saw the zoning chart, I read the summary, I read the description, I didn't keep going. I was like, okay, I'm fine with this because I thought it was just a conversion of existing space. This is a different animal, and the way I almost think the best thing to do may be to just come in and address this issue of the nonconformity expansion with us and not get into the rest of it until we're comfortable with it, and then go through the rest of the hoops. Because if you have to change the site plan because we're not comfortable with the rest of the we're not comfortable with your overall concept, which is the beauty of the pre-app, come back and walk us through where you are, how you are not expanding a nonconformity as opposed to intensification, and where you think we can apply 699E, and it's E something, 699A3E, where we could apply that, and those two pieces. And I would say do nothing else. Just come back real quick as a bunny and do another pre-app with us, and let's work through those issues, just those, so that you don't have to redo a site plan if you can't get us past this hurdle.
Yeah.
So but just to be clear, I know you keep going back to if it was an internal, there's a 35% limitation.
Right.
I think we should be looking at the other sentence that talks about for detached, is it subordinate in considering the other buildings?
Right. I got that. But then my choking point is in D, maximum size of an external is 1,200 square feet in the RA4. Now there, yes, we can do, you're putting a lot of emphasis on the subordinate, which is, I think, not how we've been thinking about ADUs.
Well, it's not an either or.
Yeah.
Exactly. So
Okay.
we're thinking our max is 1,200 square feet. we would be open to varying it, but you're asking for 4,000. I mean, we might be open to vary. I don't want to say we're going to vote anyway. We could be open. 4,000 square feet is what you're asking for. And we're understanding that this involves expansion of a nonconformity. So you've got us on two hurdles.
Okay.
One, which is more than 3 times the size of what we would allow in an external, plus the expansion of the second point is, so those are the two issues: expansion of a nonconformity and an ADU that is more than triple the size of what we would normally allow for an exterior. And even if it were interior, it is bigger than what we would allow. So those are the hurdles to start with, and we may or may not be open to it, but it's to start. Mary still has her hand up. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Mary.
I do.
She's
Mr.
smarter
Bauer,
than I am.
I just want to make one thing, my question clear. We have had other applications where someone takes a nonconformity from a building and moves it to a different location and adds it to other buildings. Again, once you take that nonconforming garage down, that nonconformity ceases to be protected because you have obviously abandoned it. You're not going to build another garage in that footprint. That doesn't and with all due
We're
respect,
going
it
to
does
stop.
not screw
Just
up.
let her say it, because we're going to stop talking to you after this. We've said it 3 times.
All right, so I just want to clarify
Okay,
that the
Mary's
garage,
saying it.
No, again, I just want it to be clear that just because you are removing one non-conforming building does not allow you to use that square footage in a different location with respect to another non-conforming building, because dimensional nonconformities can't be moved.
Tracy
So
can
just-
explain this to you.
could
We
I
have the,
explain,
no,
please,
hold on
and
a second.
clarify the?
No, don't do it now, because we really
just-
have to move on. We have we've
Well,
been over half an hour with you already. Tracy has, hold on a second, Mr. Brower, I'm sorry. We have said it to you over and over again now. We've given you the guiding. Come back
You
for
have
another
a
brief.
misunderstanding of the facts. I would like to clarify the facts. I'm not
I'm sorry.
arguing or presenting anything. The garage that's being removed is a conforming detached accessory structure less than 1,200 square feet. I pointed out simply that we were taking the garage down, and as part of the reconstruction expansion of the cottage, it was going to include a 2-car garage. So that was part of the justification or explanation of why that particular building is getting bigger, period. So I understand your position. There's 2 issues. One has to do with the nonconformity. Prove that we're not increasing the nonconformity.
No, expanding it.
Expanding it. Separate and distinct from that is the issue of an ADU, which is entitled to be larger than 1,200. That's not a max. It says if you go over 1,200, you need a special permit and show that it's subordinate to the main house. That's the regulation.
Okay, and you now understood my concern.
Hold on a
about the
second. Wait,
nonconformity, so
no.
let's-
Time out. No, Lo, hold on a second.
No, but we're going
stop.
way too
No.
long on this. Way
I
too
know
long.
we are, but you have to just chill for a second. We're
Clear.
almost done. Mr. Brower,
Yes.
our regulation does not say here you are entitled.
No, I didn't say that. I said
You said
special permit.
no, and it still doesn't say that. It says may
Yes,
may authorize an ADU. We are
Understand.
not entitled to it under special permit, which is what you just said. We may authorize.
Yeah.
You are not guaranteed that we will authorize it if you meet the special permit standards and you prove that the building is secondary. You will not necessarily, because it only says may.
Understand.
And we spent, just so you know, the commission spent hours yelling at each other over this when we wrote it. So we know that this is a very contentious subject for us. It is not an easy ask for you. I'm just telling you.
Understood.
And you're okay. So you got it. Tracy has her hand up. She can give you the case law that we've been looking at for other nonconformities. Tracy, you want to go, and then we're going to stop.
No, I'm not citing case law at 10 o'clock at night.
No. But you will
I
later.
do want to point out one other section that needs to be addressed, and that is 695A2, where it talks about because regardless of whether it's an ADU or not, because it's over 1,200 feet, it needs a special permit and it needs to address those standards in 695A2.
Of course it does. You're right, because it's
That's all.
also, and this is because the accessory
Because the
structure.
commission is doing, because
Dual.
it's either a special exception or a special permit, but the standard still applies.
Yep.
So just check
Okay.
that sentence out.
Was
Yep,
acknowledged in my cover letter. Understood.
Okay, cool.
Yep,
I hadn't
okay.
read your cover letter. I'm sorry.
Okay, quickly, do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on the 66 Cherry Valley Road application? Nope. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brower. I'm sorry if we were whatever difficult but testy, but we've done this a whole bunch of times and we're all right. Thank you, sir.
I get
Okay.
it.
Thank
Have a good
you.
evening. Thank
Bye.
you. Bye-bye now.
All right. Mr. Cohen is still awake. All right. And so now we go to our next pre-app. Everybody's awake, right? Patrick predicted this is how long this meeting would go. Sadly, I did not argue with him. The Greenwich Tree Conservancy, Mr. Cohen, I think you're there. You just haven't unmuted and all that. Oh, somebody
Yes,
made
there we
Patrick
are.
the host. Okay. The
Good
Greenwich Tree,
evening.
hold on a sec. The Greenwich Tree Conservancy for a pre-application review pursuant to, for a proposed change of use from nonprofit religious to nonprofit educational expansion of parking and site improvements in a 2.217 acre parcel located at 376 Stanwich Road in the RA2. For everyone's information, this is the Dingletown Church. And whatever you can do, Mr. Cohen, to keep us at 20 minutes, the commission would be deeply grateful because
Yes,
otherwise,
thank you.
Mr.
I'm
Lowe is
here-
going to punch me.
I'm here representing the Greenwich Tree Conservancy relating to the historic church property at 376 Sandwich Road, of which it is the contract purchaser. Let me start by describing a little bit of the interplay between the parties and what is a very interesting and it's kind of complicated arrangement. There are three parties involved in this. The original owner of the church, which was the Dingletown Community Church, who recognizing a reduction in their church population, determined to dispose of the church property and made contact with the Greenwich Land Trust. In turn, my client, the Greenwich Tree Conservancy, looking for a permanent home for its educational programs, got involved and they entered into a contract. And the contract simply stated that Dingletown Church would transfer title to the Greenwich Land Trust free, no cost. But in return, the Greenwich Land Trust would immediately agree, subject to getting approval of the change of use, to convey title also free to the Greenwich Tree Conservancy, provided that the Greenwich Tree Conservancy agree to be the permanent historic caretaker of this church and enter into a historic preservation easement that would be permanent, would run with the land. So we're at the point at which we are now preparing that application subject to the feedback we received from this commission. And I'm here with the approval of the Greenwich Land Trust on behalf of the Tree Conservancy to help them find a new home in the historic building. I'm going to quickly describe a little bit of the background of this church, which is very historic in nature. And I think the best way to do that is to begin with.
We've actually loved the letter you sent, Mr. Cohen. We all read it and enjoyed it. It was fascinating and how the church got moved and all of that. And
yeah,
and it's
well,
history.
let me show you some pictures that will illustrate.
Okay, all right. And
So
because I think we'd rather get to the core issues. You know, we have a lot of people waiting to speak still, or so we think. There's
I've
still a
had a
lot of
minute
people at the
so
meeting.
far, Ms. Sullivan. Give
Yeah.
me at least 3 minutes.
Okie dokie.
Pat, could you run the first photo? The first photograph that I wanted to show is basically the picture that Mr. Yeski pulled out at yesterday's briefing, which I think is a terrific picture, and it shows exactly the reason that we wanted to enter into this transaction and take this property subject to a permanent historic preservation easement. That preservation easement will require the Tree Conservancy basically to be the caretaker of this property permanently, or at least as long as it holds title, and any subsequent holder of title will have to assume the same obligation, which is to make no exterior changes, to make no changes to the historic vista that you see that Mr. Yeski correctly pointed out as being very worth preserving. His issue, and one which I'll address, has to do with the impact of parking along the driveway. But let's move on to the next image, which basically is the aerial photo of the 2+ acre lot at the corner of Stanwich Road and Barnstable Lane. Barnstable Lane is a public road. The building is that fairly small building right in the center at the top of the driveway. The next image gets into the history a little bit. The building was actually built on the property shown on the left, which is about 4,000 feet to the south on Stanwich Road, to the south of Barnstable Lane. That's where it was originally built and where it operated as a Methodist church for many years. Finally, in 1958, the Dingletown Church purchased the property at 376 and physically moved the church building from its original location, shown on the left, to the current location, where it finally got set, as seen in the bottom right. The next image is one that was fairly important because it was filed in 1959 by Dingletown Church when it received special exception approval to change the use of this piece of property from residential, RA2, to permit the use for nonprofit church uses. This is the image, the only image that was filed with the application that was approved. It shows the location of the church in kind of a dark rectangle, and it shows in dotted lines to the west of it proposed buildings that were never built, a rectory and a community house, and then to the way to the north, shown in a very big rectangle, was intended to be a future parking lot. That too wasn't built. The only parking that was provided on this image was shown, it's going to be tough to see, but I'll tell you what it says. On the east side of the driveway, it says 14 parking spaces this side of driveway. So that is the only area where parking was intended to be allowed. At that time of the hearing of this appeal, the representative of the church put into the record the fact that in the church building was seating for 80 congregants, and that the congregation of the Dingletown Church at that time consisted of 30 to 40 families. Moving up a little closer to today, the next image is an aerial photograph taken just last year showing how parking actually worked at the church. And there are two areas of parking along the driveway. The west side of the driveway are 16 spaces and a few on the right side as well. And then it's tough to see, but along Barnstable Lane, which I as stated was a public highway, there are 8 more church cars parked. And this, I assume, was taken by the people at Westcog who take these things from a height on a random date. And so our proposal that before you today is basically to use the driveway, but to expand it somewhat so as to not to prevent fire vehicles from having access to it, which is going to be required, and also to provide, should the need ever arise, an area of overflow parking along closer to Barnstable Lane, along the south boundary of the property. So in total, if the need ever arose, there'd be a total of something like 38 spaces. The next image is our colored up, I believe it's our colored up version of how this is all. No, this is the actual, and somebody had during briefing raised the issue of the septic location. So we highlighted the location of the septic right
Okay.
there.
We're sure you'll fix that. I wasn't worried about the septic.
There was one comment I think you received from one neighbor about a pipe that produced some drainage flow that was a problem for him, and that's a little bit of a surprise to us, but we'll find out about it, and when we come with our application, we'll have located it. And so this is basically the plan that shows the site work that we want to do. The site work to allow this use to take place is really nothing on the building. The building will continue to look the way it looks. There will be new handicap accessible ramps, a handicap parking place, and as you can see, a widening of the driveway to allow 17 spaces to be parked along the driveway. Again, we note that there is an overflow parking area in the grass area shown next to Barnstable Lane. So listening to the comments of the commission yesterday, I understand very well that having the parking along the driveway does interfere with the vista that is historic and needs to be preserved. And you know, if there was a better place to do it without covering more green area, I think we would do it. Remember that right now the Tree Conservancy has a staff member of 1. They may hire somebody in the future, but right now we have 1 employee, and that will be the person that appears on a regular basis to attend this their office. The likelihood of regular educational activity at the beginning, we've estimated with the Tree Conservancy based upon what they've done in the past, and their hope for the future would be maybe once or twice a month, accelerating to maybe an equal number per week if they can do it. They'd like the opportunity to have the overflow parking for special events if, as and when they occur. But right now, the Tree Conservancy has had its regular office and place of gathering really at the Montgomery Pine Needham, as I think you know. And that has not proved to be a parking or traffic issue, nor have the other locations where the Tree Conservancy is used for workshops and that sort of thing created a problem. And we don't believe that there'll be a problem here. We'll take a look at this parking as Mr. suggested, Yeski and Mr. McRae have suggested. I mean, we would like to diminish that to the extent that we can. But as you can see, it was really a part of the original special exception that was granted to Dingletown Church. And we believe that it's infrequent enough to not create a blight on the vista. We've reviewed the proposed parking with the Greenwich Land Trust, who will be the enforcing agency in the preservation easement, and they've approved it. And hopefully we'll be able to use all or some of those spaces. But if there are other possibilities, we'll continue to investigate those, and we'll come to you with our final application with the best solution that we can arrive at.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McRae, and then after Mr. McRae, I know I've got two people with hands up. Hold on. After Mr. McRae is Mr. Yeski. Go ahead, Mr. McRae.
Mr. Cohen, the parking in the driveway now, that's basically just, it's on the lawn. Is that correct?
No, I think it's in the driveway.
It's they park in the driveway.
Yes,
It
they do.
looks
They
like
park
that,
in the
yes.
driveway.
Okay.
That's what that image reflects.
And what you're representing,
yeah, there it is.
What you're representing are 17 new spaces, newly paved spaces, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you're talking about actually 14 spaces is overflow.
Say that again?
14 spaces in the back as overflow.
No, the 21.
Yeah, 21, 7 and 14, Nick. 7 in the front and 14 in the back.
No. I'm talking about just the overflow in the back is how many spaces?
21.
No, in the back is 14, not combined, just in the back.
Well, believe me, let me count them again. I'm up to, well, the image that I have is
it's
14.
Right.
Okay, great. Now that we resolve that, let's talk about an option that you should explore is not parking in the front yard, and that's your overflow. They can park on the lawn, et cetera, making your parking lot in the back the permanent parking lot. Thus not going to get to something that was brought up yesterday, compromising the front facade and front yard of the site itself, which seems to be the one thing that everybody wants to really maintain. I'm very happy that you actually brought in to see where the septic system is. It seems to be under the trees to the left-hand side of this parking. So you can actually even expand that overflow parking a little bit more to get more spaces, thus reversing your premise here. Permanent parking is in the back, overflows in the front.
Well, you know, the Tree Conservancy, being the Tree Conservancy, has a hard time paving over a grassy area. I mean,
But they can
it's
put
possible.
more. Yes, but they can put more trees.
Mr. Cohen, aren't you paving over the front yard with the permanent spaces?
Exactly. You can add trees along the driveway without that. They can add trees instead of parking on the driveway. And then so they won't give up because they're relocating parking. So I think Nick is headed in a great direction. We're probably, we're going to let you design this. We're going to let the applicant design this. We're just telling you.
That, but we probably would like to retain handicap space closer to the.
That's not a problem. What you heard the objection from the commission, and Mr. Yeski is about to speak. What you heard is the line of cars that messes up his Norman Rockwell painting.
Yes.
Well, I
So
like Norman Rockwell too, so we'll take a
you
look
know
at it.
that they took it out of the White House.
Well, I
painting.
had nothing to do with that.
Yeah, that's so sad. Okay, Mr. McRae, go ahead, or are you done?
I would think actually, yes, talking about your accessible space
Yeah.
closer to the building.
Fine.
Again, if it was in the back, it'd be butt up against, one of the paths that lead to the accessible entrance.
But it's even, whatever works, ADA, we'll do our best on the ADA, but for everything else,
Mhm.
okay. Anything else, Mr. McRae?
No, I'm good to go. Thank you.
Okey doke. Mr. Yeski, go for it.
Yeah, thanks, Nick, for taking that one off the table. Clearly, we want to clean out the front. Mr. Cohen, I've got a couple other suggestions. Number one, it involves just the sheer doubling and tripling of the intensity of the activity on this site. The church maybe met 2 or 3 times a month, maybe a little bit more, no special events. You, from what I can see, are going to start small, but go to 2+ classes a week, and it's silent on special events. But this is the kind of thing that people end up doing special events on. And this is a neighborhood, and I assume we're going to have to go to a special permit. So I question the level of activity on this particular site, and it's related to parking, because if you can reduce the intensity, you're going to reduce the parking, and the backyard does sound more feasible at that point in time, and clearly is preferred. Whatever you're going to do on the front yard part can be done on the backyard. One of our requirements is to shield that from neighbors. I think it's a lot easier to shield in the backyard to the neighbor to the due west, and keep what I think 99.9% of the citizens of Greenwich see, which is this whole site. Related to that, I'm not sure what's in the easement, but we definitely need better protection. As you know, you mentioned that this is a landmark with a plaque, which is nice. And I don't mean to insult anybody, but it's not very valuable in maintaining the site. So I assume the easement has to be much stiffer, not only on the building. The commission again and again has expanded protection, not just to the building, the architecture, the facade, but the whole site, all the way up to, we don't want a piece of grass changed on the site. Maybe that's too extreme, although that would give you some benefits too in an HO. You might want to think about that. But the reality is that easement's got to be, the whole site, just not the building, because this whole thing could be ripped down. And with the FAR there, you could build a pretty big facility there if you chose to do that. So I'm going beyond just the pure parking. There are other things. You've already hit the septic, traffic you got to look at, because that intensity brings the traffic, it brings the noise, it brings the congestion. Hopefully we can clear up that there's going to be no disturbing my Norman Rockwell. I can see I'm going to get quoted on this too. This is like the ocean liner, but we really don't want that vista disturbed. Can you bring back the vista?
Well, we're not going to do anything with the vista because the vista is specifically covered by the preservation easement together
Good,
with the
but
building.
bring up the vista. Bring up the vista. I don't know who's controlling the slides. The picture I gave you yesterday that you stuck in here.
Blame Pat, it's the first image.
Yeah.
There it is.
Okay. If you park 17 in the spaces and another 7, that's 24 cars. That's going to destroy that vista. And again, it gets back to intensity, and put it behind the building so it's not shown up here, and you don't end up disrupting what most of the people in Greenwich see. The only people that don't see this vista right now are the neighbors to the west, the neighbor to the north, and the neighbor to the south. The neighbor across the street definitely sees this at this point in time, and that's what we're trying to protect, quite frankly. So I don't know that given time, and I know those neighbors wanted to talk, I'll just stop at that point. We went over a lot of this yesterday. I do acknowledge you did send me some pieces of the 1958 special protection. I got like this, I don't know, I think everybody got it, right? Patrick, everybody got those slides or those pieces of paper, but you can't read them. I would love to see what's in the entire 1958 special protection. Maybe there's other restrictions that they put on this particular space, because they clearly set this up as a Norman Rockwell painting. Look at it. I mean, it's gorgeous. So
I think you're reading too much into this beautiful picture. We sent the entire file
art is in
over
the eye of the
to,
beholder, right? It's subjective.
excuse me?
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt
We
you.
sent the entire 3622 file, which was a special exception application that was granted, allowing the church to be moved to this location. And we sent the entire file. It was approved with no conditions at all, except for the what was shown on that drawing that I sent you, including the permitted parking along the driveway.
But in your easement, you're going to preclude most of the things in that drawing, correct? You're not going to build extra buildings, right? And you're not going to build more
going to do what? No. Oh, you mean go back to the 1959 approval? No, we're not doing it.
Right. And that's going to be
what we're doing is what we're probably going to end up asking for, which is what we've already sent you. But I get the drift, Dennis, and we're going to pursue it.
I'll stop because from what the chair said, there's other people.
No, there's only 4 people with their hands up right now, and there's a lot of other people here, but they don't have their hands up. So
okay.
They may not have left the meeting. I think some people just want to hear what we say. There's several people here from the Tree Conservancy. I'm not sure they're going to speak.
Okay.
So folks, if you do want to speak, yeah, there go the hands. Okay, so now we got 5 people. Okay. Anything else, Mr. Yeski?
No, I think I've said my piece.
I think the neighbors are going to say this, Mr. Cohen and Ms. Cronin, but what you've also heard Mr. Yeski say is a concern about intensification and impact on the surrounding neighborhood with any intensification of use. And to the extent now, what we talked about yesterday at the briefing, you heard us, you have to compare it. In fairness, you compare it to the church's capacity at full utilization. But to their point, that's normally going to be on a Sunday, and now it's daily use that you're proposing. So if when you come in with the final, you come in cognizant of not intensifying the traffic, it would be good. I don't think you have to do a traffic study, just like look at what the ITE is for a 9, how many seats? It's 90, right? I'm getting tired. 90. Okay. 90 seat church. What's the ITE? And then compare your kind of what you're expecting in daily trips and weekly trips to that, like what you're going to have in total, and just let us know what the impact on the neighborhood is going to be in terms of that. Because that's a key for the change of use. Are we, in a special permit, are we, my guess is if you're comparing to a fully occupied 90-person church, which is what you're supposed to be doing, it's not going to be detrimental. Now, I realize neighbors are not going to love it that, the church is basically empty right now, but it's the way it goes. Not the first time we've had to deal with, what happens when you, the Sportsplex facility, what was that called? New York Sports Club.
We've done a little bit of research on the church. The church was there for 65 years. It's only recently that they've suffered a diminution of their.
So you'll know, but you just want to do.
But they were very active, and they did lots more than just Sunday services. So we'll provide all that.
But the ITE will tell you that if you look up the ITE for a 90-seat church, it's going to include Sunday school and all of that. I mean, it's a decent estimate. So if you have that, you're just going to be able to and then compare that to what is being proposed now.
May we rely on our own examination of the ITE, or do you think that
I don't think at this point I wouldn't get a traffic consultant. I would just get ITE for a 90-seat church, and then GTC's forecast of their activities. And we're going to have 2 events a year, and we're going to only invite 50 people. And so the trip generation is this. I mean, you can do it. We can do it. I don't think you need to go to something full blown. If we're not happy, we'll whine. And we're really good at that. And
You? Why?
you heard
What do
me.
you think about ARC?
You're not changing the building, are you?
No, we're not.
You said you
we're-
might change the
we're-
windows for energy efficiency, and Arn will give you a big hug for that.
Okay,
The
then
only
we're,
thing that we would want, we wondered about yesterday was, does all of this mean that the building is protected in perpetuity?
well, you'll see the easement that
Right.
we have
Okay.
drafted up with the land trust. We'll provide that for you as well.
Okay.
All
All
right,
right.
thank you very much.
Okay, here goes the public. First speaker is Craig Macbeth, followed by, oh my God, my eyes just went, Joe Altabello. 3 minutes, please, Mr. Timer, if you wouldn't mind. Craig Macbeth, and then Joel Altabello after that, and then Robert Pizzella. Mr. Macbeth, if you would go ahead.
Hello. Thank
Yes,
you.
hello.
I'm a neighbor, live at 16 Barnstable Lane across the street. I've submitted a letter today to the town planner that has some more detailed concerns, but just to hit on a few high points. Echoing, I think, what Mr. Yeski said there. I mean, the church is certainly a landmark for our local neighborhood. It's a great feature of the neighborhood. It provides open green space, and we'd love, I think everyone who lives in the area would love to see it preserved and protected. I think there's some questions about this plan and whether it does that. I think Mr. Cohen has kind of downplayed the changes that are being made to the building, both inside and out. They're expanding the patio. They have to add these pathways. I think the parking and the use of the facility is a major concern for residents of the street. I think that what you just described about a 90-seat church and an ITE and using that as a basis for comparing the incremental impact of this plan is totally hypothetical and has
I know that, but it's
basically no bearing. Please don't interrupt me. That has basically no bearing at all on the reality of how that church has been used in the community and how it will change under this plan going forward. This church met not even every 2 weeks. They only had a few members there, and so that I think if you want to, it's important for the commission to consider the actual real incremental impact of a plan to use the church in a totally different way. So like I said, there's some further considerations about the building changes, the parking lot. I agree that the neighbors value the vista of the front of the church, but I think neighbors also aren't likely to be thrilled about seeing a large parking lot for 14 vehicles in a residential neighborhood, especially for the neighbors that are immediately adjacent to the property, having a parking lot next door to their front yard. So those are a few of the concerns. A question about the preservation restrictions and the easement. Sounds like clearly the commission has not seen those documents yet. Will those be made part of the public record? Would be a question. I think that they should be, and I think it would be important for the community to know that there's a commitment, a written commitment that would prohibit any further building. I think that you'll see that easement is actually a little more nuanced, where they might say something like they're preserving the facade, but doesn't forego further building. And I think preserving the entire property as is really important for the community. That's all.
All right. Thank you. How did that happen? All right. I have not been able to get Joe Altabello to accept the promotion. Mr. Macbeth didn't want me to answer his questions while he was speaking. Yes, indeed, we will have the easement agreement. And my answer to his question is that the way the statutes require us to review parking and traffic impact of an application is by the actual allowed use, not what has been happening on the property. We are supposed to look at what has been fully allowed. Mr. Pizzello, I'm going to try one more time, and then I'm going to move on to Leslie Lee. I don't know what happened. He's got his hand up. There he goes. Okay.
Hello, this is Rob
Yes.
Pizzello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Hi.
Hi. Thanks everybody for pulling together and sticking through it for many hours here. I have a few just kind of observations. One regarding the parking. So I assume we're going to have many school buses there as well. From what I understand, there will be a lot of the grade schools that children will be brought there, and I'm assuming they're going to probably have to park in the front circular driveway. So I think that's kind of something to be considered. Second is that this idea, I love the idea of the overflow parking should only be in the front, but I think it's only human behavior. When you drive up to the church, you're going to just park in the front first, and that's not end up going to be really overflow parking. That's really going to be kind of your first type of parking. Third is a lot of people might might park on Barnstable Lane, and I'm 2 houses away. I'm on 17, and there is a certain curve to that street. And even when landscapers park on it right now, when you are making the left onto Barnstable from Stanwich, you can't see it, a car coming in the other direction coming up the street. So there's kind of a safety issue there I would just remind people of as well. The other option for parking that I'm thinking about, and since this is a tree conservancy and trees and shrubs are kind of right up there in their wheelhouse, I would say that if you're looking at the church from the street on the very right-hand side, maybe that's an area where you could put pavers down and all the parking could take place on that side. And then there could be shrubs that are put up. They're basically, it's like a masked parking lot, if you will. I think that might be kind of a better option and this way you're entering and exiting off Stanwich instead of making the turn onto Barnstable and then making another right into that back parking lot where they have it kind of drawn right now. I think that could achieve something. Now there might be some reticence to do that because what I understood is that there was a thought to put another structure on the property at some point for storage or for something else. I haven't heard that mentioned. I didn't see all the detail in it, but maybe Mr. Cohen could speak on that. And the last point I'll say is I think it's already been said. It is it's part of the community, and we're happy that it's falling into good hands. But we do want to make sure that we kind of preserve its character.
Okay,
Thank you.
great. That was very helpful, Mr. Pizzella. Thank you very much for your comments. I remember that they're doing something to expand to add the bathroom, but Leslie Lee is next, followed by Joe Fahis or Fahis. Ms. Lee, if you would accept. There she is. And then Joe Fahis, you would be next. Hello.
Good evening. Hi. I would love to put some of the anxiety about the intensity of use to some perspective. We have a mission to plant and protect the trees in our town. Education about trees and their importance is a good thing that we do, but it is not a primary focus at all. And so our focus is not going to be on increasing as much as we can the activity, the educational activity, and the property, but to have them be within our capacity, which right now, with one full-time executive director who has many other duties, would be maximum 1 to 2 a month. Down the road, I hope we will be able to do more because it's a wonderful site, but that is not our primary focus. Also, I wanted to make sure that, as Mr. Pizzella mentioned, our plan, budget willing, is for the parking spaces as much as possible to be pavers with grass in between so that the visual impact will be significantly lessened rather than with asphalt. And then we are perfectly happy to reduce the number of spaces. I think that partly the spaces were allocated because we thought those were going to be required for the Planning and Zoning Commission. So we're happy to save some money on parking if that is not one of the requirements. The present church, one more thing, has, I think, a seating capacity of 90. However, for handicapped accessibility, the front section of the interior of the church will be converted into a handicapped accessible bathroom, which will reduce the seating that is available for usage. That's all I got for now.
Thank you very much. Joe Fahis is next, followed by Joel Altabello. If you would unmute, Mr. Fahis. I hope I'm saying your name kind of right. Go ahead, sir, just unmute. Unmute your speaker, sir. There you go. Oh, you had it for a sec. Go back. There you go. Perfect. You don't have to turn it. No, you turned it back off. Okay, there you go. Stop. No. Okay, there, you have it now. Stop. Don't do anything else.
I'm just going to leave it on temporarily.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you for hearing me. First, just the previous conversation for a half an hour. I live at 11 Barnstable Lane, which is immediately adjacent on Barnstable Lane on the same side of this church. Over the past 10 years, the church has declined in population on Sundays and weddings and everything else, funerals. They've done a garden on the left-hand side of the church. Their septic system is in back of the church now and totally inadequate even then, but it is going to be inadequate in the future. And we were told at the meeting that the septic system is not going to change, but I think I'll leave that up to you. But most importantly, the back of the church, from the back of the church to my driveway, it's very, very hilly, extremely hilly. And to put a parking lot on it, the parking lot would be not, it would, the cars would be parked at a very, very serious angle. I don't know if it can be done without leveling it off. But more importantly, that whole area in back of the church is very, very hilly. And over the 50 years that I've lived there, our house has been damaged many, many times by water because of the drainage coming from the church. There is a pipe underneath the back of the garden, which is cast iron or cement, and it's 8 inches to 4 inches wide. And every time a car has gone in to that area, or every 2 years or so, that pipe cracks and it leads to flooding of my driveway, my house, and my garage. In addition, the septic fields are down there as well. And in addition, we put a temporary curtain drain to take the water from the right and back of the church all the way down to the stream, about 200 feet, all the way down to the, and I pointed it out to the Greenwich Tree Conservancy. It's very important because it just devastates my house when it's not properly taken care of. The second thing, I'm not going to talk about parking, except it's a really bad place to put a parking lot.
Okay.
There's no curb.
Okay, sir. Time.
And there's no protection. Secondly,
time, sir. They're going to come back for a regular application, so you can comment then as well. Okay. And don't forget,
no. One more thing.
Okay.
This property has 7 invasive brush and olive trees that are populating the entire neighborhood.
Okay.
And it is devastating every
Okay.
single
Our
year.
conservation department will go out and look at it, and when they come in for the application, they'll be all over it. So you're in good shape on that one.
I'm not in good shape because
Okay.
if you take away the olive trees, then the church is right in front of my house, my
Okay. All right.
backyard.
Okay. We'll work on it though. Thank you, sir.
Big change in elevation though.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Joe Altabello is next, followed by Abby's iPhone, and she is the last speaker.
Thank you. I'll try to be really quick because I think everything's been hit.
Great.
I'm
Time?
on the
Patrick? Yep. Go ahead. Go ahead, Joe.
The person who lives directly across and looks at that historic vista wrote you a letter, and she unfortunately couldn't be here, but I lived next to her and I looked at the vista for 30 years. So I get it. We don't understand. When we had this meeting, we talked about, a meeting a couple times a month with 30 people. Now it's been qualified with at the start, or we'll see how we do. But 90 is pew seating for people 60 years ago. The place probably holds about 60 people. So their plan currently has 38 parking slots. If 38 cars show up there and spill out onto Stanwich Road at the same time, there's already a lot of traffic with the school and everything, depending on the times that these events are held and when people are coming and going. But 38 cars getting there at one time is a problem. We're going to want to see the easements and see some restrictions. If they want to, for me speaking personally, maybe people feel differently. If there's a bus that shows up every 2 weeks and kids play in the yard, we're not going to care about that. We always had the church there. I've been here 30 years. They figured out with the old loop parking without changing, they probably fit 20 cars in the driveway and then went out to Barnstable. I think Nick's going to have to do his calculation on how many slots they need and then figure out where to put them. The way they designed the handicap access with all these loopy roads and stuff, the best way to get into the handicap door is from the backyard, not the front. On the side, there's a memorial garden that means a lot to a lot of people who put stones there, and people are not buried there. But it's kind of, it seems like this design put all the bad stuff on Barnstable and Stanwich where people see, as opposed to trying to make it a little bit more discreet. So I think it's quantifying the right number of people, getting a real expectation of what the usage is going to be, because if it's 50 people every single day, that's a big difference than 30 people twice a month, and that there's some restriction. And, Joe in the back has his issues with the septic and the water and all that. So this stuff is all going to have to be figured out.
Yeah.
In general, something has to happen with the property. I think we get it. But we don't want 7-Eleven parking lot.
Okay, we got it.
And
Thank you,
easy
sir.
in and easy out is not
Yeah.
our problem, right? These aren't people who are pulling up to get a pack of cigarettes. They're coming to an event. If they have to walk 2 minutes from the front to the back, that's their problem.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Abby's iPhone is the last one. And just to clarify to anybody who's still here and listening, our health department will check the functioning of the septic relative to what is being proposed. No ancient, maybe they said to you that somebody talked to you and said there's no septic change. If it doesn't meet the health department standards and it's not functioning correctly, it will get updated. Okay, Abby's iPhone, go ahead, 3 minutes.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
great.
Sorry, Tyron.
That's okay. Okay, I'm going to be very brief because many of the comments have been said already. I actually live on Burning Tree, and I head up and down Barnstable many times a day in my car walking, and I would really define the neighborhood as an open, quiet, walking residential neighborhood. And I, recently learned about the proposed changes at the church. And have also been, very surprised about the proposed increased intensity of the activity. When we met at the church, it was like, one or two people working there a few times a month. And what I more recently hear is that there are plans for a lot more. I think moving the parking to Barnstable sort of definitely protects the view from Stanbridge, but it just shifts it to the people coming up and down Barnstable. So I agree with what Rob was saying about moving it onto the other side. And it also makes me think about kind of the future sort of expanded use. And I wonder if, more activity at the church will also then eventually lead to more active use of the plot of land. Is it owned or managed? The American chestnut orchard on Burning Tree as well. I wonder then if you're going to get buses of kids, going along there, and it's kind of like the next step. So all of those kind of things, sort of raise little flags of concerns of sort of how this will change the look and feel of the neighborhood. And I would just say, if and when you do an impact assessment, it would be great if you could reach out to a wider number of people. I know when there was a meeting at the church, that information reached only a handful of people in the neighborhood, and many people were not included, didn't know anything about it. So, a more complete impact assessment would be great, I think, to really get a full understanding of what all these changes would mean. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Okay, so folks, I think you have clear input from the public, concern about the parking in the front, concern about intensification. Great point raised by Mr. Altabello, I think it was. If you reduce the size and frequency of your events, or the size of your events, you won't need as many parking spaces. That would be great. Because that's what they're worried about. Conservation will address when you come in, and I'm sure the Tree Conservancy is all over it. If there's invasives along those invasive olives, never knew one existed, along the property line, if it's recommended that they be removed, I'm sure the Tree Conservancy would with alacrity plant a wonderful native species. So all of that, I think you can address, giving somebody a good evergreen screening. Oh, my time's up, Patrick. I better stop talking.
That happened so long ago.
So I think if the neighbor wants screening, no parking in the front yard. They're concerned about reversing the way the traffic flows on the loop. So that, I don't know how you figure that out, which way has less impact on the neighborhood. I don't know that. And did I cover everything? Traffic, intensity, parking, invasive species, the septic were good. The health department's on it. And really just reducing events and training, et cetera, so that it is at a manageable intensity.
I'd add one thing.
Yes, sir.
The details of the easement. And I think he indicated what they're planning and referred to the picture, but that's critical.
Okay. All right. And Mr. Cohen, once again, you have failed the 20-minute pre-app. You got to make that elevator pitch real fast. We've always read your letter. Your letters are fantastic and we enjoy reading them. So we've always read everything you've sent in. Okay, so we will send you on your way and come back and see us whenever you're ready, right?
We will. These comments have been very helpful and we'll follow up on all.
And the easement language and all the language, it'll all be part of the public record. Mr.
We've already
Macbeth
drafted
doesn't
the easement. We'll
have to
provide it
worry.
as part of our application.
And again, if people didn't hear it the first time, the legal requirement is you look at the use that the existing church was approved for and what its max utilization could be. Okay, here's our last item. Poor Peter Lowe is holding his head. Okay,
He's
here's
no
our last
poorer
item.
than the rest of you.
Bye-bye, you guys. Thank you. All right, our last application for the night is Peter and Victoire Bolt for a pre-application review. This is for converting an existing barn, and it is an existing barn. I've seen the pictures of the site, to an ADU, and it will be more than 1,200 square feet on a 5.2 acre parcel at 295 Taconic Road in the RA4. I might comment once again, I was aware when this property came on the market because it is designated historic property by the town, by the RTM. So it is of great value to us. Mr. Bolt, what we would love more than anything else is if you talk quickly and we give you input. We're out of here fast, even though it's 10:45 and you've been waiting all night.
I'm aligned with you. I will do my best. Thank you everyone for being up this late and for talking with me about this on pre-app. Is there a way that I can pull up either my own screen or somebody else's screen that has?
Patrick can give you share, right?
I can share. Excellent.
You know, you have echo in that room, just so you know.
You know what? We're doing work.
Okay. It's just that I figure
Okay.
you work from home a lot, so.
I do. I need to make adjustments. Okay, so hopefully what you see right now is the PDF that I had sent in for the presentation. Is that what's showing up?
No, we're seeing, okay. Yeah, you're pretty close. We're seeing the barn now.
Okay, great. Let me go to this PDF first. And this is gonna be, I shared this with Tracy a little while ago, just because I figured a last minute submission of more images will make it clear and allow everybody to understand the context more quickly. So very quickly, this is the site plan of the property, Taconic Road, at the intersection of Taconic Road and Sandwich Road. This is the northernmost property in the Sandwich Historic District. So like Marguerite just pointed out, I will have further meeting with the Historic District Commission for any design changes that I'm making to the building. But for our sake right now, we're only talking about converting the existing barn into livable space, which it is not currently. I will show you 3 photos quickly from these 3 vantage points. The first one is going to be from Taconic, looking west at the house, so you understand the house's position in relation to the street. The second image will be looking from the entrance to the house, which is actually on North Sandwich Road, which will give you another view of the house in relation to the barn. And the third view will be from the backyard, which is kind of the view as you're coming southbound down Taconic, to understand the site context and size of these 2 buildings in relation to one another. So first image here on the left is the home from Taconic. You can see our mailbox. The driveway is around the corner on image 2 here on the right. And in image 2, you can see the house further over to the east, and the barn, which was built in the, as far as we know, the middle of the 19th century, 1850s or 1860s. Here.
Okay, good.
No, I'll keep it going real quick. Here's one more
Okay.
image. The reason why I'm showing you these images is because, as I understand it, the reason why it was important for me to present to you tonight was twofold. One is because the house that you see on the left, the main house, is located within the setbacks on the property. So that, I understand, is the reason why I had to come before you first and foremost. The second, that the square footage is more than 1,200 square feet, is kind of a gray area on this property. I think that for my architecture projects that I'm presenting to town, this actually would not be over 1,200 square feet, but with ADUs, we're counting gross square footage, not your typical FAR calculation. So I think the reason why I'm here is because the main house is in a setback area, and that automatically triggers special permit review.
Okay.
Okay, the idea for the barn, let me go back to the other drawing. The idea for the barn is to convert it into living space for my parents, who've recently sold their home in downtown Greenwich, would like to be living on property with their grandchildren and with their daughter-in-law, and not so much with their son, but they will do that. These are pictures of the barn up close. It is a 1.5-story building, about 23 feet from the ground to the top of the gable. The inside is currently a garage on the south of the ground floor, and then wide open, old, very rustic interior barn throughout the rest. and storage in the original stone foundation in the basement. Our plan is to convert it into a 3-bedroom space. I have architectural drawings here. 3 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms. Bedroom and kitchen on the ground floor with its own private bath, and 2 bed and 2 bath upstairs for friends and family who will be visiting. That is the premise of the project. We're
Okay.
going to get special permit for approval on that. Thank you.
Okay, so a couple of things. First of all, what we would suggest, what we talked about at the briefing yesterday, is go first to the HDC before you file with us. Okay? And
Even
get-
though, okay, sorry, keep going. I have questions.
what we were thinking, Patrick and Tracy, weigh in if you feel differently now that you've heard me say it out loud, but what we were talking about yesterday is you're not expanding the footprint of either structure. So we would have to make a finding that what you're doing is consistent with the special permit standards, and you're not changing the facades that we know of. But again, if HDC has endorsed what you're proposing, that moves you forward on a special permit piece, because that's the standards that we'd be looking at in great part. So we were thinking it was more efficient for you to go first to HDC. Patrick, Tracy, do you disagree with that at all?
I do not.
All right. So we're thinking it's faster for you, because when you'll inform our decision, the HDC letter will inform our decision.
HDC is only going to be responding to architectural adjustments to the exterior of the building, having no
Right.
kind of interior program.
And we don't do interior either.
Right, but what I am here before you guys to help determine is whether or not my use can be updated, which HDC will not be weighing in on either.
That's correct. But when HDC, so we can grant you the special permit for the bigger than 1,200 square foot ADU based on it meeting the special permit standards. And a piece of that is HDC's opinion. So it facilitates your process to have HDC in your court.
Okay.
HDC has endorsed this as a wonderful way of protecting and maintaining the historic structure. It gives you a leg up. Does that make sense?
Not really, but I will take that
Okay.
and go with it. They
No.
seem like disjointed and disconnected because HDC won't be. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'll go before
So
HDC. That's what you're saying.
HDC, so you look at the special permit and it says to meet the special permit standards. And one of the things we're looking for is HDC will say, oh, the barn is being beautifully preserved and it looks like it belongs with the house. Well, what we have to find in order to give you this approval is the appearance that the barn is a subordinate unit to the primary unit. So that will help us if HDC sings its praises. Make sense? No, I'm sorry. I don't know how else to explain.
I understand. I mean, I understand. And
Okay.
I think there's like logical inconsistency there, but if that's going to help the process with P&Z, then
Okay.
I'll do it.
Yeah, Patrick or Tracy, am I wrong here?
Yeah, Mr. Bolt, the commission needs to be the last decision made on the land use. So if the building needs to be restored or they don't want it to be restored in a certain way, it makes no sense for the commission to approve the use if that outstanding issue exists. So that's typically the way it goes. ARC first. Conservation wetland first. The Planning and Zoning Commission is generally the last stop before permits. So
Work. Okay. Okay. So any comment from the public on this application? No comments from the public. Does anybody on the commission have anything to add to this? Nope, you're good. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry we were so late.
Thanks, everybody. Have a good night.
All right, and I can't remove him. Okay, all righty, folks. I hereby move approval of the September 16, 2025
Second,
and September 30, 2025 minutes. All were present. Do I have a second?
second,
Mr. Lowe has seconded. All were present. Voice vote will work. Aye.
Aye.
Okey dokey. We have one decision to make. This is going to be the Taco project. If you are in agreement, because I asked for your dispensation to not do West End. It was, I'm sorry, I just, whoa. So as to the application of Taco Project Greenwich LLC for a zoning map amendment to revise section 6205, schedule of building lines within the town's building zone regulations to include the northern side of Railroad Avenue, 99, 95, 91, 87 to 89, and 85 Railroad Avenue. All 5 parcels are within the CGBR and CGI zones. Whereas the applicant submitted a revised proposed rear building line map which tracks behind the rear of the buildings rather than the rear of the property line of each parcel. Whereas all 5 parcels are limited by the maximum height restrictions outlined in section 6205 for the CGBR zone of 3 stories and 40 feet. Whereas further, no additional FAR can be permitted as the 5 existing buildings are all at a maximum of 0.9. Whereas the proposed change eliminates parking requirements for use groups 1 and 3 for these 5 sites. Currently, only 1 building plans a change of use, and that parking impact is of an incremental demand of 2 spaces for a total of 9 required, for which no parking would be provided. Whereas Westcog has found this proposal to be of local municipal interest only. And then I say, therefore, be it resolved that this application is hereby approved, subject to any outstanding staff and departmental comments. Do I have a second?
No,
Oh,
I'm not seconding.
okay. All right.
I'll
I'm
second.
gonna, okay.
Someone has to second. We got to move this.
No, you don't
forward.
have, no, you don't have to. You
No.
don't have to second.
Really?
Yeah, you don't have to second. All right. If you don't want to, if nobody wants to second, okay, so having no second, I hear my,
Oh, Arn second. Did he second?
No, I just want to clarify. I didn't think seconding meant approval
no, you don't have to second.
because I
though.
can second it and vote no. And that
Yeah,
was
you
the
can.
situation in others. So what is the
Correct.
problem?
Either way, you can second and we'll take the vote. That's
Right.
fine. Okay, Arn has seconded. Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
No.
Mr. Wells?
No.
Mr. Lowe?
Mr. Lowe is not on this
Oh,
application, but I defer to Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones, how do you vote?
No.
Mr. McRae?
No.
All right.
And your
I'll
vote?
say no as well. And I now give you the following amended motion. This is the amendment to the motion. Whereas the tie-in bond 2022 parking study for downtown Greenwich concluded that overall parking utilization in 2022 was at or over capacity directly along Greenwich Avenue and on some adjacent off-street areas at peak times. And while this can generally occur regardless of the time of year, this was further affected by the addition of outdoor parklet dining during warm weather months and may increase over time with further growth and development. Whereas the commission notes that the shortage of parking supply during peak times poses a challenge to businesses and to the vitality of the downtown commercial center generally. Whereas the commission finds that the applicant has not provided sufficient rationale consistent with the comprehensive plan for the town for the proposed building line change to these sites. And the applicant has also not established how, in the future, this change would not be requested for other sites adjacent to Greenwich Avenue. Those are the amendments to the motion. As the motion is amended, seconded.
I'll second.
Oh, wait. And then I have to say, therefore be it resolved that this application is hereby denied.
I'll second that.
Okay. Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Yes.
Which
Okay.
word did you understand?
Mr. Wells? Okay. Mr. Lowe?
No, I'm not
Oh,
voting.
yay. Did I do it again? I'm
Yes.
sorry. I got tired. I always get tired right at the end. Okay, Jonesy, how do you vote?
Are we supposed to vote A or I?
You're supposed to say aye if you are in agreement with denying, nay if you're in disagreement with denying.
Oh, wait, well, what did the other two just vote? I'm sorry, I'm now confused.
Everybody's voted aye so far. The two have voted aye so far. They are in agreement with the denial.
Okay, so
Okay, you're tired too.
I as well. So.
Mr. McRae.
Aye.
Oh, I'm glad we didn't have another application. We didn't have it in us. I know even at the end, I was like, no, Peter Bolt, this is going to work. We promise you. All right.
Margarita, you actually still need to vote?
Yep.
Oh,
You have to vote.
aye.
There we go.
I'm really tired. Okay.